Chapter 81. The World's Shabbiest. 1. Murmuring sounds flowed all over the snowfield. What the hell just happened? I'm alive? Is this heaven? The members of the demonic cult, the people of the righteous sect. The last thing they remembered was their own death. They may have memories of being bitten by Jiangshi, but they had no memories of turning into Jiangshi. From their point of view, years had passed in the blink of an eye. But there were also people who had been fully aware of the past 3 years. Master stared at the snowfield blankly like she couldn't believe her eyes. Disciple. Yes, Master. You're not simply from beyond the walls, are you? No, you must be from a completely different world. This sort of thing is not the sort of sorcery that a mere human can do. It's an act out of some absurd legend. Or, did I perhaps die and arrive at paradise without realizing it?
No.
That's not the case. I shook my head quietly. These people, like you, Master, can no longer use martial arts. They're very weak compared to when they were alive. However, this is not paradise, and those people have memories of their lives. Please go and check it for yourself. Please go now, Master. Tap. Master stepped on to the snow. Tap, tap. Her footsteps were very light. They were the footsteps of a person whose lower abdomen chi was taken out. They were the footsteps of a martial artist who lost her inner energy. They were the footsteps of a woman who struggled against a disease for 3 years. The heavenly demon. My master. She approached the cultists with those light footsteps. The cultists were still trying to make sense of the situation. First we have to check the current situation. Everyone stay calm. Send a reconnaissance. Blood Guard leader. They stopped. The cultists flinched. A group of 12 or so cultists fell into silence. They then looked at Master, their leader, with a confused look. Heavenly demon? Master's breath thickened, becoming whiter. Blood Guard leader. It really is you. The silence was contagious. At first, only 10 or so were silent. But when 10 people shut their mouths, the dozens of people around them shut their mouths, and the hundreds of people around those dozens shut their mouths as well in a cascade. The snowfield was silent. Demon Lord Woliang. Yes. Flame Ghost Demon. Yes, my liege. Sword Demon. At your command. One by one, Master began to call the names of the cultists. The cultists who were called did not ask any questions. They just immediately knelt down. Crunch, crunch. As they all knelt down, the snow beneath them compressed. I had lost you all. Master reached out her hand. I lost you. Again and again. Master stroked one of the cultists' cheek. She patted it. My children. Her fingers trembled. Seeing their master tremble like so, the cultists hurriedly bowed their heads. This wasn't something that they should see. It was their way of showing their devotion to her. 1,000 members of the cult all turned their gaze to the floor. It wasn't just the demonic cult members that were in shock, of course.
Oho.
The old monk stroked his beard. I must have died in the cave and crossed the river. When I closed my eyes, there is no nirvana, no grave, just this snowfield. Monk. And there is also this common man mixed in among us.
Oho.
Even if I close my eyes, I must still mix with this person. What does the Buddha want from this monk? Seeing how you're just talking *T, you really are the monk. The Murim Lord ran and hugged the old man. I finally realized who the old man was. He was the Shaolin head monk, the one who endured the longest after Master and the Murim Lord. You came back. You're alive. My friend, you came back to us. I am not your friend. This is undoubtedly a miracle from the Jade Emperor. I hear the sound of a dog eating grass. In other words, it was complete and utter nonsense. Don't dirty the ears of this monk, commoner. In the first place, I should never have fallen for your temptation to fight against the demonic path. It's better to quietly join the temple. My happiness from seeing you cooled as soon as you talked. It really is the monk I know. I just want to punch you in the face. The demonic cult members were quiet, and while the righteous sex fighters were noisy with chatter. They were experiencing this reunion in their own way. Time passed. It was Master who first turned her head to look at me. Master and I exchanged glances. Her eyes were dark, and in her eyes, her heart was reflected. My own heart was smeared, engraved with her feelings. Master opened her mouth. Her mouth opened, and she spoke to the Murim Lord. I am So Baekhyang of the demonic cult. The Murim Lord, who was having a small discussion with his sect members, stopped. The Murim Lord let his peers go from his embrace and stared at Master from afar. Master bowed. I am the heavenly demon. Maybe today is the delusion of a blind man, but that is all right. It was midday. It's okay if I am just a sick patient who is daydreaming. The snow in this field was not known as the perpetual snow because it did not melt in the sun. It was called that because even as it melted, more snow continued to build on top of it. It's all right if this is just a dream as the world goes to sleep. After all, life is originally an illness that we live through, and the world is the dream that we all share. For humans who wish to remain pure white under the blazing sun, it wasn't enough that they were born white. They had to endlessly spread the white color over the world. They needed the determination to break, be broken, and scattered over and over again. I haven't forgotten the name of the disease I was trying to get. I haven't lost the fever of my dreams yet. So I haven't let go of any people yet. And I haven't let go of the world. Baraya. The name of the disease, not the martial arts, proves my place, and the fever of my dreams, not my internal energy, is proof of who I am. The sound of breaking snow. I am here, and as long as I stay here I will continue to be me. Even if it melts, it falls again. I am the main seat of the demonic cult. Master recited the declaration of war. I request our 990th battle. Everywhere it was silent. The noisy righteous sect suddenly became quiet. The oldest of them and the youngest of them, they were all last heroes of the Murim world. They came here thinking that it would be the last battle of the Great War. How could they act rashly? If their last words were their wills and testaments, they wanted the words to be the will of the righteous sect. And the people of the righteous path turned to the one who represented the will of the sect. Murim Lord. Namgung family. The old man bowed. Taesang family head. Namgung Un. I am the Axe Saint. 1,000 demonic cult members and 1,000 righteous sect members faced each other. Your demonic cult made the screams of the common folk into your doctrine. The screams turned to revenge, and the revenge turned to genocide, painting the world red with blood. Blood-stained spirits, full of vengeance. You've turned the heavens and the earth red, but you still pretend to be the weak. The one who had risen as the Lord of the Murim world, with his own voice, explained the difference between the demonic path and the righteous path. You ceaselessly cry and grab at the hem of the heavenly demon. You beg her to take your place, to take on the evils of the world for you. And as you grabbed onto her sleeves, it became clear that you are weak and pitiful people. The old Lord bellowed. Wrong. You too have hands and feet. How long will you dwell on the evils of the past? The Buddha said that if a tree wants to bear fruit, it must throw away its flowers. But what are you doing? You sell your pain like a florist sells flowers. In response, a group from the demonic cult growled. The cultists grabbed the hilts of their swords. Their malice rose and killing intent bloomed. Standing against them was the righteous sex fighters, ready to fight. Neither side would have any chi, but the air in the snowfield turned savage. Well, the corner of Master's mouth tilted upward. I suppose this means you accept the challenge. Of course. To surrender, or to the death. To the death. I accept. The two fighters broke their stances, shying. At the same time, 1,000 demonic cultists and 1,000 righteous sect fighters drew their swords. It was midday. 2,000 blades shone brightly in the sunlight. Children of the demonic cult. Master clenched her fist. You can think of today as a dream or a hallucination. Baraya. 1,000 cultists cried all at once. Perhaps this is all just a vain dream. Baraya. If so, shouldn't we live like it's a dream? Aga Baraya. Our hearts are candles. Burn this place. For the demonic cult. For the common man. Master burst into laughter. Kill them all. The war began. 1,000 cultists roared and ran like beasts. There was no clever footwork. There were no interesting techniques. They rushed like beasts and bit like beasts. It was their war according to their doctrine. You hypocrites! I am Demon Lord Woliang, the first rank of the 4 demon lords of our sect. Taste my blade. The demonic cult's Shadow Corp Squadron. Squadron leader, Demon Lord Woliang. I am Hyun Gong Jin, the faction leader of the Mudong Buddhists. I see there's no shortage of worthy opponents. Mudong Buddhist faction. Faction leader, Hyun Gong Jin. The 2 men clashed with each other as they yelled. The only courtesy between them was their self-introductions. The fight itself was brutal. Hrab! Demon Lord Woliang punched Hyun Gong Jin with the hilt of his sword. Puke. Teeth. Blood. White shrapnel exploded and red liquid splattered. Oh! Hyun Gong Jin yelled, revealing his broken teeth. Then he lifted his fingers and stabbed Demon Lord Woliang's eyes. Puke. With the popping sound, ha 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 ha! Demon Lord Woliang was overcome with laughter. The Buddhists' cries and the cultists' laughter intertwined. Another pair of opposites was beside the 2 of them. Of the 4 demon lords, first rank, Flame Ghost Demon. I will take your head. The demonic cult's Memorial Squadron. Squadron leader, Flame Ghost Demon. May Buddha have mercy. I am called Jomeong. Shaolin Temple. Chief Monk. Monk Jomeong. With respect to the head monk, I, the first rank of the 4 demon lords, will allow you to attack me 3 times first. The Buddha will surely remember your respect. At the words of the Flame Ghost Demon, Monk Jomeong immediately attacked. He wrapped prayer beads around his fist and swung it. The Flame Ghost Demon, who said he would allow him 3 attacks, immediately ducked down and headbutt the monk's stomach. Ku! Monk Jomeong groaned, then scoffed. You said you were yielding the first 3 hits. Did you really believe me? Do I look like I believed you? Yes. Drip. The sound of flowing blood interrupted his words. It looks like you did. The Flame Ghost Demon crumpled to the ground. His nose bone was broken. At the moment when the Flame Ghost Demon headbutt him, Monk Jomeong lifted his knee up as if he had expected it to happen. Looking at the Flame Ghost Demon, whose face was stained from his nosebleed, Monk Jomeong happily stroked his beard. My acting skills have not gone rusty yet. You piece of sh*t. I still have 2 more hits to go. Holding both ears of the Flame Ghost Demon, Monk Jomeong repeatedly struck him with his knee. Similarly, the Flame Ghost Demon hit the monk's knee with his forehead. Crack! It was the sound of the skull breaking a knee cartilage. Kuh! Monk Jomeong grabbed his knee in pain and hopped around. Kuh-ha-ha-ha-ha. Those guys. They're fighting like common thugs without their chi. This is their skill. Amazing. The true faces of these righteous sect bastards are being exposed to the world. What a wonderful day. The demonic cult's assassination squadron. Squadron leader, Sword Demon. You truly are vulgar. Mtwa Buddhist faction. Elder, Thousand Sword Nanhua. The 2 swordsmen clashed with their swords. Clang. As their swords hit. Ku! Ooh! Both sides screamed at the same time and clasped their blades. Neither side could handle the impact caused by the collision of their blades. But neither let go of their swords. The Sword Demon grinned, baring his teeth. Damn! Stop being stubborn and just let go. Thousand Sword Nanhua replied through gritted teeth. That's what I was going to say. The 2 looked each other in the eye and struck again. Clang. A breathless scream. Then clang. The sound of swallowing unnecessary hope. Clang. Hands and shoulders trembled. Both of them bled from where their grips had been torn. The blood that flowed from their lips and their grasps mixed together. But again, neither of them let go of their swords. The white uniform fluttered. The black robe shook. The sunlight fell over them, casting shadows on the field. Between the sun and the shadow, the righteous sect and the demonic cult clashed. Blood burst. For the demonic cult. For the common man. All of you die. You phony bastards. Come at me. A monochrome world. It was not splendid martial arts that flowed vividly there. It was only the red blood of humans. Huff. Ha-ha. Ah-ha-ha. Among it was a particularly red smile. Ah-ha-ha-ha. Ha. Ah-ah-ah. She was truly howling with laughter. There really are a lot of righteous sect kids. Master was shouting. Good. Come at me. Let us match our swords. A black shade ripped through the righteous sect's people. The sun seemed to rise and set at least 10 times faster. The movement of the woman who suffered from disease for 3 years, unable to use her chi, stood out against the warriors who also could not use the same martial arts. This is unfair. Master laughed. Head monk of the Shaolin sect. Did you think you could kill the great me with that meager strength? You horse-faced Taoist. How arrogant to think you could withstand this cult's power. These words were familiar to me. Empty. Song is flooded with the grief overflowing from the world. The heaven and earth's grudge burns the mountain. The demonic cult is the peak of the Murim world, and I am the peak of the demonic cult. Are you qualified to deal with a god among gods? However, Master herself was unfamiliar with these words. You shall not pass. Lackeys of the righteous path. Master yelled. Nongunga. Sword clashed with sword and flesh bumped against flesh. But Master's cry pierced through all these sounds. Where is Namgungun? Master laughed and yelled again. Call the Namgung family and the Taesang family. Summon the Murim Lord here. No matter how dense the forest is nor how vast the sky, there is only one person who will receive the sword of my great self under this heavenly world. For demon lords, bring Namgungun in front of me. The sound of her laughter was red and ecstatic. The old man walked step by step into a world that was turning redder. I remember the first day of the war. The Murim Lord took off his shirt. The winter air was cold. The cold would be crushing because the Murim Lord could not use internal energy. But he seemed to embrace the cold. Muscles that were as dry as bones stiffened. We couldn't come to a conclusion that day, so the great battle continued on to the second day. We couldn't finish it on the second day, so it was reserved for the third day. In the end, we started off wrong. When I think about it now, I should have used all my energy from the start. Boo! The Murim Lord took a deep breath. Then he straightened up and beckoned with his hand. Come on, Madu. Today, luck is on my side. The Murim Alliance. Lord. Ex-saint. Luck, you say? Good. Crunch. Master stepped on the snow. Your luck today will be your doom. Demonic cult. Cult leader. Heavenly demon. They breathed in. The two stared at each other. A half-breath. The two walked closer. When the two breaths met, their hands attacked each other as well. White. Flurries of snow whipped through the air. Black. Hair fluttered. Red. Blood splattered. Chapter 82. The world's shabbiest. 2. Aha! Master laughed. Ah-ha-ha-ha. Ha-ha. Her nose bone was broken and bleeding. As she shed blood in the white snowfield, whoosh! Master swung her bare fist. Ha! The fist hit the Murim Lord square on the chin. Master didn't miss a beat when the Murim Lord stumbled back. She ran. She rushed at him. She bit him. Ugh! Rip! Kook! Huff! Ugh! You bastard! The Murim Lord hurriedly pushed Master away, but his ears were already wet with blood. His flesh was ripped off with a squelching noise. Kuha! A quiet scream rang through the snowfield. TCH! Master spat out the blood-stained ear in the snow. Master's mouth also tinged red. She smiled as if she was happy with the outcome of her hunt. A devil. She was like a bloodthirsty evil spirit. Ift! It tastes dirty. The Namgung family's lofty virtues Do nothing to improve the taste of your flesh. Oi Medu. Seems like you don't enjoy human flesh anymore. Can you even call yourself a demon? You're so old that you taste like rotten spinach. But there's some truth to what you said earlier. Master wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. The great battle of good and evil should have ended on the first day. Both you and I were holding back. I thought I was fighting with everything on the line, but in fact I couldn't. I didn't really risk my life. Today's fight is a second opportunity that nature wouldn't have allowed us. Master looked at me. Her silent eyes contained warm and tender regard. We can't foolishly repeat the same mistakes. Ex-saint. Today, I shall use up everything I have. Are you going to use your true chi? That's right. Innate true chi. It was the energy that everyone has when they are first born. In other words, it was their life force. Unlike internal energy, true chi could not be artificially cultivated. If it was used, it was no more. And once it was used up, it was the end of the martial artist's life. They would die, or become crippled. For martial artists, true chi was the last resort. It was a point of no return. Madu, you and I are weak anyway, the Murim Lord said. Was it because he lost an ear? The Murim Lord frowned with a terrifying expression. If we try to draw out your true chi now, we can only use it like a novice or a trainee, let alone as a master. Of course, there is no internal energy without our lower abdomen. It will be impossible to demonstrate our skills. Don't you know this? I know. Are you intending to use up your true chi to show the martial arts of a trainee, at best? Of course. Master smiled. Don't be angry, Namgung-un. I do not intend to throw away my life. I would never. I just hope that my inevitable last day happens to be today. I now feel the full joy of being alive. I'm grateful twice over. I'm grateful to myself for surviving to this day, and I am grateful to fate that I may die today. Even though the world is destroyed? Yes, I am grateful for all the connections I have made up to this very moment. Master slowly got into a stance. Right hand forward, left hand back. Looking back at it, I am truly happy as a warrior. Wah! Snow flew through the air. It wasn't snow from the sky. A small maelstrom of snow swirled around Master. Her innate true chi had trickled out. The wind whipped around, centering on Master. I see. Is that so? The Murim Lord accepted her wish with a clear face. All right, I've also longed for a day like today. The wind flowed backward. Let's die together, heavenly demon. The two ran toward each other. And as for me, I looked at the scenery as their life forces spilled onto the snowfield. Master smacked away the Murim Lord's hand. The Murim Lord stepped on Master's foot. Their arms crossed and their feet crossed, their true chi ceaselessly dripping from their bodies. It was a leakage that spilled their lives. The permanent snowfield that the sun couldn't melt mixed and melted into the lives of the two warriors. Master hit the Murim Lord's back. The wind blew. The wind flowed in the direction her fingertips pointed, and snow followed this path. In a world covered with snow, only the path through which the hands and feet of two people crossed slowly turned to the bare ground. And that wasn't all. Little by little, rapidly, things that weren't white grew around the spot where Master and the Murim Lord fought. A weed, a bush. The ground elsewhere was still frozen with snow. But between the two fighters, the seasons bloomed. They're being fed true chi. Bei Hurayong said bluntly. It's like a feast for the plants because it's the true chi of such masters. But even then, it's only temporary. Even if it was only a moment, the seasons were beautiful. The earth drank the true chi of the two people. Thus, heaven and earth briefly returned to what they were before they immersed in eternal winter. It was a forest of peach flowers. A peach tree grew and thickened as if time were accelerated. The peach trees resembled human fingers. The branches, crawling out from the ground, stretched their hands toward the sky like they were trying to grab something. Flowers bloomed. Through the petals of pink-colored flowers, through the cracks of the branches like fingers, Master and Murim Lord dueled. Their hands and feet moved with the intent to kill each other. However, covered by the petals, it looked like a dance, and as it took the lives of two people, it was an unnatural death. Many things in the world are beautiful when covered by flower petals. Even killing intent. Even the poison of my master. This is a rare event. The white snowfield. Red peach petals flew around. Is it because one side was born with the ideal yin body and the other with a body for martial arts? The yin and yang have almost completely meshed together. Those two people are already in a world of their own. I've never seen such a curious sight. The peach flowers bloomed and closed. Spring stayed, then passed again. March of the heavenly demon. Master stepped forward. As the blizzard struck, the peach flowers scattered. Destruction of the yellow moon. The Murim Lord grabbed her wrist and twisted it. The wind stopped, and the peach blossoms were in full bloom again. The petals then were carried on the wind and buried my shoulder. It was only then that I knew. These red flowers were Master's blood. It was the blood of the Murim Lord as well. The petals bloomed from drinking the blood of these two people. I hate you and your people. Winter itself was bleeding. I hate you, Master. I hate the righteous sect. I don't like heroes. I don't like the 9 great schools. I hate the 5 noble clans. You all are happy while the common man screams. So aloof. But it is not your happiness that I cannot forgive. Of course it wasn't. Master. It was that even people like you could be hurt. Peach blossoms bloomed and fell. The seasons passed. But the number of flowers that bloomed became fewer and the seasons became shorter and shorter. Even those like you said that things were painful. You made expressions of pain, spoke of pain, sought comfort and provided comfort. Like you were pretending to be human. Master was dying. I am a detestable person. Flowers fell. So why? The seasons passed. Why were you beastly to the others, but always human among yourselves? Countless peach blossoms covered the shadows of the two. In retrospect, it was a momentary dream, a quick scene in a book. The branches were dry. No more peach blossoms bloomed. The wind blew, and snow covered the ground again. Amid the fallen petals, Master and the Murim Lord stood tall. Shake.
Kukausi.
Phew, ha! Over the red flower field, an even redder color was spewed. It was the blood of the Murim Lord. Master's tightly clenched fist had reached the chest of the Murim Lord. The old man stumbled like a mirage. Then lightly he fell. The red flowers rose up as if to accept the old man's body. Master stood still. Master! No answer came back when I called. Master! I stepped toward her. I hastened. I ran, and I hugged Master's body that was still standing tall. It was cold. Her body was cold, like an ice field. Master! I won. Master's voice was clear. The body heat that had disappeared from her body was still hanging onto her voice. But it was too light. Her fingers and body all became light in a moment as if she was rapidly aging. Yes, you won. You won, Master. Originally, I should have pierced his chest and grabbed his heart. But rather than piercing, I stopped at hitting. I showed my disciple a shameful face. Not at all. It wasn't like that. Well, my face is still in better shape than yours now. What sort of expression is that? I carefully laid down Master with my arms. I used aura to cover her body. Even so, Master did not get any warmer. Pat. Even the fingertips that touched my cheek were as cold as icicles. Don't worry, disciple. I still have a bit of time before I die. 2 hours. Isn't that enough time to say goodbye? I only had 2 hours left to hear this person's voice and hear her breath. You're still crying. Master looked sad. You're making things difficult for your master. Well, I have also made things difficult for you. I wanted to take a long time to tell you everything, but this old lady's stubbornness prevented me from even that. I worry about what I will leave in your heart, what I will hand down to you. I'm afraid I'll leave a void in you, Master whispered, letting out a cold, bloody cough. I wish for you to remember me like one remembers the flower at the moment it bloomed. Death King Nim. I heard an urgent cry. It was the voice of the alchemist. Maybe they just now realized that the great battle of good and evil had taken place in the snowfield, as the alchemist and the party from the tower were running toward us. Death King Nim WH. What is this?
Oi.
Master? The venomous snake was surprised to discover the Murim Lord. Are you okay? Hey, Master. Look at me. Open your eyes. The old man is fine. Master coughed again. The last hit was shallow. It didn't go in deep. He was boasting that luck was on his side today. Being crippled is that fellow's luck. WH. What do you mean by crippled? The alchemist opened and closed her mouth again. I would never let him go in that condition. Anyway, we don't have time for this. Both of you need treatment. I'm fine. Take care of the old man. But I know my body the best. It's already over for me. And, said Master, I want to spend the last of my time with my only disciple. Child, could you leave us two alone? The alchemist was both a pharmacist and a doctor. She approached and checked Master's pulse. She activated her skill to examine her patient's physical condition. The alchemist's complexion turned dark. I have painkillers. Would you like some? That's all right. Master smiled. The winter wind is lovely. It's nice and cool for my heart. When I reach nirvana, I want to feel this wind as it is now. The alchemist stood up. Her head drooped. She quietly bowed toward Master. The medicine king, who was standing by without a word, beckoned and gathered the rest of the party. It wasn't long before they went back to the cave with the Murim Lord. They were being considerate of Master and me. Master! Gongja! Master held onto my hand. What shall we do with the remaining time? Did you want to hear about my childhood? Would you like to hear how beautiful the headquarters of our cult is? Please. I too held Master's dry hand. There was still something left. Her life hadn't become perfect. There was still a missing puzzle piece, the one that would make sure that she enjoyed her greatest moments and would make a completely satisfying ending. I have a request. What is it? Please have a match with me. Master's eyes widened. How unexpected. All disciples dream of surpassing their master, but as you can see, I cannot move any further. Gongja, what's the point of winning against a person who can't even move? If it's not a match that involves the body. I want to compete against Master with words. A battle of wits, I see. A battle of wits. It was a match done not with the body but with one's mouth. One person starts by describing what skill they would use and how. When the other person counters the attack, they also explain how they would deal with it. Therefore, there was no need to move one's limbs. No internal energy was required. It was a fight that pitted two people's perception of martial arts. A confrontation of their knowledge.
Ojo.
Master gently laughed. Our disciple is being quite arrogant. If we compete with our bodies, Gongja, you will be victorious, but your defeat will be inevitable in a battle of wits. I have many skills that I've learned in my heyday, but you would fight with just the slight knowledge of the infernal heaven's demonic art. I opened my mouth. I don't think that the match against the Murim Lord was your best, Master. You even said this. Originally, you would have pierced his chest and grabbed his heart. Even if it's just a verbal fight, I want Master to achieve the most satisfying match in the end. The greatest fight with no regrets. That was the wish of all martial artists. Gongja, do you mean that you can show it to me? Yes. Master seemed to find my proposal interesting. Was she thinking that this was the childish thought process of her young student? She didn't seem to have any expectation that I could provide her with a satisfying match. All right. However, I will not take mercy on you, even in a verbal match. I will allow you to go first, but don't resent your master too much if I end the match with one strike. Yes. When the match is over, I shall tell you the tales of when I was younger. Now, show this master the results of your training. Master grinned. It was a smile that felt like a peach blossom. I looked down at Master's face and slowly turned to the man sitting across from me. I looked at the martial artist who had reached the peak not here, but in another world. The Sword Emperor. Is it my turn now? He was also someone who rose to be the greatest of all time in another world. Even though he could not fight with his body as a ghost, he could do a verbal spar by borrowing my mouth. Yes, please fulfill the promise from when you lost the bet. I will. Bei Hurayong smirked. I wanted to go up against the head of the demonic cult here anyway. He crossed his arms and sat on the snow. I'll give her the greatest match of all time. Tell her that you will yield the first 3 moves. With me in the center, 2 godlike beings faced each other. Chapter 83. Sword Dance. 1. Heart Sword. So Baekhyang stumbled over that stage after winter passed again and again, when she could no longer feel the cold of that winter. The Sword of the Heart. So Baekhyang began to understand that stage when she was no longer referred to as the fragrance of snow, but instead as the heavenly demon. I can see it. So Baekhyang, the woman who became the heavenly demon, muttered. There is a stage ahead that no man has ever overcome. It looks as far away as Nirvana. But is there any place that you can't go if you can see it? The heavenly demon's heart pounded. The Heart Sword was a legendary stage that was only talked about. Killing someone with your mind. If you have the intent to kill, you hold these murderous intentions in your heart, and the person will soon die. There was no need for a sword. There was no need for words, either. And that stage finally presented itself in front of her.
Heavenly Demonim.
The greatest of us all, if she was given time, if she had 60 years to focus solely on training. Really, if she had it. Release us from this pain. The people prostrated themselves before her. The government told us to pay our tax with sable leather. My father went hunting for martens but didn't come back, so we couldn't pay the tax, and taxes are paid by the number of heads in our family. My grandmother told me that her days were short anyway, and to reduce the tax. Heavenly Demon Nim. In front of her, there were many backs stooped over in bows. There was a drought last year, so we had nothing to eat. I had nothing to eat. But I was ordered to build a reservoir and a dam to prevent next year's drought. But how can one build with a starving body? They dragged my daughter away and she hasn't come back. Heavenly Demon Nim. There were very many. The heavenly demon quietly looked up at the snowy mountain. Years to devote herself to training. If she only had 60 years, she would be able to rise to a stage that nobody in history had ever done. That was a clear, indisputable fact. However, despite this, guide us. The heavenly demon stood up, holding her sword. The dark robe fluttered. There are many things that I must cut down. Would she abandon the world? Or would she abandon herself? In the end, the heavenly demon simply abandoned her own desires. She stifled her desire for strength until she desired for nothing, because that was how she had always lived. That day, too, she cut down those who froze the world. But she couldn't cut down winter. 2. Originally, Bei Hurayong kneeled down. It'd be unspeakable for a martial artist to borrow someone else's mouth for a match. It's discourteous, and in terms of rudeness, it would go down in history and be ridiculed. It was my first time seeing Bei Hurayong in such a posture. He was sitting politely on the snowfield. I realized that it was a courtesy that he was showing to an opponent he recognized as a worthy rival. But even though I know it's ridiculous, I have no choice but to ask for a match. The Sword Emperor looked straight at Master. I am called the Sword Emperor. In the world of 1,000 blades, I was officially recognized as its number 1. It may be discourteous of me, but I request a verbal match between us. Then he lowered his head. Disciple? Master blinked. Come on, describe your first move. The match has already begun. Of course, Master's eyes couldn't see Bei Hurayong. She couldn't hear his words, nor could she see his bow. Master, what is it? You know that I can use some strange techniques. Are you referring to the technique that brought the Jiangshi of my children and the righteous path back to life? Master laughed. Her laughter was quiet, as if it would soon disappear. I decided not to ask you anything. Silence is a virtue. Perhaps it's that you're an emissary sent by the Jade Emperor, who pitied me. Master was smiling as her head rested on my thighs. When she laughed, her head shook a little. From that movement, I could tell that she was becoming lighter. There is another technique I can use. Master's time was running out. I had to say things as concisely as possible. The technique involves summoning ghosts. The ghost next to me right now is a skilled martial artist. In another world, he was called the greatest. Aha! The greatest martial artist in another world. How magnificent! Master snickered. It seemed that she thought it was a funny joke. All right, since it's a ghost of the greatest fighter in another world that my student summoned, I'll pay attention. I'll happily accept you as my opponent for a battle of wits. I looked at Bei Hurayong. Bei Hurayong continued to sit in silence. Well, what kind of move does the number 1 ghost have to offer? He said he would yield the move to Master. He said that he would yield the first 3 moves to you, Master. A bit of the smile disappeared from Master's expression. What a maniac! My disciple would never say such a thing. It must be the ghost that does not know his place. Then, with the 5th blade of the 12 Cloud Dragon swords, the Outward Dragon Quick Sword, I pierce the Water Blood point. The first move. I shall use the 6th form of the Earth Dragon style, Western River Cave Dragon, feinting and then retreating with the Floating Cloud Step. Bei Hurayong responded without hesitation. I didn't know what the 12 Cloud Dragon swords nor the Earth Dragon style was. The only thing I knew was the Infernal Heaven's demonic art. I was just calmly communicating their fight with my mouth. He used the 6th form of the Earth Dragon style, Western River Cave Dragon, feinting, and then used the Floating Cloud Step to retreat. Master furrowed her brows. Then I will blow him away with the 7th form of the ultimate mysterious art, the expected reaction. I shall avoid it and feint with the 2nd move of the 6 boxing attacks, double sheet attack. Master's elegant eyebrows crinkled a little more. I will attack with the 6th form of 6 equal grave swords, Sword of Disinterment. I use my perching duck kick. I step back with the All-Blossom Chaotic Step. 3 turns ended in an instant. I couldn't understand what kind of battle was unfolding between the two. However, Master was silent. You. Bei Hurayong calmly opened his mouth. I can roughly imagine how you lived. After climbing to the top rank in your sect, you devoted yourself to your group without time for training. You could have entered the stage of life and death, but you didn't. Why? Because you were busy. 24 hours in a day is not enough to take care of a sect. You must have been busy taking care of your family, the members of your cult. What time would you have had for training? But, said Bei Hurayong, you know what's the most unfair part of this? The corner of his mouth twisted. Even like this, you were still the strongest. You had no reason to aim higher. Why? You're already at the top. It was enough to survive, and everyone acknowledged your strength. There was no need to try, because you were literally their god. Poor thing. Your misfortune is that you were the absolute strongest in this world. Bei Hurayong crossed his arms. Let me show you what a god among gods is like. I didn't repeat these words to her. I didn't feel like there was a need to. Master slowly raised her head. Her light body leaned on mine a little. With that, she sat up in the snow. You're not just for show. The Heavenly Demon. From the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon. The strongest of all time. Demonic cult. Of course. Who do you think I am? Sword Emperor. From the world of 1,000 blades. The strongest being under the heavens.
Righteous sect.
Fine. I shall take you seriously. Come at me. A martial arts match. It began now. 3. I used the 1st form of the Flaming Blood Dragon. Ascending explosion to strike your chin. You're suddenly acting like the righteous sect. For some reason. With the upward momentum, I'll continuously use the 8 Great Cloud Dragon techniques for 1 second. While one hand was being gathered into a fist, the other hand struck. 1 turn. I'll use the 3rd form of the Assassination Sword, the Scholar's Strike, to attack your Fortune Spring point and kill the momentum of your ascending explosion. Oh, interesting. What should I do? Should I receive it or... All right, I'll use the precept of life and death along with Cove Surge Thread. Another turn. As the battle of wits continued, Master started to run out of breath. The white breath of winter turned even whiter. Master closed her left hand and squeezed my knee tightly. With her right hand, she clenched my hand. She was trembling. Master's trembling passed on to me through her hands. How long are you going to keep your dirty foot over my fingers? I'll tear it off with burning leech boss plate, the second form of the 3 seeds demonic scriptures. I was only matching your aura. What a ferocious temper you have. I'll immediately take my feet off and onto the air with running wave, simultaneously using the 4th form of great godly chariot rotation, living death, to hit the right giant bone, Sun Valley, and spirit home pressure points at the same time. I will take 3 steps back with heavenly demon step. Master was delighted. Since you pretended to be the righteous sect, should I try to imitate the demonic cult's techniques too? They responded with the other sect's moves. That was right. The Murim Lord, the Axe Saint, was never really Master's rival. It was true that the Murim Lord was the strongest member of the righteous sect in this world. He was the only one who was able to stand against Master. But wasn't it proven in the final battle? When the two fought each other with all their power, it was Master who eventually won. The game had a fixed ending. Maybe that was why Master delayed the conclusion of the battle of good and evil 990 times. She was like a child who cherished and savored a piece of candy as long as possible because she knew it would melt away.
Jem sorry.
That was why in the bad ending, the Murim Lord said those words to Master. I'm sorry, I'm weaker than you. I was weaker than you. Kill me. Clasp. Without realizing it, I tighten my grip. A foolish act. I attack your face with the second form of assassination sword. You wish. I use the iron burning plate to evade your attack, and this time I use ascending explosion on your other side. Aha! Master finally smiled. It wasn't a sad smile, nor a smile that looked like it would evaporate away. It was a bright laugh, backed by the pounding of her heart. Disciple, the ghost you brought in is the best. Yes. Now I could fully understand the feelings of the Murim Lord. He's probably the strongest person I know. Where were you hiding these ghosts? And why are you only introducing them to me now? I was a little upset. I've never met such a powerful martial artist before. No, I was very upset. I twist your arm and stop your force. And I take 4 steps back with heavenly demon step. You've already gone back 3 steps and now you're going another 4. Are you running back with your tail between your legs? I go forward with the floating cloud step and follow you, then use sudden midsummer rain. I then carry it out with sword force. Sword force with sudden midsummer rain? I guess you're tired of searching for me. Fine then. I use the sword of thirst to strike upward against you. Then use the first 3 forms of lower sand to strike the heaven pillar, nape, and life pillar all in a row. For me, the match between the two was incomprehensible. I couldn't even imagine the fight in my head. I understood the sword of thirst. However, I didn't know what lower sand dragon was. I knew what running wave was. However, I didn't know what sort of form living death of the great godly chariot rotation was. It all kept going over my head, and I wasn't even allowed to hesitate while trying to picture it. I could not see the match between the two at all. You have to attack like that. Great. I used the butterfly sword style's precept of life and death to dodge and step back. Then use ultimate fertile heaven sword. Not bad. Not bad at all. If possible, I wanted to become her rival. If possible, I wanted to monopolize her hopes and be the one to grant her wishes. I wanted her to spend the last of her life happy because of me. But I couldn't see it. What I can see and hear at best was, good. I'll use the technique to get out of the way. I'll respond with the 3rd form of sword style. Only something like this. I could not see the swords of the 2 masters. All right, I'll counter with the 2nd form of. I'll follow up with the method of. The words didn't make sense. Fine. I'll stab your Anne with S sword style. You sure are in a hurry. I'll dodge using then use to aim at your neck. I'll deflect it, then use the 10th form of to attack your with Island. After counterattacking, I'll twist the using of to. Using to and it was dark. I was far from reaching their playing field. After deflecting it, it was then. Master, who was breathless, looked back at me. Suddenly, time seemed to stop. Master's gaze. The silent gaze stayed on my face. Right? There was a small smile on Master's lips. Disciple. The day is cold. The season repeatedly falls into winter, and so this area is known as a permanent snowfield. The snowfield is a harsh battleground. When you step forward, you often fall into the snow, so you have to continue using movement skills. Master touched the snowfield with her finger. The porous snow was smeared on Master's fingertips. So a battle on the snowfield always focuses on breaking the other person's posture. Disciple, do you understand? You don't have to stubbornly cut off the person's head or stab their back. It is enough to push them until they can't hold their movement skill. That's why your ghost and I are trying to take over each other's space. If you steal their space, your opponent will have a smaller range of movement. Master, there's also a reason why we are using kicks. It isn't just to hit the other person. Kicks scatter the snow and obscured the other's sight. It's quite a frantic fight, isn't it? Master whispered in my ear. Close your eyes. Master's left hand slowly covered my eyes. Can you picture your master's opponent? Yes. It is a strong and noble master. He's a large man. He's nearly twice my size, right? In my head, I pictured Bei Hurayong. Yes. The giant, bear-like master is breathing unevenly. He's urging you to attack and smiling confidently. There is a big difference in our physiques. Of course he's confident. The more Master spoke, the clearer Bei Hurayong's figure became in my mind. How can I overcome the difference in our natural physiques? I have to accept it. Accept it, but think of my own strengths. I am able to move faster than him. Most of all, I am more familiar with the snowfield. And I am more adept in using my skills than he is. Yes. Play the long game. Do you understand, disciple? I am aiming for a drawn-out battle. Master laughed, then said playfully, but my opponent sees through my intentions. His movements become impatient. His sword cuts faster. He's running toward me like a wild boar. Soon. But there is nothing to be scared of. I had already foreseen this. I step back. Lightly, retreat back. My eyes. I drag him in. The landscape was drawn before my eyes. I keep walking backwards. My footsteps continue to be light. He acts like a wild boar, rushing in and throwing snow around in all directions. The winter repeated, and the world turned into a permanent snowfield. Master stepped back. Bei Hurayong rushed forward. Snowflakes fly away with each step we take. I, too, started to be able to see their swords. Chapter 84. Sword Dance. 2. Winter. It's snowing. Master's footsteps were light. It has already been 2 days since our match began. She stepped lightly, so lightly on the snowfield as if she would slip on the ice. A world covered in white. The black hem of Master's clothes flowed like a brush on white paper. How long are you going to run away? There was another brush following after her. Its strokes were tougher, stronger, and more intense than Master's. It was a brush dipped heavily in ink and pressed hard on the paper. If it's a movement skill, I won't lose to you. With heavy steps, Bei Hurayong broke the ice under his feet, rushing forward where his gaze hit like a bulldozer. I am confident that I can keep running forever, but there will still be an end to it. Don't you know? This world is an endless field of snow. There may be no place to go, but there is an infinite number of places to run. I won't leave you be. Bei Hurayong kicked the snow with a thwack, dashing forward. If you were in your prime, maybe you could run away forever. But this match is between us as we are now. If we're counting the rest of your life, you don't even have 2 hours left. The sand in your glass is falling quickly. Are you still going to run away? Oh ho! How unfair. Life is unfair. Bei Hurayong swung his sword. You have a point. Master turned her head and easily avoided the attack. I don't have much time left to live. I can't continue running away. At some point we have to end the match. There's no reason that that point shouldn't be now. Now you're talking my language. If so, Master grabbed the hilt of her sword. I shall show you my maximum power. Infernal Heaven's demonic art. First form. Sword of starvation. Starvation. Like parents exchanging their own child with their neighbors to eat them. The sword parted the winter wind with a scream. Have you heard the tale of an adult who baked the neighbor's child into jerky and buried them in the snow? Have you heard the rumors in the village? Did you hear that if you dig at the snow on the side of the village road, your shovel will discover young flesh at each plow? How sad. Shying. Bei Hurayong blocked Master's blade with his sword. It must have been a famine year. That's right. A famine is like an epidemic that always returns. But that's just chance. Bei Hurayong was hit by the cold gust and swung his sword again. Good harvests happen by chance, as do famines. It's nothing more than coincidence. Sect leader, if you mourn so much over accidental tragedies, you should celebrate accidental blessings just as much. The depth of one's sadness should be equal to the height of one's happiness. Shying. The two swords clashed. A red plum flower fell. So, I shall sing of the happy autumn harvest. Snowflakes descended like falling leaves. There are days when I looked at the horizon as I walked down the street. It was a day when the golden sea of rice stalks stretched to the horizon. Young children played hide and seek among the rice paddies as tall as them. Laughter thundered and weaved in and out of the rows of rice plants. Autumn. The wind blew. The mountains and fields turned red with autumn leaves, and the horizon turned yellow with rice stalks. You talk of children's flesh buried in the snow? Then I'll talk of the children's laughter as they play under the bountiful produce. It was a world full of crimson maple leaves fluttering to the ground. Bei Hurayong swung the sword. Either way, the days are both results of chance. If I have to put something into my heart as I swing my sword, I will think of the sound of laughter. When I think back on life before I die, I will think of the children playing hide and seek. It's an obvious choice. Really? Master sliced through the leaves. What a blessing! Infernal Heaven's demonic art. Second form. Sword of thirst. Both cases are by chance, you say. Of course it is. But happiness does not kill a person. The suffering from starvation, the pain of thirst, can kill. And if you die, you're dead forever. It's the end. The sun began to set. I shall sing of the people who died, unable to drink a sip of water. Summer. A heat wave covered the world. All the vegetation on the mountain dried up. Weeds turned yellow. Fruits shriveled up. The beetles crawled slowly. And hundreds, thousands, 10,000s of fish corpses were scattered along the side of the river. Flop. The fish's round eyeballs were desiccated. Ah! Master's sword became sticky. Bei Hurayong parried the sword, but Master did not back down. Rather, she clung to him even closer. It was close combat. They were so close to each other that they could feel the opponent's breath. Chong. Shing. Sword quickly countered sword, so fast to make one's eyes dizzy. If you wash and swim in the summer, it's really cool. Bei Hurayong parried Master's quick sword. You're teaching Gongja wrong. What? Sorry. My words were a little harsh. Rather than teaching him wrong, you're teaching him too early. Bei Hurayong's sword flowed like water. It's good to talk about the pain of the world. It's also good to look at other people's suffering. But that isn't something to be done forever. Why do you say that? It's just that it gets tiring. Shirring. Red lily flowers bloomed. This Gongja kid still hasn't tasted the wonders of the world. Suddenly, his fighting style changed. He has to taste its delicacies. It's only when he tastes it he can further understand the sorrow of those who would never be able to feel the same. He needs to swim in the summer. He needs to swim in it so that he can feel the pain of those desiccated and weak. A human heart is like a candle. So long as it keeps burning, it will burn out one day. Cult Master, did you know? This kid still has never fallen in love. He's never been in a relationship. His attacks poured down like a waterfall. But he already acts like he's carrying all the pain and sadness in the world. What an act. He shouldn't even dream of it. Even if your cult teaches kids young, he's way too young for this. He showered like rain. I'm going to teach this kid how to be happy. The rain poured. I'll teach him how to laugh without a single lie. I'll teach him how to put his arm around someone's shoulders. He should be able to learn how to be happy with someone. Only then can he learn endless sadness. The rain poured over the dry earth. The river became fuller with the rainwater. As the river's level rose, it swallowed the corpses of the fish on the banks. Violet morning glories opened up to drink in the raindrops. The sound of frogs croaking. You plan to be my disciple's master? Infernal heaven's demonic art. Third form. Sword of the drowned. That's right. How dare you? It was like a ceaseless stream of rain. The sword struck again and again. Who do you think you are to covet my direct disciple? Midsummer. The monsoons caused many floods. Countless rose petals floated down the river. Is this a joke? I planned to be his master first. The reservoir collapsed, and the village was locked in the water. The water rose up to the feet of the mountains. On top of the rising water, Master and Bei Hurayong kicked at each other. Splish, splash. Waves erupted from where the two people stepped. I was the one who taught this guy how to take the heads of orcs. I was also the one to teach him how to utilize aura. I raised this brat with no talent in the martial arts until he could use it somewhat. And now you're interfering and being a bad influence. You're calling me a bad influence? Yeah, the demonic cult is a bad influence. Duh. The two glided around on the surface of the water. One was chased. The waves bloomed at his feet with a splash. The other was chasing. Gently, her toes traipsed on the rose petals. The two cast shadows over the waves and petals. Swinging a sword should be fun. The smell of water on a rainy day. The aroma of the flowers was thick. Gongja is not ready for the infernal heaven's demonic art. It's a sword that wields pain, understands pain. What's that supposed to be? It's too much of a demonic art. But he still needs to smell the flowers and feel joy under a summer shower. Gongja is my disciple. He was born to be the next master of this sect. It's because you think so that I'm calling you a bad influence. You second-rate master. Hundreds and millions of roses. Before long, the flooded river was no longer visible. There was no sign of the water. The rose petals had covered its entire surface. The world blazed red, becoming a flower garden. Spring. Flowers flowed. Red peonies bloomed and flew into the air. Governing Red Chaos Sword's sixth form, Sword of Balanced Chaos, to slice your neck. Shirring. Two petals gave way to her blade. I take 2 steps back with the center snow step. I could see it. I'll send you flying with the infernal heaven's demonic art's 7th form, Sword of Blunt Impact. I could hear it. I'll use the Ocean Blossom Strike style's 4th form, Falling Harvest Moon, to confront you. I could see the two people's swords. I could see the pressed peonies underneath the two people's feet. The red peonies' aroma burst as they were stepped on. I could see it at last. Master was, the demonic cult's headmaster, the heavenly demon, was losing. I will resist you with the infernal heaven's demonic art's 8th form, Sword of Incineration. Under the sky of peonies, Master's blood spilled. It was bloody. The difference between Master and Bei Hurayong's skill was clear. No matter how long she tried to perpetuate the battle, it was impossible for Master to outrun Bei Hurayong's pursuit. And from attempting the impossible, Master's arms, legs, and shoulders bled red. Bei Hurayong got into a pose. I'll cut you off with the Old Remains Flower Sword's first technique, Sword of the Moonlit Night. The sound of Master's breathing became a little thin. Her chi was running out. It would be overambitious for her to try for mutual death by using her true chi. Master opened her mouth. I originally couldn't complete the final form of the Infernal Heavens demonic art. This was for one reason. I had been set on using the death from my youth, death by freezing. Freezing to death after being left behind in a snowfield by my mother. That was what I considered to be the penultimate death. Master raised up her sword high. But the tip of her sword pointed to the sky like an hour hand at noon. Paradoxically, I was able to complete the 9th form of the Infernal Heavens demonic art after the world had been destroyed. Heaven and earth, it was my ego. Whether I looked up at the sky or walked beneath it, I was alone. Baraya, Baraya, Agabaraya. The world is winter, and a lone candle burns. If I sing, it is the song of the whole world, and if I die, it is the death of everything. This white, it's turning white, and whiter still. Her sword cut the heavens. My infernal heaven is the testament of the snowfield. Infernal heaven's demonic art. 9th form, sword of freezing. The winter cut through the spring. The red-petaled sky split apart, and in its cracks, a white winter raged. It raged and descended. Petals turned to snow, and the hundreds of millions of peonies became hundreds of millions of snowflakes, freezing the world. It was a lonely sword. The attack sang of the heavenly demon's lonely death. Of course, as the winter torrent struck him, Bei Hurayang calmly looked up. A lonely death. Is this the death the leader of the demonic cult chose? Fine, I'll accept it. It's the perfect attack for the last warrior of a fallen world. A lonesome smile hung on Bei Hurayang's mouth. But when it comes to solitude, I know it better than you. Bei Hurayang gripped the hilt of his sword. How long did you last by yourself in this world? 3 years? 2? No, you haven't lasted a single day. After all, that fellow called the Murim Lord was by your side. When the Murim Lord dies, you lose your mind. The tip of his sword moved. I'm sorry, but then I've endured 130 years by myself. Martial arts. Void form. First sword. The peony flowers were winter, spring, summer, autumn. Autumn, winter, spring, summer. Summer, autumn, winter, spring. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. Plum blossoms and peonies and roses and lilies. Lilies and plums and peonies and roses. The petal to petals petal because they were petals. Red was red, became red, red. Winter was because it became red. Again the winter, her breath, because it turned heavy. I regained my breath. Ah! Couldn't see. I couldn't hear. I couldn't understand the last attack at all. Haa huff. Yua. Ha, aa. However, there was something more important than understanding the sword right now. Mas, dir. Master, are you all right? How is your body? Master stared wordlessly at the winter sky. Her eyes weren't focused. Thump. My heart leaped. I fumbled to hold Master's hand, fumbling over and over again, until I could find her pulse. It was beating. She was alive. She was still alive. Master. Master slowly opened her lips. I see, Master said. So it was like that. Saying so, Master looked into my eyes. Disciple. Her dark pupils. My disciple. You, from the beginning, you were only thinking about how to help me. Saying that you came here from the outside world out of admiration for me, that was a lie. It was a bright red lie. Why didn't I see it before? My disciple isn't one to cross the world infatuated by a reputation. Her voice, Master's voice, kept becoming smaller. Thank you. Disciple, were you happy that you met me? I nodded. Yes. Will you remember me as the single petal of a flower? Yes, Master. I'd like to know what type of flower it is. A peony, I replied. I held Master's body. I'll remember you as a red peony, Master. Oho. Master smiled. How pretty. She brushed her hand against my cheek. How pretty! Then, with her other hand, Master beckoned to the heavens. It was a weak and light gesture, like a baby bird flapping its wings. My disciple! Without a sound. Without a single sound, the snowy mountain was cut. The mountain, cut in two, remained there as if it had always been like that. Master exhaled a white breath. She must have been trying to dream a white dream. Master! I buried my face in Master's shoulder, in the stopped breath, in time, to the person who was born with the scent of snow. You've cut through winter. Master, you cut down the winter. That day, the winter of one world was cut. Chapter 85. A Reader's Mind. 1. I held on to Master for a long time. Even if a person's breath ends, their body remains. Death was a cruel and merciless thing. Sir. A long time later, I heard a voice calling me. The warriors in black uniforms, the elites of demonic cult, were surrounding me. Even as I silently held on to Master, the battle of good and evil raged on. Eventually, the demonic cult won the war. Since we were in the middle of a fight, we couldn't confirm it, but several cult members overheard that our sect leader called you disciple. The warrior asked nervously, Sir, are you the heavenly demon Nim's successor? I looked around. All the demonic cult members who survived the battle were staring at me, including the ones that Master had called the 4 demon lords. Some of them had nosebleeds, cut-up lips, arms that were chopped off. All of them, soaked in blood, waited for my answer with bated breath. I don't know if I am. Didn't our sect leader accept you as a disciple? That's right. I clung a little tighter to Master's cold body. I am Master's disciple. The man's face hardened. If our sect leader accepted you as her disciple, she must have taught you the infernal heaven's demonic art. This request may be rude, but please, sir, demonstrate the infernal heaven's demonic art in front of us. His tone was polite, but he clearly meant that he couldn't believe I was the heavenly demon's disciple without evidence. I'm being treated as an heir just by being Master's disciple. I realized then, why did Master hesitate so much about taking me as a disciple? It was because being a direct disciple of the heavenly demon meant inheriting the leadership of the demonic cult. Now, as the last of Master's warmth left this world, the mantle of cult leader fell onto me. All right, is it enough if I use the sword of starvation? Yes, the sect leader said clearly that, if it is even slightly unsatisfactory, do not accept them as my successor. We may not be renowned swordsmen, but we have enough skill to discern the skill of other individuals. The other sect members began to whisper around us. Hey, what's the bloody demon talking about? What, you don't understand? If you look at him do one technique of the infernal heaven's demonic art, it'll be clear if he really is the heavenly demon's disciple. Really? But why is that bastard acting like our representative? I don't think we have anyone else who can act polite. He's from the Moyong family, though he's an illegitimate child. What? That son of a bitch is from the Moyong family? Hey, why are you acting so surprised? I told you this dozens of times before. Whatever. A river is a river, a mountain is a mountain, and a blockhead is still a blockhead no matter how much you try to educate him. What are you talking about? I'm saying that your cancerous existence is comparable to the Sichuan Tang clan's poisonous arts. Sword demon. As evidence of that, I am currently suffering from cancer. You are an amazing being when you consider that I have mastered 1,000 poison immunity. Oh? Is that a compliment? Blockhead Sanuvabich. Ahem. The bloody demon coughed. Then, he eyed the cult members who were handing back. It was a very dignified look. He seemed to be quietly pressuring the others to shut up. However, the sword demon and the flame ghost demon tilted their heads. What are you looking at? You want to go? You're being rude. Go stare somewhere else. It feels gross. The bloody demon turned his head again and looked at me. His eyes seemed to say something like, "Nothing weird happened just now." Aha! I laughed a little. That's right. It was originally this sort of place. The demonic cult was made up of people who were mostly uneducated, falling back on the strength of their bodies. My master was refined and graceful, but on the whole, the demonic cult members were naturally ignorant about etiquette and manners. Hunger is. I did not draw my sword. I didn't want to bear a weapon while I was holding master's body. Instead, I coated my left hand in aura and struck. The attack carved into the snowfield. Children, waiting for the sun. Flinch. The bloody demon, who acted as the representative of the demonic cult, and the cult members who had been clamoring about all became silent. In the snowfield, my attack dug a deep valley into the ground that looked like a wound. I didn't finish with showing them just the first technique. Second form, third form, fourth form. All the techniques that I had learned to the extremes, I focused on my fingertips. Our surroundings became quiet. Was it thanks to glimpsing the desperate battle between Master and Bei Hurayong? Suddenly, the power of my strikes were sharper than before. This was another thing that Master arranged. I haven't fully learned the other techniques yet. It would be embarrassing to show you. Is this much all right? Crunch. The bloody demon kneeled in the snow. I greet the successor of the demonic path, the new heavenly demon. Behind him, the flame ghost demon, the Wolong demon lord, and the sword demon prostrated themselves, one after another. Crunch, crunch. Snow was crushed beneath their knees. All the cult members who survived the battle of good and evil fell to their knees on the field. We greet the successor of the demonic path, our sect leader. I slowly open my mouth. The title of heavenly demon is too much. I am already known as the Death King, and I would like Master's title to be forever in her name. However, calling me the sect leader is also excessive. I turned my head. By my side, Bei Hurayong was silent, arms folded and eyes closed. He was probably going over the match against Master in his mind. I looked at Bei Hurayong's face, then told the cult members, I'm still lacking in many areas. I have nothing that I could teach you. How can I call myself the sect leader? One is the term, meaning literally schoolmaster. That would be a title just for the sake of having a title. The bloody demon looked to be at a loss. Heavenly demon Nim, in her entire life, never chose the wrong person. Since she has accepted you as her direct disciple, you are certainly fit to be the next sect leader. Thank you. However, I judge myself as still insufficient to take on the mantle of the cult's leader. The cult members began to murmur. Well then, how should we address you? We can't continue calling you sir. Young Master, someone suggested. Can't we call him Young Master? It was the flame ghost demon. He was the cultist who said he would yield 3 turns to the Shaolin monk. His nose was still broken, and dried tracks from his nosebleed were on his upper lip. Calling someone young lord, or young heir, is common enough. If you are just saying that you're lacking to become our cult's master and not that you're refusing the lord, it should be all right to call you young master. Ha! I nodded. That much was acceptable. That sounds fine. The cultists sighed from relief. They looked at me with more comfortable expressions. Young master, I'd like to thank you formally. I don't know what kind of technique you used, but we all remember being bitten by the Jiangshi. If it weren't for young master, we wouldn't have been able to finish the battle of good and evil and show our allegiance to heavenly demon Nim. The martial artist bowed. I am the first rank of the 4 demon lords. Bloody demon, I command all of the Blood Guard. On their behalf, I swear loyalty to young master. Dozens of cultists bowed along with him. I am the first rank of the 4 demon lords. Flame Ghost Demon, I command all members of the Memorial Squadron. I swear allegiance to young master. First of the 4 demon lords, Demon Lord Wolong. The Shadow Corps Squadron swears loyalty to young master. I'm the Sword Demon. With the Assassination Squad, I promise you our loyalty. Dozens more. I slowly placed Master down. Master looked like a flower blooming on the white snowfield. Placing down the single peony petal, I bowed to the demonic cult members. It is my wish that as long as my life does not end, the doctrine of shadows will continue on. It was at that moment. Stages cleared. You have cleared the quest. Remake the world. Volume 1 foot. How long had it been since I heard this voice? Today, the 22nd floor stage has been cleared. Announcing to everyone again. Today, the 22nd floor stage has been cleared. It really felt like a long time since I heard this. Calculating challengers. Calculation complete. Not releasing my stance, I spoke. I have a request for everyone. Please take care of Master's funeral. The 4 challengers are being announced. The snowy mountain, split in 2 at Master's beckoning. Characters were engraved in the sky above the mountain peaks. Plus, level of contribution rank. Rank 1, Death King. Rank 2, Alchemist. Rank 3, Venomous Snake. Rank 4, Medicine King. Plus, don't make the funeral fancy. Master wouldn't want it that way. Master will be happy if you just stay where you are until the funeral ends. For Master, please, please, I didn't finish my sentence. I didn't have to, nor could I finish it. In the blink of an eye, I was no longer in the snowfield. Welcome, Death Kingdom, the great library of all things. I've been anxiously waiting for you. The constellation, the librarian, smiled and looked at me. 2. Congratulations. The librarian was floating in the air. His 5-meter-long sleeves fluttered like goldfish fins. The last word in the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon was the word please. The word please is a wish for someone. Wish prayer. In the demonic sect, they memorized it as Bariah. Please and Bariah can be regarded as synonyms. In that sense, it's a really suitable ending. Just a moment. I ended the librarian's long lecture. I felt a sense of discomfort. This was my second time coming to the great library. I stayed up several nights reading books. I had become quite familiar with this place. However, I could clearly see something different from last time. Why are all the other hunters passed out? The hunters who participated in the Apocalypse Challenge. All 250 of them, hunters who had titles and nicknames, were collapsed on the floor. The librarian raised the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, I just put them to sleep for a while. Put them to sleep? Yes, it's a fragrance that's harmless to the human body. The librarian reached out his hand. Dozens of books floated around the constellation. One of them was a book titled The Story of Yonhyang City. There are many worlds like yours that communicate with words, but there are also worlds that communicate with songs and others still that communicate through scent. In this apocalypse, people talk with the scent of anger, the scent of sorrow, and the scent of joy. Of course, there's also a scent of sleep. I was tense and alert. Please don't look at me with those eyes. I wanted to talk to Death Kingdom, so I made the surroundings quiet for a while. To talk. What kind of thing are you going to tell me after making my colleagues faint? A colleague. As expected, Death Kingdom. You can regard them as tiresome, useless luggage, but you say it so naturally that you think of them as colleagues. I have no choice but to shed another tear at the admirable heart of Death Kingdom. I could see every move that your party made from here. It was like a movie. It was a moving and exciting scene. Really. Everyone here would have welcomed you enthusiastically. The librarian giggled. But if I let them, it would have been a long time before I could speak with you, since my turn would be pushed back by a lot. The librarian shrugged. I had to settle down the others for a moment so that I could talk with you. Don't worry. Even if it looks like this, I used the most moderate method to put them to sleep. It was hard to believe. I looked around my surroundings. I saw the witch. She was leaning against a bookshelf with her long hair hanging down. I approached the witch and lightly searched for her pulse. Thump, thump, thank goodness. Her complexion looked fine and her breathing was normal. After checking that my colleague was safe, I looked back at the librarian. If you have something to say, please say it quickly and wake everyone up. Aren't you hurrying too much? I want to talk more slowly with the two of us. I deliberately left the other challengers to summon just you. I haven't finished everything on the 22nd floor yet. I also have to find a sword. Next time. The librarian's eyes looked like an upside-down half-moon. You can investigate later. The air was filled with tension. The librarian was small, so some people may look down on him. However, he was someone who could summon strange monsters from another world at will. Didn't he swallow up 50 hunters at once last time? No matter how much I've learned of the infernal heaven's demonic art, I'll lose for certain if I fight him now. I swallowed my spit. What do you want to talk about? The librarian's smile deepened. It's a very intimate story. Flutter. The librarian fluttered his sleeves and landed on the floor. He approached me and pulled something out from his sleeves. It was a pair of scissors. Why scissors, all of a sudden? Your hair is quite long. Death Kingdom. I will trim it for you. The librarian tiptoed and started to cut my hair with a snip. Snip. He didn't cut much. Maybe about half of the hair from the back of my head. The librarian put the cut hair in a red silk pouch. Your nails are long too. It's a big problem if someone who claims to be a martial artist doesn't care for their nails. I'll clip them. The librarian pulled another object out of his sleeves. It was a nail clipper. The librarian grabbed my right hand and cut my fingernails. He did all of them from the pinky to the thumb, and each nail was put in a different silk pouch.
Hej, librarianim.
Yes. What are you going to do with these? Death Kingdom. The librarian stooped his back. He kneeled on the floor, and, as if it were natural, he took off my shoes. Say that you really, really, really like someone. Really. I'll try. Why? There's nothing you don't like about that person. From their toes to their head. It's love. Truly is a noble and pure love. But the problem is that the person doesn't exist in reality, but only on paper. It is a character that exists only in a novel. The librarian took off my socks. But then, Tada, what providence is this? My ideal novel character appeared in front of my eyes. Now. At this time, what do you think I feel about Death Kingdom? The librarian said seriously, as he held a toenail clipper. Yes, that's what it is. It's like that. What's like what? Don't move. What are you doing? If you move, my nail clippers may leave disgusting scars on your marble-like toe. That'd be a big problem. Why are you getting angry at me? Get away from me right now. Wait a moment. Just a moment, please. I'll stop with just your pinky toe. Just one toenail. You can concede this much, right? Why is a constellation acting like such a pervert? If you don't want to give me your toenails, how about 3 eyebrow hairs? Only then did I realize the source of my discomfort. You weren't the type to speak so politely before. That's right. The constellation, the librarian, did not use honorifics like Nim. He used to speak while looking down on us. That was definitely how it used to be, but now, for some reason, he was using honorifics for me. This was why I felt something was off. Use your normal speech patterns. The librarian's lips wobbled. Impossible. How could I, a lowly creature, dare to speak down to the shining Gongjinim? This was insane. The librarian wants your pinky toenail clipping. Totally crazy. Character window. While I was struggling, determined to not give up my toenails to the librarian, letters popped up in front of me. Plus, name, corner librarian, favorability, 95. Favorite genres, fusion, romance, mystery, adventure, horror, history, war, sports, SF, myth, fairy tales. Disliked genres, not applicable. Favorite characters, character, constellation killer. Hated characters, not applicable. Favorite plot, story. Hated plot, serial discontinuation. Psychological state, toenails. If possible, I should get his eyebrows too. I'd like to ask him for some beard hair after he grows a beard, but that probably won't work. Ah, shining Ganjanim. Shine, shine, shine. What a brilliant protagonist. I want to make you a bookmark and keep you forever. Plus, he's deranged. Chapter 86. A Reader's Mind. 2. It was creepy. A favorability rating of 95. And the scene of what happened when the favorability rating reached that high was unfolding in front of me right now. Glow Janim. Until I met you, I was only the blind Shim Bangsa, the librarian shouted, squatting as he grabbed the soles of my feet. 1. I was deaf until I heard you speak. The librarian's eyes seemed to sparkle as he tried to clip my little toenail. You are my light. You are my music. His eyes were scary. Since your name means Confucius, I'll gladly convert to Confucianism. I will be a scholar only for you. Ah, a king needs a friend-like retainer who shares his opinions. From today onwards, I am a Confucian scholar who supports Gongjinim. Hey, just hey, what kind of demented scholar tries to collect someone's pinky toenail clippings? I wanted to ask the librarian that question, but I stopped when I saw his eyes and realized he wasn't in his right mind. His eyes showed that no matter what I said, he would clearly ignore it. First of all, his breathing was ragged. If you keep acting like this, I won't enter any more apocalypses. Pause. The librarian let go of my feet. Creepily. His fingers still twitched even as he stopped manhandling my feet. Was he crazy? The librarian pondered over his thoughts like a scholar in deep sorrow. Indeed, it's an effective threat. For a moment, I was relieved that my words had worked. But analyzing Gongjinim's character, that'll never happen. What? Character analysis? It's because Gongjinim knows. There are many other characters like the heavenly demon who are withering away unjustly in the other apocalypses. Considering Gongjinim's personality, you won't be able to resist helping those people. The librarian smiled. Don't look down at a Gongjimaniac. I know Gongjinim better than you know yourself. I can describe the energy bars that Gongjinim ate on the first day you entered the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, what hand you used to do it, what sort of expression you had, all over 2 pages. He must be crazy, right? This is crazy. He's crazy. Now, Gongjinim, be obedient and give me what you should give me. I was being shockingly conscientious when I didn't force you to sleep with the scent. I'm also shocked by your conscience. Gongjinim can't understand. Nobody has ever understood me before. Ah, alas! How terrible is it that I've never been understood in my life? How cold is such a human heart? Even so, if I understand Glowjinim, step away from me before I say, I hate you. Thud. This time the librarian really stopped. Take 5 steps away from me. Otherwise, I'll really say it. The librarian meekly stepped back. Please use your normal way of speaking. It's kind of gross. Seriously. And please return my hair and my nails. I cannot. Why, you're being completely unreasonable. His old way of speaking had returned. The librarian was crying while hugging the silk pouches tightly. I'd rather that you cut my head off. No, wait just a moment. Gongja. Right now, that was a hyperbole. Please don't make that expression. Like you're really deciding whether or not to cut off my head. That will seriously hurt my feelings. Like a disheartened hamster, the librarian began to mutter. Eventually, I succeeded in calming him down. After burning up a silk pouch of unpleasant things, there was a terrible scream involved. The librarian and I managed to start talking for real. It was magnificent. First, the librarian reviewed the newly completed Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon. Your dedication to the Heavenly Demon was truly admirable. I could see the ending when you became her disciple. But you didn't stop there. The final battle of good and evil, the greatest match. Yes, the Heavenly Demon must have felt like she was eating sweet chocolate ice cream. Has the world from the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon been transferred to the 22nd floor? Yes. The librarian grinned. Other hunters will be able to enter the 22nd floor. They'll also be able to learn skills by looking at the text stored in the Kianmugwan. It's all thanks to your work, Gongja. I put my hand on my chin. There was something I was wondering about while we were in the apocalypse. I want to ask you this. Ask me anything. I'll answer almost anything. Stop trying to sneakily take off my shoes like there's nothing wrong. Why was the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon and Apocalypse? The librarian cocked his head to the side. My question seemed to be unfamiliar to him. Why? Does a book need a specific reason to be an apocalypse? I think so. I put my shoes back on. Librarian Nim, do you like happy endings? Or do you prefer sad endings? Both of them have their merits, the librarian replied immediately. An ending is like a port where the characters' lives come to a conclusion. Life can be happy, or it can be rough. A general reader wants the characters to be happy, but I also want to hug them tightly when they fail or are sad. Which means that even unhappy endings are still proper conclusions. Yes, obviously. That's why I have more questions. I grabbed the librarian's wrist, which was trying to go behind my back, and took away the scissors. The librarian hopped up and down, trying to take back the scissors, but he wasn't tall enough. Even if I didn't interfere, the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon would have a proper conclusion. Even if it is sad. Master and the Murim Lord did their best up to the end. They continued making an effort. Even though the Murim Lord died first and Master went mad, Master still reached the conclusion. I looked into the librarian's eyes. Why was the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon included as an apocalypse? Library Director Nim, why didn't the Murim Lord's death and Master's madness count as a proper ending? In fact, I was thinking about this question ever since I saw the fairy tale, Me and Our Scapegoat. Apart from whether or not I could accept the ending, the world looked like it had reached a logical conclusion. The constellation was silent. In the library, there were only the quiet breaths of the knocked-out hunters. Seek, seek. Among the rising and falling of the hunters' chests, the librarian was expressionless. I wanted to see a happy ending for some reason. Would something like that reason not work? If you don't like the ending, Librarian Nim can fix it yourself. Librarian Nim is strong. In the eyes of a hunter like me, you seem to be omnipotent and omniscient. But even so, instead of fixing the apocalypse, you sent us. In other words, this constellation was a reader. He was a reader who didn't want to intervene in the story but just receive it as it was. He had no desire to ever be a writer. He could correct the wrongs, but he refused to do so. A reader who would never intervene himself. The corner librarian. Shall I do a character analysis too? A thorough person like you would not call something an apocalypse just because the ending was weird. The Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon and the other apocalypse too. In fact, there's another reason that the apocalypses are classified as such. Ah, you won't just let this go. The librarian smiled bitterly. Follow me. The librarian grabbed my hand. With the other hand, he picked up a book. The title of the book was The Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon. I will tell you the truth of the apocalypses. The constellation opened the book. Then my vision was covered with light. 3. When I opened my eyes, we were in the world of snowfields. However, we did not need to walk on the snow. The librarian was still holding my hand tightly, his long sleeves fluttering like the wings of wild geese in the winter sky. What if, over the snowfield, what if the zombie virus was a disease that developed on its own in the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon? If that was the case, as you said, I would never have called this place an apocalypse. We crossed a snowy mountain. That means the zombie virus did not originate here. It's a contagion that flowed from outside. It is as if the new world was invaded by external forces. 2. Che. The librarian let out a white breath. Over there, you can see it. It was a high mountain peak, the sacred mountain of this world. On top of the mountain, which reached up to the sky, there was something huge. Shiny has detected an ominous energy. The holy sword by my waist trembled. Noting that, the librarian said, "Oh ho, it seems that your sword can feel it too. That's not unusual. since your sword had originally been a whole constellation. It is a given that one quickly recognizes others who are in similar positions to them. A similar position? Gongja, have you ever seen a constellation's fallen form? Fallen, the devil king of fall rain. Prianta. Yes, I have. Then, have you ever seen the body left behind by the death of the constellation? As expected, you haven't. The librarian had a lonely smile. It's quite the rare sight, so take advantage of this opportunity to see it. It was a dragon. More precisely, it was the corpse of a dragon. A dragon lay dead at the mountain's peak. The leather, which once had been smooth like silk, was burned black. The horns on the dragon's head rustled like coal. Its magic pearl, broken into two, was buried in the snow. Also, Shiny detects the presence of her sisters. There was a sword embedded in the middle of its chest. Shiny says that it is the guardian sword's second sister, the sword of compassion. A black energy, Taki, flowed out of the sword. If we were talking about its characteristics, we could call it an aura. However, it was not a normal aura. It was similar to the one that covered the Devil King of Fall Rain. No, it was murkier than that. The surging Taki wrapped around the dragon and covered the top of the snowy mountain. When white snow fell on the mountain peak, the Taki immediately infected it and turned it black. It hurts. Black snow. It's painful. The dark eyes of the black dragon seemed to moan. It hurts. It hurts. And it's agonizing. It's painful. It stings. It's bitter. It hurts. For a moment, I was at a loss for words. Didn't you say that it was dead? Over there, that dragon is still alive even now. It is already dead. What you see and hear is nothing more than a corpse's resentment. When an existence reaches the level of a constellation, they cannot die graciously, even if they do die. The two of us landed on the mountain peak. The black dragon was endlessly groaning on. Looking at the death of a constellation, the librarian's eyes seemed to be filled with regret. The plague that your party called the zombie virus. The true nature of it is a curse. A curse. Yes, it is the curse left as the constellation of this martial arts world. The yellow dragon who stays at the Dynasty Lake died. It is a grudge of being unable to die even when dead. Even though they have already died, the corpse remains and must endure further agony. When they were infected with such a curse, the people of this world became Jiangshi. I looked up at the dragon's corpse. It hurts. The host of the virus, the epicenter of the curse. The disease that destroyed this world began with that corpse. In the end, Master died because of the dragon's curse. If the constellation didn't stab itself in the heart, it means someone else killed it. That makes sense. Who is the culprit? You already have a good idea of who did it. I ground my teeth. Lefanta Ejim. Correct. The librarian nodded. His nickname is the Constellation Killer. He is a person who crosses the boundaries of the world and kills constellations. Shiny said that a constellation was like the representative of a world. And a world that has lost its constellation is like a castle that has lost its ramparts. The likelihood that it will face an insolent destruction increases. Apocalypse. A world where the representative died and all its inhabitants disappeared. Why did he kill ordinary constellations? He founded the Ejim Empire, so he should quietly act as the emperor of his own country. Why is he going around ruining worlds? That's something that I cannot answer. The librarian stared attentively at my face. I am only a reader. You pointed to me and called me omniscient and omnipotent, but this isn't true. I may be omniscient, but not omnipotent. I can know the truth of a world, but I cannot intervene there. The librarian, who had spoken self-deprecatingly, suddenly pointed at my waist. However, you are different. The sword hanging by my side. You who can intervene are intervening again. Whether you want to or not, you're fixing things that someone else has broken one by one. Once it's a coincidence, twice it's a connection, but with the third time it becomes an inevitability. You have saved an empire that had been abandoned by the Constellation Killer. You have taken the constellation shattered by the Constellation Killer, and now you have come to a world led to collapse by the Constellation Killer," said the librarian. The means of killing the yellow dragon of Dynasty Lake was both vicious and cruel. An ordinary person cannot even touch that sword. But you are able to. Gongja, you have created an inevitability with your coincidences and connections. I looked at the black dragon's corpse again. I muttered in my mind, "Shiny." The holy sword trembled a little. Shiny replies, "Yes, warrior. How do I collect your sister's sword?" Shiny says, "You just need to pull her out and touch the sister sword." All right. I drew my sword. The winter air split. I struck the sword embedded in the black dragon's chest with my sword. The guardian goddess absorbs a piece of herself. In an instant, my sword was surrounded by light. Chapter 87. A Reader's Mind. 3. A light flowed from my sword and covered the black dragon. The compassion sword resists the absorption. However, there was a substantial amount of rebellious energy working against me. Strong. A dark malice inundated me like a summer monsoon of sewage. It was like a black panther who had been sleeping quietly and had been startled awake by a touch. The compassion sword is baffled. She censures her sister and asks if she betrayed Lafanta Ejim. The guardian goddess is comforting her sister. The light of the holy sword and the shadow of the black dragon fused together messily. The compassion sword demands the new owner to prove himself. White and black. Neither side would simply back off. The constellation's power is great. It should never be given to an unqualified person. The compassion sword does not yet recognize you as a new lord. All right. I looked calmly at the sword embedded in the black dragon's chest. You have a point. But how should I prove my worth? Taki continued to leak from the black dragon's body. It was throbbing. The malice was incomparable to what was there before. And that malice took on a shape. A dark angel. It was an angel made up of sooty water from toe to head. I am a fragment made out of the goddess's compassion. If you want to prove that you can be someone's idol, 1. You must prove that you can be compassionate. The expressionless angel spread its wings. Even those wings looked murky. Black spittle dripped from the 2 open wings. I ask you to leave your mind and body to me for a little while. Why should I? To peek into your memories. The light emitted by the holy sword became a little brighter. The guardian goddess cannot agree to this. If you travel together, you will end up seeing Warrior Nim's qualifications to be the new owner. There is no reason to take unnecessary risks.
No.
It's fine. I sheathed the sword. I can't carry a sword around my waist that doesn't believe in me. Even if it's the greatest sword in the world, I wouldn't be able to stand the uneasiness. Come. Come and look at my memories or whatever until you're satisfied. It was the moment I opened my arms wide. The compassion sword is testing your compassion. The angel's 2 wings covered my sight. Like a mother bird wrapped around its chick, huge black wings surrounded my body. It was dark everywhere. Then, a dreamlike scene appeared in front of me. Kind Manda, a garden on fire. Hang in there. You poor things. Paradise engulfed in smoke. The whole world has become empty. A snowfield in which peonies bloomed red. You are my disciple. The garden, the paradise, and the snowfield passed through quickly in turns. Suddenly, my darkened vision became bright. The angel's wings that covered my eyes had gone away. The black angel hurriedly gathered his wings and looked at me. The fragment of the constellation was still expressionless. However, the black eyes under his dark brows could not hide his bewilderment. You are. I'm not perfect. I spoke first. I'm weak for others' goodwill. I want to gain their favor. I can be a little unreasonable because of that. I really love being praised, and I struggle because I want others to see me as a good person. Maybe that's my weakness. The constellation fragment closed its mouth. And your former owner wasn't perfect either. I don't know what sort of magnificent vision Lafanta Ejim had to kill the constellations. Not yet, at least. Maybe he's doing it for noble reasons. But even if he has a good reason, I'm still going to say that he did something wrong. I lifted my sword and pointed it at the Black Angel. If you think your old owner was perfect and never did anything wrong, don't follow me. I don't need such a sword. The Black Angel slowly opened her mouth. Do you intend to kill Lafanta Ejim? If he deserves to be killed. Can you promise me that your personal feelings will not affect your judgment of him? I don't know. I was speaking honestly. My master died. The world is ruined. Too many people were hurt and killed, so I don't know. But I promise that I'll do my best. So if you think I'll stray from the right path, do your best to correct me. I'll do my best. And you can do yours. That's what it means to work together. The Black Angel's wings were crumbled. My ability is pain. The one who is cut by me feels pain. But I do not leave a scar on their body nor kill them. Suffering without injury is my ability. The angel's form collapsed and became black water. New master. I swear to serve you as best as I can. Chwak! The black liquid swirled and flowed into the holy sword I was holding. It was like a violent flood. The holy sword drank in all the water like a thirsty fox in the desert. The existence of the guardian goddess has become more pronounced. The changes didn't stop there. Oh! It was the mythical beast that had been the constellation of this world. The black dragon groaned as the blade stuck in its chest was absorbed into my sword. Ooh! The black dragon had been killed a long time ago. It was like it didn't have enough of a mind to express anything in words anymore. The black dragon just murmured as if it were an old woman, tired of life. Oh! Finally, the corpse of the black dragon turned into essence and flowed away. His horn crumbled and shattered. The scales melted like a candle. The beast that reigned over a world met its end. And the winter gave way. The permanent snow cap on the mountain crumbled apart. It was an avalanche. From the top of the mountain, I could look down at the snow that broke under my feet and poured over into the world. Winter is the season of death. Next to me, the librarian also looked down at the landscape. You've ended this lonely season. A white avalanche swept over the white world. But what was left behind after the avalanche had passed was no longer white. The brown dirt of the ground could be seen. Brown was the color of this world's flesh. The long winter finally came to an end, and the ground began to bare its skin. How was it that the spring breeze was so different from the gusts of winter? Would Master know where the scent of spring came from? Library Director Nim. You can speak. I have a benefit from clearing the previous stage so I can see people's natures. I can see the person's favorite plots and character type. I know. The librarian exhaled. The breaths that we let out were no longer frozen white. I am the one in charge from the 21st to the 30th floor. The perks that you received were also prepared by me. Since I was the one who gave it to you, of course I know. Your preferred character is the Constellation Killer. It is. Why do you like the Constellation Killer? Lafanta Ejim is a human who kills constellations. I could understand why you would hate him, but I don't see a reason to like him. Ahem. The librarian closed his right eye. Since you asked, I'll give you a special answer. For a long time, I have had a dream. A dream, you say? Exactly. It is to make an appearance in a novel that I enjoy. The eyes of the constellation shone innocently. I was puzzled. If it's appearing in a novel, can't you do that right now? You can freely travel through the apocalypses. Hoo-hoo. You don't understand the reader's mind, I see. Appearing in a novel is a bit different from intervening with the novel. No, it's very different. The librarian laughed, covering his mouth with his sleeves. From the apocalypse's perspective, I am no different than an alien matter. An alien matter, an invasive species, an existence that should not naturally occur in that world. The Constellation Killer, who killed the dragon in the Murim world, is on the same level as I am in terms of being a foreign body. But I do not want to intervene in a novel as an outsider. Nope, that's not allowed. I want to appear as a respectable character who has been in the world from the beginning, just like the other characters. This is my dream as a reader of the world. I still didn't understand. The librarian looked at my face and laughed. Then, this time, I'll ask, Gongja, why didn't you kill the heavenly demon? The heavenly demon mastered how to kill with her mind in her final moments. Even though she was no longer as strong as she was in her prime, you could have used the 100 Ghost skill on her and make use of her memories. The heavenly demon thought well of you, so she would have been a strong ally and an excellent master. So why didn't you kill the heavenly demon? That's... Shoo! The librarian raised his index finger and blocked my lips. It's all right. You don't have to say it. I already understand. Softly, his fingers pressed against my lips. You did not want to interfere with the last moments that your master achieved. It's the same for me. I don't want to directly intervene with the end of the world. Your heart and mine are not so different. Suddenly, the scenery over the horizon melted. The sun shone over the lake where the ice road had collapsed and exposed the surface of the water. I refuse to intervene. That means that there is only one way I can become a character in a story. What is it? It's simple if you think about it from the other point of view. I don't go up to the protagonist of the novel. The protagonist comes to find me. The librarian whispered. Lafanta Ejim, the constellation killer, tirelessly murders constellations and moves back and forth between different worlds. One day, he'll come to visit my world, the greatest library of all time. The librarian smiled. To kill me. The constellation pulled something out of his sleeves. It was a book that looked no different from the other apocalypses, but it looked more worn out than the rest. Did he take it out and read it dozens, maybe hundreds of times? Like an old writer's notebook, the book's leather binding was weathered. The Epic of Lafanta Ejim. The title was engraved with gold thread on the leather. I am waiting for the day that the constellation killer will visit the Grand Library. I look forward to seeing him stand in front of me one day, following his own story and his own will. That day, I will finally appear in the story of Lafanta Ejim. Even if the conclusion of that story is your own death? Of course. The librarian smiled. The constellation looked over the landscape of melting snow. His sleeves fluttered like a dancing crane. Isn't dying at the hands of the protagonist the greatest epilogue? For I had wanted to give a eulogy. Oh, young master. Before returning to the library, I stopped by the cult members. I wanted to make sure that master's funeral was being taken care of properly. Welcome back. Welcome, young master. As soon as the members of the cult saw me, they bowed and greeted me. However, I felt that they were flustered for some reason. It wasn't just one or two people, but all of them who were rushing away. I tilted my head. Is the funeral over already? And no. Young master. Well, the funeral is still. Did something happen? The cult members exchanged looks. That's... The body of heavenly demon Nim has disappeared. The bloody demon, one of the 4 demon lords, said. He was the cultist that master often called the leader of the Blood Guard. What? You'll understand more quickly if you see it. Young master. I hurriedly walked where the bloody demon led me. Shortly thereafter, I arrived at the place where I had let down master's body. Then, I was at a loss for words. Suddenly, the snow all over the world began to melt. Heavenly Demon Nim's body also disappeared. I apologize. It was so sudden, in the blink of an eye, that we had no time to react. Where the snow melted, master's body was not there. I couldn't see it no matter where I looked. We think that Heavenly Demon Nim's internal energy was so pure that as time passed, her body naturally melted and disappeared. However, a red flower was blooming there. In the last place master had laid, where her arm touched the ground, where she planted her feet, where her hair flowed, there, reddish peony flowers were in full bloom. Amazing. Bei Hurayong, who had been silent until now, muttered. The constellation of this world died and left only a curse, but your master died and left behind a flower. Your master is better than that empty constellation. I approached the flower bed and bent down. I touched the peony petal with the tip of my finger. The petal trembled a little, staining my index finger red as I rubbed it. It was the first spring in this world. Of course, we're still preparing the funeral, the bloody demon said from behind me. We had hoped that young master would be able to attend.
No.
I shook my head. It's all right. Don't carry out the funeral. What? This is enough. I stood up. I turned my head to look back at the cult members. Although I received the mantle and became the young master, I'm sure there are those of you who cannot accept it yet. We live by strength. It is customary for the strongest warrior to arise to the highest position of a sect. Instead of a trivial funeral, let's substitute it with a sword match. It's also probably customary to offer what is the most valuable object at a funeral. And do we not value our swords the most? So, let us offer our swords to Master. I laughed. Come at me. Spring was coming, like all living people do. My next story would begin on a stage a little higher than the last. Chapter 88. Dead ends are the norm. 1. I'm moving the headquarters of the Chunmumum to the 22nd floor, said the venomous snake. It was a few days after our group conquered the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon. What? I decided to move. We'll move the whole dojo. Just as you inherited the will of the demonic cult, I became the disciple of the Murim Lord, you know? And Chunmumum is my guild. Therefore, it's only right that they follow me to the Murim Alliance. The venomous snake calmly read the novel. Like I saw last time, the venomous snake was a fan of reading. Although his hobbies were very lopsided, there were a lot of books here that satisfied his weird tastes. The venomous snake, wearing glasses, no frames, just for style, market value of 9,801. Turned the page of a book with a magic cover, a hero-grade item that can be put on any book and change the title and cover design at will. Market value of 2,000 gold. My teacher is also half disabled, but he still has his arms and legs. The alchemist somehow made it possible for him to move around. Therefore, I intend to place him as the Taesang Hobiop. The Murim Lord as the Taesang Hobiop. Yeah, he's heartbroken because the heavenly demon died. When I see that, I get all depressed. The venomous snake said bluntly. The Hobiop was the bastion of a clan. Literally, it means someone who watches over traditions. Among them, the Taesang Hobiop was the highest. The venomous snake was actually trying to set up the Murim Lord as the most important elder. In that case, it's better that he's distracted, such as by being busy teaching the younger students. It'll also help our guild members become stronger. I was a little surprised. Wasn't that really thoughtful? The venomous snake's hand stopped turning the pages of the book as if he felt my gaze. Oi, Death King. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not. I was just admiring that the heads of the top 5 guilds are definitely something else. I had wondered how this ridiculous otaku was so popular with his subordinates, but there was a reason. It was because he took care of his people. Is that so? The venomous snake blushed and scratched his nose. Ahem. Don't get me wrong. I just did something that should be done. The world gets too melancholy if you praise someone for doing what is reasonable. The world shouldn't become sad just because of me. What a bad feeling. I didn't say anything. Anyway, I felt troubled when I heard the venomous snake speak. Taking good care of your people. It was a problem I had been thinking about even before I entered the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon. I also reached the 3rd place ranking as a hunter. But was it enough just to have a high ranking and know some martial arts? Popularity. Virtue. Wasn't this the time when I should develop such a mindset? Let's see. A person who I can say is one of my people here. I want another sword match. I really want another damn match. The overwhelming and diabolic sword fight. I'm so hungry for a match with my life on the line. Zombie, let's go to a martial arts novel for the next apocalypse. This time, let's go to a Murim world where instead of the demonic cult, the evil sect dominates. Let's go to an evil sect master. No, this man isn't really Gongja. With special consideration, the main office has made nail cutters tailored for your fingers and toes. If you feel my handiwork as I snip your nails, you'll never want to clean your fingernails and toenails yourself again. Just 3 minutes. No, just 2 minutes. Please leave your hands and feet to me for 120 seconds. Not this perverted constellation either. I reject him even more. Shiny sings today as well. The brilliant feats of the warrior Nim. The figure of the manly warrior who spoke so eloquently at the fortress of the Ejim Empire, the struggle of the warrior who was as beautiful as he was desperate in the Murim world. Oh, Shiny is so happy to see the hero's esteemed face even today. Long live the warrior. Hooray! Hooray! Huh? Was it possible that nobody around me was normal? Not at all? Was this for real? Strange. I was normal. I was a model student who tried to live normally. But why was I surrounded by only crazy ghosts, kooky constellations, and ditzy swords? Thinking about it, all 3 of them weren't even human. This was nuts. Was this my destiny? If this was my destiny, wasn't it a bit like a dog? Was God perhaps a dog? This Siberian husky-like one? Aha! Death King. What are you thinking about? Heretic questioner. I was thinking that it would be nice if you go to the 13th floor and negotiate with the priests of Ejim. It would be nice if newbie hunters could take quests there. Oh, I was thinking the same thing. Death King and I are on the same wavelength, thinking about how we can help everyone. I'll be back. After chasing out the blonde corgi bear-like man, I became less and less confident in my companions. There, Death King Nim. A savior appeared before my despairing eyes. I succeeded in mass-producing the zombie virus treatment. The medicinal components should also be commonly available. If people get vaccinations in advance, they won't have any problems going around the 22nd floor. This is the person. Boss.
Yes.
Death King Nim. Do you have any plans to move? As I spoke about the plan I had right after the confrontation between the alchemist and the medicine king, the alchemist blinked. What? Your store is too small right now. Since you cleared this stage, the value of your name increased even more, so you'll have to expand it. You'll have a lot of orders. Would you be able to handle the demand with your store right now? That. I was also thinking about expanding the store. The price of real estate on the first floor is, you know how it is. I have to get a big loan. The Count showed me some kind of contract, saying that she would pay for it all. No, you should never sign that. Who does he think he is? He was a cat that put his paws on someone else's fish. The real estate, if it's something like that, I'll give it all to you. I shouted loudly. In addition, I'll pay for the moving costs and interior costs. I'll take care of everything. So please just bring yourself without worrying. The alchemist opened her mouth. Are really? Yes. Did you know that the 20th floor is my property? I'll arrange a nice spot for you. You just have to show up. The alchemist opened and closed her mouth again. She didn't seem to believe my proposition. But I was saying it sincerely. What good is land if I don't make use of it? It was not a waste to invest in a colleague who would become the master of the alchemy castle in the future. I smiled. In exchange, please make the medicine or potions I ask for with a slightly higher priority. Does that sound good? Oh, of course. I'm already doing that for you. What should I do? I'm receiving too many things from Death King Nim. The corner of the alchemist's mouth trembled. She was saying this and that, but a good thing was a good thing. The alchemist was embarrassed, but she couldn't hide her joy. Her tightly clasped hands seemed to shout, "Score! Let's go!" On the inside, my mind was also pleased. Yeah, it feels rewarding to take care of people. At that moment, ahem. He hem. Ahem. KHMH. Aha, kiddo. Did you forget something? The medicine king was standing there. I couldn't detect him at all until he was right behind me. Did this old man learn an interesting technique in the Murim world without me knowing? It was quite the skill. I wish I had some more land in my old age as well. He glanced at me. Oh, my store is so old these days that it smells stale. It often gets damp, too. It's so bad for my back. Because it is on the 3rd floor, my knees squeak as I go up and down the stairs every day. Another glance. It would be great if a nice young man gave me a roughly 100,000 pyong place with good air. 2. I'm sorry. Excuse my rude friend. The sword saint approached and grabbed the back of the Medicine King. Like that, he dragged him away. While being dragged, the Medicine King raised his voice and screamed, "Geez, in what country does a friend interfere instead of help with someone's business deals? Did they teach you that in Northern Europe? Marcus, you bastard. You're from a prestigious Chable family, but your business ethics are like a beggar's. My friend, I know you're upset about being old, but you don't have to be indecent, too. You already make a lot of money. It's a deficit. The orders have stalled lately. Alchemist. You there, alchemist kid. Last match I had given it away. In fact, I don't have the power to stand in the way of Sean McAllister's victory road. Just say something like this. Can't you just do that for me?" The hunters in the great library looked at the Medicine King. The alchemist had seen the Medicine King through new eyes after doing the joint research and working on the surgery together. Enough to call him her elder. But now, she regarded him again like he was a water flea, saying, "Whoa." The venomous snake, who had been quietly reading novels, grumbled, "Ah, freak. Why do the heroines always die in all the novels I read? Is this the trend these days? Like I thought this group had no normal people." 2. Opening a new pharmacy for the alchemist on the 20th floor proceeded without difficulty. The cost of construction materials were adequately covered by the gold received from the lottery. There was no problem with manpower either. Look here, Death King. I told you I can reduce the cost of the construction materials. And that's not all. I can recruit more than enough people to build it. Just sign this contract along with the alchemist. I said it's fine. After ditching the Count, who kept lingering like a cat on a laptop, I looked back at Preda. Is everything going well? Yes, my lord. The construction progress is going smoothly. Preda, wearing a yellow helmet, a green armband, and a pink whistle in her mouth, led the construction. The labor force to be used for the construction was replaced by skeletons that were called forth using the 100 Ghosts reincarnation. Damn hey, you bastard. Beggar's foot bandage. What kind of grudge do you have against me? Why am I stuck between some bones and have to move stones? Talk to me, damn. There was one gap where there was a young man with a ponytail and an extraordinarily strong mouth. But the construction continued to progress without a problem as the vast majority of the construction workers were skeletons who moved in perfect order. In the middle of the smooth construction, the alchemist and the Chun Mumun master and I signed an agreement. There. I guess that's about done. The contents of the agreement were as follows. There are still many Jiangshi on the 22nd floor, which means there are many mobs, and there are a lot of ruined channels everywhere. There are also many dungeons. Yeah. So, our Chun Mumun will have our base right there. That's hunters who want to go to the 22nd floor. Visit the 20th floor before. Vaccinated at my new pharmacy. Is that it? That's right. In the process, I get a commission. That's common sense. I, the owner of the 20th floor, the alchemist, building a new nest on the 20th floor, and Chun Mumun, who would move its headquarters to the 22nd floor, all benefited. Nice. I didn't think that the day would come when I would get commission from real estate. I felt very happy. However, when the pharmacy actually opened, it turned out that there was a problem with the plan. Specifically, too many people gathered on the 20th floor. Medicine God Nim, Alchemist King Nim, Medicine Emperor Nim. Dear God of Alchemy, please sell me some medicine. You can go to and from the 20th floor without a title. Therefore, not only were hunters trying to get vaccinations to go to the 22nd floor, but even more hunters flooded the 20th floor. The procedure to produce the zombie vaccine was rather complicated. Generic drugs were being manufactured and sold in the midst of that, so the flow of human traffic was twisted. At first, the alchemist tried to deal with it on her own before screaming, "Death King Nim, this can't go on." Eventually, I had no choice but to call the last member of the 22nd floor attack team. The venomous snake put his arm around the Medicine King's shoulder and said, "Medicine King, your business is no fun these days, right? I'll give you a good spot at the 22nd floor's Chun Mumun headquarters. Would you like to come and act as an exclusive doctor?" "Oh ho, Chun Mumun Master. Who do you think this Sean McAllister is?" Though he yelled so loudly, the Medicine King's business was going through a rough patch. The merit of the Medicine King's pharmacy was that it handled high-end medicine. However, as soon as the super-competent alchemist appeared, the high-end strategy had become awkward. Everyone knew it, including the Medicine King. Eventually, when he was asked several times, the Medicine King groaned. "All right, for the time being, I'll give out vaccines on the 22nd floor and take care of emergencies for a fee." "Yes, please. I was in need of a doctor who could take care of Master exclusively." "Humph. Well, that man is easier to talk to than Marcus." "All right. I was also somewhat lonely." In the meantime, the attacks continued. There were many hunters besides us who were eager to take on the next stage. Plus, 21st floor, the great library of all things. 22nd floor, Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, genre, martial arts, fusion. 23rd floor, Saga of the Iron Knights in space, genre SF. 24th floor, Dawn Mountain Cabin Journal, genre, mystery, history. Plus, excellent. Truly, really excellent. The witch smiled contentedly. Before she knew it, she was commanding the hunters, carefully deciding what apocalypse to target and how many and who to attack. "Death King, your cool conquering of the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon had a great impact. The other hunters' wills are burning, saying that they can't lose to you. These are people who don't listen well to what I say. It would have been great if things were like this in the past, too." The witch looked at me with affectionate eyes, kind of like how one would look at a golden goose. She seemed like she was going to say that it was all thanks to me that this tower was built. "If we continue this momentum, we'll be able to break through the 30th floor before next month." Unfortunately, the witch's prophecy was wrong. 2 weeks after the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon were cleared. Today, the attack on the 25th floor stage has failed. Hundreds of hunters, including the witch, stared blankly into the air, announcing to everyone again, "Today, the attack on the 25th floor stage has failed." What? The witch was bewildered. Shock permeated her black eyes. "I planned and sent out the best team. Failure?" A hologram floated in the air of the Grand Library. The attack situation was broadcasted through the screen. On the holographic screen, countless demons giggled and slaughtered humans. There were familiar faces among the people being massacred. The 4th-ranked hunter, Count. The 9th-ranked hunter, Crusader. One was a hunter who handled the gold in Babylon, and the other was a hunter who handled the people. The people in charge of economy and public order. As the witch muttered in surprise, "It was the strongest hand that we had. But it was a failure." Plus, The Tale of Stormwind Academy.
Genre, romance, fantasy.
Difficulty level, D-class. Player limit, 2 to 5 people. The serialization is currently suspended. Introduction. Stormwind is a magic school with a long history. It is an ordinary academy where friendship, competition, love, and jealousy come and go. This apocalypse could have stayed as an ordinary school. However, there was a world-class artifact sealed in the basement of the academy. Reason for discontinuation. The villainess's fiancé, the crown prince, was stolen by a girl who had reincarnated for the 2nd time. The villainess turned around and unsealed the artifact, liberating the great devil and destroying the world. Plus, the apocalypse's difficulty was only D-class. The world was chosen because magic had been developed and it was rich in mithril-like ores. What a shame. The librarian looked down at the devastated hunters. But spilled water is spilled water. Maybe you can put back what was spilled, but I can't overlook an attack that has already failed. Gentlemen, please understand my position. The librarian smiled with his eyes. In other words, if one had the ability to put back spilled water, he would make an exception. It was obvious whom the librarian was referring to. I headed to the bathroom in the library. I had stopped by here once before entering the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon. A man with a stiff face was reflected in the mirror above the sink. Damn it, I've never read a romance novel before. Well, you haven't read martial arts novels before either, but you resolve things well. There probably won't be a problem? That's true, but I grabbed my dagger with a sigh. I can't let the Count and Crusader die, and I don't think things will be cleared by sending someone else. As expected, I have to challenge this myself. Someone may ask why I don't give up and take on another apocalypse. Things weren't that simple. There was a reason I couldn't skip that apocalypse. Shiny cheers at the warrior's decision. That was because the fragments of the holy sword were hidden there. Okay. I touched the handle of the dagger and made up my mind. Let's go back one more time. With that, I returned to the day before the attack team was decided. It was that moment when my next stage was chosen to be romance. Chapter 89. Dead ends are the norm. 2. As soon as I returned back to a few days ago, I spoke in front of the hunters. This stage, I'll take charge. The hunters became mute. Among them were the Count and the Crusader. The two of them originally died while attacking the 25th floor, but I came back to the time before they entered the stage. Of course, the people involved did not know that. The Crusader looked confused. I'm sorry, Death King. I didn't know if you had an interest in romance. Not at all. There's nothing to be sorry for. I'm an amateur at romance. But you still want to be in charge of this stage? Are you serious? Yes, I really want to take command. The hunters muttered. I spoke calmly to keep up my momentum. It would be good to select a hunter who is knowledgeable in the romance genre. But that's not the only criterion. I've never read martial arts novels. Even so, I cleared the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon well. That's right, but I have an ominous feeling about this stage. I think something bad will happen. Please let me be in charge. Flinch. There were a few hunters who responded to the words, ominous feeling. It was the witch and the sword saint. The two believed that I had the power of prophecy. It should be fine, right? Death King has proven his skill many times. I also think we should listen to Death King. The first and second place in the rankings supported my position, so things became easier. The other hunters didn't even try to dissent against us. Like I had wanted, I took command. Now, I'll choose the attack team to enter the apocalypse with me. I spoke with a firm heart. Only the most elite members can go to this stage. Please don't resent me if I don't pick you. The most elite members. The witch glanced at me with an expressionless face. All right, then I have to go. I don't know much about romance, but if you really need me, I have to go. Though this is my first time encountering the romance genre, but romantic sensibility seems to fit me well. I'm not claiming to be an expert on romance. Yup, I just think that I should be included since the most elite members are going. The woman who introduced herself as a drama watcher seemed to be in poor condition. Romance and romance fantasy are somewhat different. If romance is macaron, romance fantasy is a chocolate mousse cake. Death King. I really do think we should bring along an expert. The master who exuded a quiet, deep energy was the Crusader. However, in the last run-through, she had failed in the attack. I felt uncomfortable bringing the Crusader. Isn't love something that can be replaced by money? People who pay well are good at dating. Love is power, power is money. It's an unchangeable law. I need to be appointed here. The Count unfolded a fan. Who the hell let that woman enter a romance? I looked around calmly. Finally, a figure entered my sight. That figure was drinking orange juice served by a bookmark maid.
Heretyk kwestionernim.
I called out to that person. Yes. Hit up a romance with me.
Oho.
The hunters nearby looked at us with astonishment. The heretic questioner, an iron-blooded slayer, a person who unconditionally tortured and executed people if there was a religious dispute, regardless of what happened. A true natural-born psycho who is treated like a madman even in this tower full of abnormal people. If there was a survey of who in the world was the least suitable for romance, that human would be ranked first. The man grinned like an innocent boy. Yes, of course. Aha, if it's Death King's request, I will be happy to do it. For anyone who did not know the truth, it was really an angelic smile. Death King, are you crazy? In other words, when a person who knew the truth saw it, it was no different than the smile of a devil. The witch quickly came up and whispered to me. The heretic questioner can't empathize with people. Objectively, he's a psychopath, and subjectively, he's a sociopath. How can we take a man like that into a romance novel? Black Dragon Master. I also answered with a whisper. Although I don't know the laws of romance, I do know what's most important. What's that? Appearance. Aha! The appearance. I was serious. First of all, you have to be handsome. No. Isn't that a little prejudiced? A lot of people in romance novels are described as looking ordinary. They cheat with the cover image. You shouldn't say that. You. Now, look at this. In terms of appearance, who looks the most angelic in the tower? It's the heretic questioner. Even I thought he was a real angel until I learned his true nature. We glanced at the heretic questioner. In the distance, the heretic questioner smiled brightly. Do you agree? Yes. His appearance is top quality. But it's a problem because his personality is inversely proportional. He's like a gangster. Furthermore, the heretic questioner is competent. He can use divine magic. Wouldn't he be able to respond to whatever happens? He also listens to me well. Above all, the heretic questioner wasn't two-faced. What he said outwardly and thought inwardly were the same. He was of one heart. I thought that this too could be an advantage in romance. It could be charming to many people when one acted exactly as they thought. It might be a clever idea, someone said, eavesdropping on our conversation. It was the Crusader. She was slowly nodding her head. Her eyes shone with admiration. In Ropan or romance fantasy, the more crazy guys there are, the fresher it is. The heretic questioner isn't so bad for Ropan. It is unfortunate that he isn't obsessed with love, but there is room for him to develop into a madman-type character. I can see how it can be fun. Indeed, Death King, even in romance, you have a demonic intuition. The library became quiet. Did I say something weird? Again, the library was quiet. However, the witch was thinking. They have a point, but the heretic questioner doesn't look young like the Death King. He looks too young. Even if you look young, you have to look moderately boyish. A childish appearance isn't very popular. Whether fortunate or not, she never expressed her professional opinion. Thanks to that, I and the heretic questioner formed the two-member romance team. Seeing the determined attack team, the librarian's eyes gleamed. Oh, so you're trying to attack with a different combination. I can't wait to see what kind of story will unfold this time. The librarian reached out and grabbed The Tale of Stormwind Academy. The season of love is here. The time to praise love has arrived. It is beautiful to win love by transcending status, lineage, nationality, and everything. The sleeves of the constellation were fluttering. Maybe that's why love has become so difficult. Love is not only an emotion but also attitude and posture because many people are obsessed with romance. The librarian laughed. Is it a romantic reality? Or is it a realistic romance? Gongja, it will be very difficult for you to keep these in balance. Therefore, I have prepared a special clear privilege for you. Clear privilege? In fact, you cleared the hidden stage of the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon in addition to the normal stage. The reward for the normal stage was the 22nd floor, but you haven't received the hidden stage reward yet. I will present that to you now. What is it? Come here. My protagonist. I approached him. I will give you 3 cards. Saying Tada, the librarian handed me the cards. On the cards, the following was written. Plus, facial recognition barrier card. What a coincidence. Overhearing crucial secrets. Card. Oops. I shouldn't have said this. I said something wrong. Card. Plus. Nice. Even the names are ominous. I didn't know what kind of effects they had, but I felt very suspicious. Excuse me. These? All of them will definitely be useful in romances. These cards will surely be your army and support. So don't worry. I could only worry. This is not my only gift. I prepared one more thing for you. Once you enter the apocalypse, you'll naturally come across the gift. What? Death King. Heretic Questioner. The librarian did not answer my question. Instead, he opened the book. Wayek. Light emanated from the pages of the apocalypse. I appoint these 2 as characters of The Tale of Stormwind Academy. When you open your eyes, it will still be 7 days before the unfortunate end of The Tale of Stormwind Academy. Light enveloped the 2 of us. Please, I look forward to the wonderful ending that you'll show me. Esteemed daughter. And the butler. Esteemed daughter? Butler? The moment I tried to ask what he meant, my vision turned completely white. For I was never really into romance. I didn't have a habit of reading, and I didn't have any friends who were enthusiastic about romance around me. To be more honest, I had no friends. I also didn't want to talk about how many people I could now call my friends. However, when asked what is the most frequent onomatopoeia in the romance genre, even I, who was only an outsider, could easily answer. Slap. The sound of hitting someone's cheek. Lowly, impertinent thing. The high-pitched voice reached the chandelier on the ceiling. Before the chandelier stopped shaking. Slop. The all-time number 1 sound in the romance genre resonated once again. As can be seen by how I was leisurely describing the sound, I wasn't the one being slapped. Ha! It was the heretic questioner. The heretic questioner tilted his head, both his left cheek and his right cheek. Even though both sides had turned red, the heretic questioner smiled brightly at the person who had slapped his face. Did I do something wrong? Your hands are very strong. His opponent's expression grew grim. Was she some noble daughter? She was wearing a dress embroidered with lilies in silver thread. For my convenience, I attached to her the name tag of Silver Lily Girl in my head. How dare you act so nonchalant? How vulgar. Do you not know shame? Aha! And from here, things became more complicated. The Silver Lily Girl wasn't the only one wearing a dress. If I've done something wrong, please explain it to me. I'll listen, and if your point is reasonable, I will correct myself immediately. It is better not to use violence. The heretic questioner was also wearing a dress. Compared to the Silver Lily Girl's dress, it was plainer. The color resembled the flesh of a lime. The dress that the heretic questioner wore was a division of the innocent yellow and the refreshing green. Childishness could easily be mistaken for innocence. Ignorance could also be seen as being refreshing. But he didn't need any of that. His face was the top. The natural-born thug whom I chose based on his appearance smiled brightly. Now, person whom I don't know the name of. Let's talk. Slap. You really, you insult me to the end. The Silver Lily Girl seemed to squeeze her whole body while speaking. The curve of her twisted back seemed to be transmitted onto her voice. The person who did the hitting was the young lady, and the one who was beaten was the heretic questioner. But as time went on, the lady's breath weakened. I overcame my confusion from entering the apocalypse and started to grasp the situation. A social gathering? A ball? Anyway, it's during some event. The ballroom was cast with the light of a chandelier. Dozens of people in addition to us wore dresses and suits. They were far away, nervously looking in our direction. Their expressions of embarrassment and tenseness were striking. It was natural since the peaceful ball became a mess. The Silver Lily Girl is the Villainous young lady. I looked at the young lady. Except for the imperial family, she is the highest-ranking person. She was also the one who would destroy this apocalypse. Come, over here, the silver lily girl said as she staggered. She seemed to be chewing on each syllable before spitting it out. Her voice made my lungs hurt just by listening. Yes, young lady, answered the servants dressed in black tailcoats. These people, I hate looking at them. Take them away. Right now. Take them away from my sight. Yes. The servants' answer was never loud. Their voices were quiet. People of lower status adjusted the volume of their voice depending on the constitution of their betters. Anybody could see that the silver lily girl was sickly. To her ears, loud voices were poison. Ah! So, the heretic questioner was incompatible with the silver lily girl. By any chance, are you sick? That's a big problem. I'll help you. Quickly clean up that master and servant and get them away from my sight. Lock them up. Because the heretic questioner was naturally loud and open. Servants in tailcoats surrounded us like a military unit. Excuse us. You must follow us for a moment. The words were archaically polite, but the actions weren't like that at all. The servants forced the two of us out. Over the ballroom and through the corridor, we were transported to a warehouse pale with moonlight. Excuse me, I said while being moved to the warehouse. For reference, I was wearing a tailcoat that looked just like the servants. Where are you taking us now? There was no answer. Excuse me? Ducal servants, everyone, slam. The heretic questioner and I looked at each other. Soon after, click, the sound of a turning key resonated. We were imprisoned in a warehouse, who knows where. If my common sense wasn't wrong, if a warehouse was locked with a key, it became a prison. Aha! As the moonlight spilled through the iron bars, the heretic questioner opened his mouth. Death King. Something big happened. The heretic questioner was smiling wide as if it wasn't a big deal at all. I think I've become the female protagonist. That was right. And I was that young lady's butler. Chapter 90. Dead ends are the norm. 3. What a mess. I muttered. It was nuts. In this old warehouse where the moonlight shined through large iron bars, the heretic questioner laughed. His face was seriously bright for a situation that was no different from being imprisoned. When I was a child, I was often dressed up as a girl. I didn't know that I would really get the role of a young lady. This is another life experience. I want a bit of your limitless positive energy. The world is beautiful. Death King. Think positively. Did this person ever stop smiling? Even if a meteorite fell in front of him, he'd probably say, "Oh, what a disaster. The world is ending. Can't be helped. We did our best." Then he would just laugh. What makes you so positive? This right now. The heretic questioner wiggled his hands and made a hand seal. Then, he whispered quietly.
Sacred technique, transformation.
Light spilled through his slender fingers. It was the patented sacred technique of the heretic questioner. Since he said transformation, it should be a technique that changed something. Firstly, I couldn't see any changes based on his appearance. But as soon as the heretic questioner opened his mouth, I realized just what the transformation was. How is it? Immediately, I got goosebumps. Do I seem a bit like a young lady? Your voice is... Yes. I changed the structure of my vocal cords slightly. Grin. The heretic questioner smiled. People already tell me that my voice is androgynous. A little adjustment makes it more appropriate. Aha, but I can't judge my own voice objectively. So how is it? It's wonderful? Honest admiration spilled out from my lips. You have the air of a dignified noble. Well, if you just keep your mouth shut. Thank you. I stroked my chin. Unexpectedly, we possessed the roles of the female lead and her butler. But the heretic questioner and I could cope with that. The heretic questioner had his holy techniques, and I had regression skills. Okay, we could challenge this. The heretic questioner peeked up and looked at my face. Your expression has relaxed a little. Excuse me? Since you came back from the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, your face has been dark. Death King. You must have built up quite a lot of stress when you attacked the apocalypse. For a moment, I was at a loss for words. Well, of course, you lost your beloved master. So I was also worried about this team. I was worried that Death King wouldn't be able to show his skills due to his sadness. But my worry was baseless. Anyway, are you saying you can guess someone's emotions by looking at their face? Yes. I don't know how it feels to be depressed, but I can understand it conceptually. Haha. Machines creak when grease gets stuck. Stress may be humanity's grease. If it sticks around for a long time, it clumps together and becomes difficult to clean. So take care. How fascinating. Was he trying to understand humans in his own way? He was a psycho, but he was a praiseworthy psycho. By the way, Death King. Yes. Something struck me as strange from earlier. What's strange? From my understanding, we're currently being imprisoned unlawfully. Our freedom of movement is suppressed. That is also how I understand our situation. I'm glad we see it the same way. And usually in this sort of case, guards are set up to monitor the prisoners. Otherwise, we can easily try to escape. The heretic questioner tilted his head. Now, I can't feel any presence outside the door, but I do feel a presence at the window. In this world, do they place guards at the windows? Not in front of the doors. At that moment, damn it! Attack! Shadows jumped in from the window as the iron bars fell out. It doesn't matter if you kill the man. Just don't hurt the woman. The shadows were wearing masks on their faces. Their outfit concept was too grim for them to be guests who had come to check on us out of worry. Anybody could see that it was a surprise attack by unwelcome gatecrashers. Shiny. Yes, warrior. I pulled out the holy sword. Chong. My sword clashed against the attacker's sword. The back and forth wasn't much different from the attack scenes shown in movies. The conversation could be summarized with, "Who are you? You don't need to know. But we have a powerful backer." Both my opponent and I were busy swinging our swords. But I had a cheap trick up my sleeve. Now! Flash. The holy sword lit up. Q. The attacker, whose eyes had become accustomed to the darkness, closed his eyes tightly for an instant. In a battle of swords, an outcome could be decided in an instant. I blinked alternately with my left and right eyes to secure my sight, and then attacked my opponent's wrist. Eek! A scream mixed into his voice like it was marbling. Death King, you can't kill them all. We need to figure out the mastermind. So save some. I did as he said. The heretic questioner was also playing an active role as the hem of his dress fluttered. Impossible. This isn't an ordinary girl. The attackers were astonished. They weren't particularly skilled. No, was it our skills that were too great? Small fry that couldn't even use aura couldn't handle us. In the end, the 4 attackers were quickly overpowered. One of them was killed by the heretic questioner during the fight. Ahem. Ah. The heretic questioner smoothly wiped off the blood that had gotten on his face with the sleeve of his dress. The attackers looked up at that heretic questioner. Their faces were pale with fear. I heard she was a weak, noble girl. How did this? Everyone, you have 3 options. The heretic questioner beamed, holding a dagger. First, if you ask me to kill you right here, you'll just die. Second, I can torture you in turn and get you to reveal any important information. Third, you can obediently confess everything, and you won't be tortured or killed. Which option do you choose? Ha! The person who seemed to be the oldest among the assailants scoffed. It was the man whose wrist I broke. Crazy bitch. I'd rather die. Yes. Understood. What? The heretic questioner's dress turned a little redder. A dull, percussive sound rang through the warehouse. His head had fallen to the floor. Hi, Hayek? 2 attackers were left. Everyone, have you finished making your choice? Please spare us. Young Mississippi. We were just hired to do this. It's hard to survive in this world. I understand. Then. But just as I understand your situation, you must understand my position. Please tell us why you attacked us. In exchange, I'll let you go alive. I think I'm making a lot of concessions in this deal. The attackers wavered. Ah, you seem to be hesitating. I understand. I'll help you a little, so you can make up your mind. That, when you say help us, I'll whip you into shape. As always, the heretic questioner was smiling. Pain is proof that you are alive. When one's pain reaches its maximum, one's survival instinct also peaks. All right, I'll maximize your desire to live. Spare us. Please save us. This was insane. I intervened because the genre would change to an R19 romance at this rate. Please wait a minute. Heretic questioner. What is it? You don't have to do it like that. Please leave it to me. The heretic questioner made a puzzled expression. Death King, are you good at torture? Unless you're very skilled at it, I recommend that you let me handle this. I am an interrogation specialist. No, there's no need to torture them. Also, please wipe your face. I handed a handkerchief to the heretic questioner and stood in front of our attackers. The attackers sighed in relief. I felt sorry for them, but I wasn't about to be generous to people who had attacked us first. Misters, let me ask you something. What is it? You came through the window when you attacked just now. The iron bars were cut too easily. Did you hear that we would be trapped here and cut the iron bars in advance? The attackers did not respond. They only traded glances with each other. However, it didn't mean there wasn't a way to figure out the right answer just because they were keeping their mouths shut. Character window. I could see their psychological states. I heard that a woman would enter the warehouse. Damn it. I heard she was an ordinary girl. But it was a scam. As expected. The attackers already knew we would be here. While you were attacking us, you yelled, "It doesn't matter if you kill the man. Just don't hurt the woman." Were you trying to kidnap this young lady here? Well, that is... The attacker's eyes flickered. It was a request to kidnap the woman here. The client said firmly to never injure the girl. That's why we attacked in a group of 4, to be safe. Yeah, I got it. Ha! I sighed. When I looked back, the heretic questioner was working hard to wipe his face with the handkerchief. He looked like a baby hamster gnawing on sunflower seeds. I think I know who the culprit is. The heretic questioner's ears perked up. Oh? Do you really know it already? Yes. I want to hear Death King's reasoning. The heretic questioner's eyes were sparkling. I nodded and whispered. To start with, the culprit is someone very powerful. They need to be able to hire 4 assassins that can infiltrate the academy, which is impossible without knowing the academy's security system. Ooh, it makes sense. However, the heretic questioner raised a counterpoint. Does the culprit really need to be someone very powerful? It isn't the royal palace. It seems relatively easy to figure out the academy's security. Even someone with just a little bit of power to their name can do it. That's a keen point, but I shook my head. There is one more suspicious circumstance. Heretic questioner. Do you remember what villainous young lady shouted when she chased us out? MHM. The heretic questioner contemplated whether he should put the handkerchief in his sleeves or not. Yes, I remember. She clearly said, "Quickly clean up that master and servant and get them away from my sight. Lock them up. Why do you ask?" She never mentioned where to lock us up. The villainous young lady just said to take us out of the ballroom. But these attackers knew where we were going to be locked, and they cut off the iron bars in advance. And the ones who brought us to this warehouse were the servants of the villainous lady.
Oho.
The heretic questioner's eyes narrowed, razor thin. Indeed, it could be that the villainous young lady was the one who hired the attackers. All she had to do was tell the servants where to put us in advance and let the attackers know, too. Aha! And since she's the daughter of a duke, she has power. Yes, but it's too obvious. The heretic questioner stroked his chin. I am the protagonist of this apocalypse. I'm a noble lady having a fling with the crown prince. If the villainous young lady chased me away and I was attacked at that location, even as the duke's daughter, it'll be a tremendous scandal. The evil act has too much political burden. The heretic questioner was definitely quick-witted. He understood this strange story very swiftly. In other words, the villainous young lady is not the culprit. The true culprit is the one who wants that lady to appear as if she were the culprit. I agree. And this real culprit cares so much about the heretic questioner that he told the attackers to never hurt the woman. But they didn't care whether I, as the male butler, died or not. Finally, the culprit is powerful enough to buy off the servants of a duke. Ah! The heretic questioner smiled with his eyes. I'm starting to see who the real culprit is. You probably think the same thing as I do. I don't know the feeling of love, but I know about the habits of someone in love. If the real culprit actually cares about me, as Death King speculated, these attackers can never tell us their personal information. Yes, I nodded. They must be waiting nearby so they can enter any time. Kwan. It was then that the old door of the warehouse was broken. Dust rose up, and a group of knights poured in. At the front was a man who looked like he had never dirtied his hand in his life. Sylvia, are you all right, Sylvia? The man ran at us and tightly hugged the heretic questioner. Blonde hair that looked like uncooked ramen noodles wobbled in the air. He wasn't as handsome as the heretic questioner, but that man was also handsome. His level was around, say, 60% of the heretic questioner. Good heavens, your whole body is covered in blood. When I heard that you had been kicked out of the ballroom, I was anxious and came to find you. How dare this vicious thing happen? And perhaps his psychopath level was about 60% of the heretic questioner as well. Without blinking once, the man gave an order. Look here. Go catch the suspicious men right now. I will interrogate them myself and find out who is behind this. I don't know what family did it, but I won't forgive them, no matter what they've done for the empire. The knights answered in unison. Yes, we have received the orders of His Highness, the Crown Prince. Yup, Lady Sylvia, don't worry, I'll protect you. No matter how vicious the Duke's daughter is, I, the only heir to the empire, will protect you. You only need to rely on me. That man was the male protagonist of The Tale of Sormwin Academy, and he was the crown prince in love with the heretic questioner. Chapter 91. Fall in. 1 year ago, there were two young ladies to whom the emperor gave epithets. Sylvia Evenale, daughter of Baron Evenale. A golden thread blooms in a yellow flower garden. From now on, people will call you like so, the Lady of the Golden Silk, the heroine of this world. Raviel Ivantia, daughter of Duke Ivantia, a flower gilded in silver so as to not drop its head. Child. From now on, the subjects of the empire will call you the Lady of the Silver Lily, the villainess of this apocalypse. Noble ladies usually receive an epithet when they have their debutante ball and enter aristocratic society. The royal family or high nobility who open their debutante balls give them their new names. The noble lady's epithet differed based on how high up in society the presenter was. A name given by a baron and a name given by a count were of different classes. The greatest epithet was, of course, a name bestowed by the emperor. It was the pride of one's family to be given a name by His Majesty. Since these two young ladies attended the same academy, the huge storm that brewed was inevitable. But even so, I looked at the prince. The crown prince was holding my colleague, the heretic questioner, who had taken on the role of the Lady of the Golden Silk. He was holding the heretic questioner so tightly that the dress rippled around his fingertips like scales. Isn't he too superficial to be the crown prince of a country? Strangely, I didn't like him. The prince met my eyes. He was looking at me a little distastefully, so I had to lower my gaze. But his gaze was also unusual. Contempt, fury, disdain. Negative emotions were lurking in his eyes. You also survived. Was that directed to me? Probably, since I was the only one in his gaze right now. However, his voice sounded like that of someone who ate spinach 3 days after its expiration date. Kind of pissed me off. Yes, Your Highness. I imitated the way people in historical dramas spoke. I safely managed to survive. You're lucky. How can it be due to the luck of this humble child? Your Highness's grace must have been crazy good. The prince's lovely eyebrows slipped. Just now, I more or less implied you set up the raid on your own. If he had a guilty conscience, then even an ordinary greeting should put him on edge. Your words are too much. Do you mean to say that my royal grace is embedded in everything that happens in the world? Saving your own life and saving Sylvia from the assassins and ruffians are all due to your own fortune. I thank you. Wow. He seemed to retreat and praised me, but listening carefully, that wasn't the case. It wasn't because of my skills, but rather because of fortune. No way. I'd like to think this wasn't true, but was the prince trying to keep me in check right now? The lady of the golden silk is my master. At that moment, and I belong to her. My mouth moved without my intent. Your Highness, how can we say that it is luck that a sword protects its owner? The tool has just been used as a tool should. Your Highness praises me excessively. It was embarrassing. Really, truly, I had planned to step back after saying something vague. What good would it be if the prince and a butler got into a fight? Nevertheless, my tongue moved agilely. Huh? Have I finally gone nuts? When my head became a bit hazy, I heard a voice. The immersion toward the character is deepened. What? Currently, your immersion rate is 1%. What the heck? Really? You're so eloquent that I want to sew your lips together. While I was going mad in my head, the prince's face became distorted. Outrage. Humiliation. It was really a face trying to hold back from cursing. If possible, I also wanted to yell out a bucket of swears. It was because seeing the prince's face crumpled up was strangely refreshing for a corner of my heart. Rather than thinking I should stop, I felt that his look was quite good. Crazy. This was insane. These days, barons and such nobility seem to select servants based on their tongue rather than their personality. If His Majesty knew the situation, he would surely lament it. Wait a moment. Just wait. He was supposed to be the prince of this world, but he was just a blonde ramen noodle. Don't provoke me anymore. Please, don't irritate my emotions. This stage is... How could that be? How dare there be a day when His Majesty's eyes are blurred? Your Highness the Crown Prince is so mature that you accumulate virtues in our school every day. I am sure that His Majesty is pleased. In other words, I was sarcastically saying his father sure would be pleased if he knew the prince hired an assassin. But that wasn't the important part. I realized the trap of this stage. And I realized why Count and Crusader, the two hunters who dealt with the economy and safety of our tower, became so weak and failed to attack. As time passed, those two people were eaten up by the concept. The immersion toward the character is deepened. Oh no. Currently, your immersion rate is 2%. This was something crazy. Humph. That's enough. It's beneath me to compete with you through words. As for what happened tonight, I will thoroughly investigate the truth. Is there anyone in our school who is as reliable as the prince? I sincerely request this. Please find who is behind the attack and punish them 100-fold. Of course. Was it this? Was this the special feature of this stage? The prince glanced at me and said, Lady Sylvia must have been very surprised. Perhaps others are lurking and may attack tonight. Know that I will protect the lady tonight. Your Highness. My tongue was evolving into an answering machine. Please forgive this child's rudeness. The more times things like this happen, the more one has to relieve one's fatigue where one feels most comfortable. My mistress will want to stay in her private room as usual. Are you saying that she can't be at ease by my side? I apologize. This child is simply telling the truth to Your Highness. Save me. Please save me. The immersion toward the character is deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 3%. Help me. Hey you, what are you doing? Sword Emperor. No, Sword Emperor Nim. Did this brat go around the bend? I really think I'm going around the bend now, so please do something. What do you want me to do? I don't know. Anyway, help me control myself. Can I really talk sh*t to you? I don't care what you say, so please just help me get a hold of myself. Then. Bei Hurayong grinned. Zombie. You seem to dislike venomous snake. But actually, whenever you get the change, you act more or less like the protagonist in the venomous snake's delusions. That's enough. I came to my senses. Don't say another word. Come on. My mind seemed to flash to awareness as Bei Hurayong masterfully dared to compare me to the venomous snake. Has anyone ever seen a nastier ghost? It didn't matter what he said, but he had to throw a nonsense festival. But thanks to this, the rate of immersion that rose like crazy came to a sudden stop. Meanwhile, the heretic questioner, who buried his face in the prince's embrace, was also acting abnormally. Ha! The heretic questioner was tilting his head back and forth. For the first time ever, I saw the heretic questioner's confused expression. That universally acknowledged leader of the nutjobs. The pure natural-born psycho didn't understand the feelings he was feeling right now. Guilt. Perhaps that's why the heretic questioner pushed away from the prince's chest. He slithered out of his arms. The prince who was fighting with me with his eyes was bewildered. He looked at the lady of the golden silk, no, the heretic questioner. Sylvia. Why are you acting like this all of a sudden? Huh? Ooh. The heretic questioner tilted his head once more. How fascinating. What's fascinating, Sylvia? I'm feeling some unfamiliar emotion. It's the first time I've felt this since I was born. The heretic questioner laughed. My heart is pounding. My heart is beating so violently.
Oho.
Indeed. It's really mysterious. The heretic questioner closed his eyes. Then he touched his chest with both hands. The heretic questioner, no, the lady of the golden silk, was smiling. She looked like she was listening to beautiful classical music. The owner of this body seems to really like you. Sigh, Sylvia. The prince's face looked like he had eaten the soup called emotion, with the rice called touched. If I hadn't been in a hurry to stop the immersion, I might have felt envious of the timing, but fortunately, thankfully, that wasn't the case. Even though I was late, I had come to my senses. Milady, I said forcefully. The heretic questioner opened his closed eyes and looked at me. Let's return to the dormitory. His Highness the Crown Prince declared that he would personally uncover who was behind the attack. Since it's late, Milady should go back to your room and rest. From tomorrow, don't we have to continue Milady's life again? We had a purpose as well as a role. The goal of clearing the stage. We couldn't forget it. Oh yes, you're right. The heretic questioner blinked. He understood what I meant right away. The heretic questioner grabbed his skirt and greeted the prince. Thank you for your consideration, but I will go back with my butler. Good night, Your Highness. I will now go back. The heretic questioner easily turned his back, abandoning the prince whose face turned blank. He lightly stepped out of the warehouse. From behind, the prince shouted, Sylvia! Sigh, Sylvia! However, the heretic questioner only walked away with a smile. He didn't even turn his head. The task has become difficult, I muttered, following close behind the heretic questioner. I didn't think there would be a trap like immersion. Damn it. I wondered why the Count and the Crusader failed, but now I understood. The heretic questioner smiled mysteriously. Click, click. Our footsteps echoed in the corridor, and our shoes were shaded white by the moon. The sound of human feet resembled the beating of a heart. It's definitely something we didn't expect. Death King, how much has your immersion rate increased just now? It went up to 3% like mad. I barely managed to stop it. You're outstanding. Mine shot up to 10% right away. I was speechless. 10%? 10? It was devastating. He had only spent a short time with that prince character, but 1/10 of his ego had been infected. The situation was more serious than I thought. Only then, Even living a normal life was like walking through a poison fog. Little by little, you became poisoned, and once you came to your senses, you couldn't escape. When you let go of your hold on your mind, in an instant, the mind would be eaten by the romance of this world. This can't go on. I opened my mouth. My voice was slow. Well, I was nervous. Losing myself. That I might lose myself. It was always the thing I feared most. Let's prepare safeguards for ourselves. Safeguards. Yes. I carefully touched the handle of my dagger. I felt the texture of the green tape around my finger. That familiar texture brought me a sense of stability. Choose a keyword, so that we can come to our senses whatever the situation, no matter how serious things are, when we say this keyword. For example, when I say peach, you can say carrot. Aha! It's a secret code for the two of us. The heretic questioner smiled. I agree. I saw something similar in a drama before. Then what should the secret code be? Click. At that time, we heard the sound of a heel from across the corridor. The heel of a shoe was pressing dangerously to the floor of the corridor. Dull footsteps followed. A person was approaching with several servants. The moon shined. A sharp shoe trampled over the moon reflected on the hallway floor. Hair as silver as the moonlight. The lady of the silver lily. The duchy's young lady led several followers and walked this way. The villainous young lady frowned like she was angry. She glowered at us. Ah! The heretic questioner let out a small moan. Death King. The heretic questioner stood on his tiptoes. Then he opened his lips and murmured into my ear. I think I really do hate her. Whisper. At first, it sounded like the same voice as always. Slowly, I turned my head and looked at the heretic questioner. MHM. The heretic questioner spun round and round. The hem of the long dress swirled, causing a small whirlwind to rise. The wind containing his weight pressed on my chest. I'm curious, Death King. The heretic questioner stopped, then splayed open his hands. He curled his fingers other than his index fingers, which revealed his bare skin. Ah, I'm really curious. Pressing both index fingers to his lips, he was smiling like always. Right now, what kind of expression am I making? But his eyes weren't smiling. The immersion toward the character is deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 4%. Chapter 92. Fall in. 2. Romance Fantasy Trope 1. Any man near the main character is shady at first. Romance Fantasy Trope 2. The man who seems the most ordinary is actually the most extraordinary. 3. My heart throbbed. I was anxious. Like broken piano keys, my heart was playing off-key. That was how ominous the heretic questioner's smile was. I felt a premonition that we were going to slide all the way down this slippery slope. And what was at the bottom I could not see. Heretic! You look unharmed. Lady of the Golden Silk. Before I could finish saying his title in the tower, the Lady of the Silver Lily used the protagonist's title in this world first. I heard you were attacked by an assassin, but you're a girl who grew up in the borders. The thread of your life is as tough as a weed. A single assassin must not be a big deal for you. The corner of the heretic questioner's mouth tilted up. A little later, I would find out that it was out of ridicule. Words that the heretic questioner would never say flowed from his lips. Did you deliberately come out this late to compliment my healthy body? Truly, I thank you, milady. His Highness did the same. I am happy that many people care for my inexperienced self. So much so that tonight's misfortunes feel like luck. The Lady of the Silver Lily's eyes became ferocious. The heretic questioner had planted 2 thorns in his words just now. Aren't you the one who hired the assassin? Intimidation. The Crown Prince came to visit me personally because he was worried about me. Provocation. Your head is as disheveled as a weed, too. There is a thin line between imagination and delusion. Our choice of whether we step over that boundary determines our human dignity. As a noble, please act with decorum. Ah, I'm sorry. So it isn't against decorum to slap someone's face at a ball. Well, I did grow up on the outskirts, so I don't know the manners of a duke's daughter. If it is not disrespectful, when will you invite me to your salon? I'd like to receive etiquette lessons directly from a wonderful lady. I'm not used to hitting people, so I think I need to learn about the angle and strength of my hand. There was a motorcycle engine running on his tongue. I wondered where the engine sound was coming from, but after listening more closely, the crazy noise was the sound of my own heart. Thump, thump. Dread wrapped around my heart and held me by the neck. Milady, don't be rude. A mere baron's daughter from the countryside is saying such thoughtless words. The duchy's servants became indignant at the waltz of the heretic questioner's tongue. Some of the attendants had probably betrayed their master and belonged to the crown prince. I didn't know if it was just one or if there were more traitors, but that wasn't what mattered now. I apologize. I hurriedly intervened between the gold and silver ladies. The lady of the silver lily furrowed her brows. You are. Milady is greatly shocked today because of the strange events that occurred. From this lowly servant's understanding, she desperately needs to rest. Since it's late at night, would your ladyship please allow us to excuse ourselves? The misunderstanding will be resolved tomorrow. The lady of the silver lily closed her lips. When their mistress raised her right hand, they all stopped moving. In an instant, stillness enveloped the hallway. It would have been impossible to do if she did not keep her subordinates on a tight leash from the beginning. Excuse me, butler. What are you talking about? Rather, it was the heretic questioner, the lady of the golden silk, who protested. I still have a lot to say to her ladyship. You can't just end the conversation at will. Be quiet. I grabbed the heretic questioner's wrist. I grabbed it, then walked away while dragging him behind me. The heretic questioner said, Ah, wait. Butler, wait a minute. He struggled, but I never let go of his wrist. We really couldn't let our character immersions rise here. Milady. Just before exiting the hallway, I looked back. The lady of the silver lily was looking at us with an equivocal expression. What is it? I have always admired the upright conduct of the duchy's servants. Tonight, your attendants were quite virtuous, unlike a common man like myself. I politely bowed my head to her. I have realized many things. This humble self pays respect to your ladyship. Now, please excuse us. With that, I pulled the heretic questioner out of the hall. The heretic questioner, who was rebellious at first, had calmed down. There was a wide garden between the ballroom and the dormitory. Moreover, it was a spring night. The newly bloomed magnolias were drooping by their heavy heads. The night was soaked in the scent of flowers, thick under the white trees. As we stepped forward, pale magnolia petals fell and touched our toes. My goodness! The heretic questioner stepped on a fallen magnolia petal. Ah! He stopped and looked up at the night sky. After a while, the heretic questioner turned his head and looked at me. His face was impassive. He seemed to be disoriented. The hunter, said to be the craziest person in the tower, muttered to himself as if he couldn't believe what he had just done. Death King! What did I say back there? For, as soon as I closed the door of our quarters, I said, Choose a password. We had been quiet as we walked to the dormitory. No word was exchanged between the two of us. It was a little difficult to walk because my ankles were bound by the silence. Was it due to the increased character immersion? I knew the path from the garden to the dormitories like it was natural. Perhaps the characters' memories became clearer the more immersed we were. Right now, it was difficult to judge whether that was good or bad. A password? The heretic questioner blinked. Is it a secret password? If we leave things as is, it'll become really dangerous for us. You have to keep it together. We do. Death King, you're right. Yes. The heretic questioner seemed to be struggling to speak. He kept slipping. His voice was slipping faster than an accident on a slippery road. It was a red light, signaling that the person in front of me was in danger. I firmly grabbed the heretic questioner's face with both hands. Then I forced him to meet my eyes. When spring comes, magnolias fall. What? When I say, when spring comes, you, the heretic questioner, will reply Magnolia Falls. That's our passcode. It's the phrase that tells us to get a hold of ourselves. Now, if you understand, tell me. When spring comes, magnolia, again. When spring comes, magnolias fall. Little by little, the eyes of the heretic questioner showed that he was returning to himself. He started to look in front of him, rather than blankly into space. The heretic questioner shook his head, saying, And well. Then he nodded. Yes, I'm back. Okay, good job. Thank you, Death King. Aha, indeed, today had a storm of surprises. I'll never forget this day. Would you like to rest and have a cup of tea? Please. Good. It wasn't over yet. It was too early to give up this round. I handed the heretic questioner a blanket and headed to the kitchen. Because it was a dormitory of the academy where royalty and nobles attend, there was a small kitchen in the Lady of the Golden Silk's private quarters. I easily found the tea leaves and kettle. Wow! I was boiling the tea, but this was ridiculous. My body just moves on its own. I never really made tea other than the ones in tea bags. It had been like that my whole life, but my hands moved automatically as if I had steeped tea for years. It was a side effect of the immersion. My body was even feeling joy by making tea. The lady likes it best when I add milk and a spoonful of honey. I was humming. I obtained this precious honey from an academy employee for occasions like this. Costs some money, but Milady is usually so frugal that it isn't a waste. This much luxury is okay. The immersion toward the character is deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 6%. It wasn't okay. Not okay at all. Damn. This dumb romance. What's so pleasing about adding honey to black tea? Should I open up a skull and spread honey on the neurons? Stick a honeycomb in your head. Shiny is concerned about the warrior's condition. However, Shiny thinks the warrior's butler outfit is very attractive. My weapon shone by itself in delight. Maybe it was because Shiny was happy, but the sword's sparkling color looked more exquisite. And I, the owner of that sword, squatted down while holding my head in pain. You can't let a butler take over your mind. I clenched my teeth. No way. I've worked too hard to clear the stages so far. I was determined. Even if I made tea, I wouldn't make it like the original character. I used a kettle that he didn't normally use and pulled out a different teacup from usual. Like that, I gave the tea to the heretic questioner. Death King. The heretic questioner took a few sips and tilted his head. Yes. The tea tastes weird. So what? If my taste buds are working correctly, this iffy taste is salt, right? That's just how this tea tastes. Oh-ho. Rather than tea, isn't this more like salt water? If you just measure the salinity, I think it'll be judged simply as salt water, nothing more, nothing less. Just shut up and drink. Understood. I'll shut up and drink. The heretic questioner slurped up the tea. Thank you for the tea. It was salty. The heretic questioner smiled broadly. Yup, this was how things should be. Our natural psycho finally regained his guilelessness. So, what do you think we should do from now? We have to make sure the villainess and the prince stay together. I sighed. Or at least crush the love line between the Lady of the Golden Silk and the Crown Prince into powder. Let's aim for one of those two endings. Operation Sneaky Sneaky? The heretic questioner chose the name of the operation on his own. Well, it didn't matter. I also preferred the second ending. I had never dated before, so I didn't know much, but wouldn't it be much easier to break something than making it? It would be difficult to matchmake the Crown Prince and the Lady of the Silver Lily, but it would be easy to have the Lady of the Golden Silk break up with him. In this part, the heretic questioner and I were 100% on the same page. To do that, the prince's love for the Lady of the Golden Silk must become cold. Do you have any plans?
Ido.
I realized something when I was losing my mind while making tea. We need to take special measures for this stage. There is a way. Not only would it reduce the prince's affection for the protagonist, but it would also be very effective in allowing the two of us, especially me, to keep our consciousness. What's the plan? In the end, the more you act like the Lady of the Golden Silk, and the more I act like a butler, the more immersed we become in the roles. So flipping that thought, then what if you do something the lady of the golden silk would never do, and something the butler would never do? The character immersion rate may drop. Even if it doesn't fall, it won't go up. How does that sound? The heretic questioner's eyes shone. Ooh, indeed. It's a simple yet good method, as expected of Death King. You're the hunter who broke through the unyielding 10th floor and cleared the 20th floor. You flatter me. Anyway, our conclusion is simple. I flicked my hand and triggered a skill. From now on, let's become a bad girl and a bad butler. The heretic questioner tilted his head. What? The 100 Ghosts reincarnation activated. I didn't have to bring in a lot of spirits like I did in the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon. We only needed one specific ghost. My shadow wriggled and took on the shape of a person. A ponytail at the back of his head. Eyes that were more asshole-ish than that of any other being in the universe. Hey! The Flame Emperor. It was Yusuha. As soon as Yusuha was summoned, he frowned. His expression crumpled like tissue, and he opened his mouth. Damn, you dog bastard. What are you going to make me do this time? Come on, let's be quiet. Hush. MMPH. No matter how much he tried to intimidate me, he was a ghost that could not disobey my orders. Yusuha shouted like a hostage whose mouth was sealed by a terrorist, going MMPH, and so on. Seeing the Flame Emperor's appearance lifted my melancholy mood. What could I say? It felt a bit like closing the lid on top of a trash can. The dust in my heart was refreshingly tidied up. The Flame Emperor. He was like the dustbin inside a vacuum cleaner. Heretic questioner. Yes, Death King. Looking at you, your outer appearance is too much like a model student. I put on a stern expression. Your gestures and your actions feel very pure. However, if you earnestly want to become a bad girl, you can't go on in your current state. It'll be impossible. Ah! The heretic questioner's ears perked up. If there is something I lack, please let me know. I'll learn. Yes, and you'll be taught. It's a one-on-one last-minute tutoring session. I slowly looked at Yusuha. The greatest tutor will teach you how to be a bad person. Aha! I'm looking forward to it. MMPH. MMPH. The heretic questioner laughed brightly like a young puppy. Yusuha frowned like a bitch. Between the puppy and the dog, I nodded seriously. Now, let's be bad. The next day, Stormwind Academy would explode. Chapter 93. Fall in. 3. Romance Fantasy Trope 3. Do you want to develop love between two people? First, make them hate each other. Hatred is lightning. Love is thunder. After being blinded by the lightning of hatred, the thunder of love begins to sound. 6. Are you well? It was on the route to Stormwind Academy. Yes, I slept soundly. Did you also sleep well last night? Thankfully, yes. Perhaps I had a good dream. I feel refreshed. I'm going to have 2 slices of toast this morning. Oh, I want to hear what kind of dream it was. Should we eat together? Oh my, what a great idea. Hoo-hoo. The students smiled and greeted each other in a quaint, old-fashioned way. On the road with white magnolia blossoms, oh my, and hoo-hoo, smoothly flowed from their lips. Peace, serenity. Even baby birds gathering together and singing side by side could not be more peaceful than this. Nor could a flower garden in full bloom be more serene. The mere sight of this scene would purify someone's mind. It was a moment that sparkled like a diamond. Ah, lady of the golden silk, are you well? But diamonds were just refined coal. If one lit it up, it would burn very well. Nope, I'm not well at all. Ah! The heretic questioner grinned at the young lady who greeted him. There is no way I could be calm. Some assassin jerks attacked me last night and almost killed me. It's unfair that I couldn't sleep at all, and you're asking me if I'm well? Do you have any sense? Excuse me? No, you have no thoughts at all. If you did think, you wouldn't ever ask, are you well, to someone who almost died. Ah, What needs to be well isn't me, but your head. Is your head well? Is your skull safe and good? How is your brain? Ah, yes. Excuse me? Ah, your head was resting so much that your mouth became twisted. It's all right. I understand. A healthy mind lives in a healthy body. You have a ruined head, so is your mind in good shape? Go on, go to the infirmary. In other words, please get out of my sight. Wobble. The lady swayed and fainted. If her servant didn't catch her, she would have rolled all the way to school. The students, who had been greeting each other good morning like usual, screamed. White Orchid Lady, are you okay? My goodness, her complexion is too white. Someone, call the nurse. Breathe. Can you hear my voice? You have to breathe. Lady of the golden silk. What did you just say to her? Clamor. The baby birds singing peacefully were blown away, and a bomb exploded on top of the serene tulip garden. The diamond was blazing. The young noble ladies skillfully attended to their fainted classmate, but they could not hide their shock. The heretic questioner smiled. What's the big deal? She senselessly asked me if I was well, as I asked her if her head was well. A young lady nearby opened her mouth. Her head is well? Ah, your hair is red. What a cool red. Could it be that your skull broke and your brain is leaking a little? Ah, if so, you're putting your already unfortunate intelligence at risk of further loss. Come on. Pick it up and put it back in. Ha! Wobble. Miss Kaya, Lady of the Plum Blossoms. Why isn't the nurse here yet? That salary thief. Somebody please bring some water. Security. Security. Chaos had arrived. It was truly a scene of the apocalypse. The book Apocalypse hadn't been destroyed yet, but the route to Stormwind Academy was being burned to the ground with excitement. Ah! The heretic questioner, who had a 20-meter radius of space to himself, smiled with a face that did not show a single hint of evil. He did have dark circles under his eyes though because of the attitude training he had received overnight. Death King, you're the best. My immersion didn't go up at all. He was also the best. The effect of the Flame Emperor's one-on-one tutoring was great. In the future, I'll continue to trust you fully. After all, the Death King's schemes are reliable. I bowed down at an angle appropriate for a butler. Thank you for the compliments, milady. You are a million times welcome, but is stepping on my foot another way to stop the immersion rate from going up? My big toe hurts a little. I can't help but act as a bad butler. Please withstand it. I understand. This morning, a total of 14 ladies entered the academy's infirmary. The incident on the road in front of the girls' dormitory quickly spread to the whole school. It was known as the Is Your Head Well incident. 7. Restaurant, main building, garden. Wherever they went, the students gossiped about the incident. The lady of the golden silk has gone mad. She's changed since she was attacked yesterday. She's possessed by the devil. 2 ladies and 1 gentleman bravely went to investigate the suspicious rumors and reveal the truth. But they still haven't returned. Isn't she more attractive now? So who ordered her assassination? Stormwind's unofficial club, All Older Sisters Fan Association, AOSFA, welcomes the current changes. We urge the Stormwind students to change their perceptions. The lady of the golden silk's butler was mixing her tea with salt. A lot of witnesses saw it. It's dangerous. Assassination. I heard the crown prince is handling it. She's gone insane. I'm going mad. An appropriate salt intake is good for your health. Is the salt in the black tea for her well-being? Golden Silk Uni. The rumors snowballed like an avalanche and became a ghost story. Lady of the golden silk, you have insulted the honor of my master. However, even if the rumor became exaggerated, it was true that 14 ladies had fainted. Of course, these ladies' servants were angry. Even if they couldn't attack a noble lady, they could ask me, a subordinate just like them, to duel. At lunchtime, angry servants rushed in line to fight me. I cannot stand still as the honor of my master and her family is blemished. Please allow me to duel with the lady's butler. Ho ho. The heretic questioner nodded. Okay. Everyone solve it nicely among yours. Just a moment. I secretly stepped on the foot of the heretic questioner. The heretic questioner winced in pain. Is something wrong? Once you decide to act, you have to continue your bad girl image to the end. Don't accept what others say right away. That looks too obedient. Ah, you're right. That's true. Then how do I be bad? Do as I tell you to do. Whispers passed between the two of us. The servants who requested duels looked at us with confused faces. After a while, the heretic questioner opened his mouth with a face like he had an epiphany. All right. You may duel with my servant if you like. Ah, thank you for your permission. Then, right here. But, if you want to fight him, pay me. The servants blinked.
Pardon.
I mean that you need to pay to get what you want. The heretic questioner sat on a garden bench and crossed his legs. His radiant face was forceful. If children saw the heretic questioner right now, they would probably automatically yell out, Uni, my butler belongs to my family. I am the only person in my family who is attending this academy. So he is mine. What if my possession gets hurt during a duel? Are you going to be responsible for that? The noble servants were dumbfounded. She wanted them to bribe her so they could have a sacred duel? Wasn't that too thuggish? How much should I pay you? I'll take 5 gold coins. Aha! The heretic questioner delivered the final line that I taught him. Everyone, it isn't the case that your loyalty to your masters is worth less than 5 pieces of gold, right? The servants took out the gold coins one by one. I felt a little pity as I watched them. Some of the servants looked like they were about to cry. Their faces seemed worried about whether it was honorable to pay to fight for a lady's honor. A face that seemed to ask, is this really the right thing to do? However, there was no going back. Once a few servants began to pay, the others had to join in. Here it is. Lady. Okay. I have it too. Yup. Thank you for your patronage. Please excuse me. I only have silver coins. Would you accept it in small change? I'll accept it all. The heretic questioner ripped off the frugal servants. The dignity of the young lady who was given an epithet from the emperor was buried under the jangling of coins without leaving a trace. Followers take after their masters. I cracked my neck up and down, left and right like a gangster. There were more than 10 servants staring at me awkwardly. Let me ask this, just in case. What is it? I lifted the holy sword, sheath and all. Among those of you here, has anyone starved for over a week? The thrilling sounds of a beating rang in the garden. I took down the servants one after another, feeling like a drummer. I beat them like a dusty cloth. Ack! Hook! Cook! Countless students watched as the servants screamed. Looking around, I saw the students staring at me in dismay. Behind me, the heretic questioner rolled the coins in his hands and hummed. Screams, gasps, and the jingling of coins. The 3 melodies formed a perfect trinity. Sigh! At that moment, someone hastily rushed in among the watching students. Sylvia, what in the world is this about? It was the man who could be said to be the ramen noodles of this apocalypse. The Crown Prince. The blonde ramen was extremely flustered. My heart felt satisfied when I saw his bloated ramen face. We were returning the embarrassment we felt because of him last night. I heard rumors that you've suddenly become strange, but as always, I thought it was malicious gossip. But now, against our classmates, you! The prince glared at me, muttering quickly. Well, for ramen soup served with rice, his eyes were quite fierce. What are you doing? When your master is tired, it is the servant's responsibility to stop them and help them recover with all their power. You're a third-rate butler, and utterly disqualified to be a servant. You're disqualified. I apologize, Your Highness. I put the holy sword on my waist and bowed my head. This child is not judged by anyone other than the young lady. If Milady evaluates me as a third-rate butler, That is what I am, and if she says that I am disqualified, I will step down. But until that moment, I will remain her faithful butler. You, despite causing all this disturbance, you shamelessly. The prince closed his mouth and pursed his lips. Then he shook his head. Did he think it was useless to speak with a servant like me? Sylvia, didn't I tell you again and again? You shouldn't have a man like that as your butler. There are several eunuchs raised with great care in the imperial household. If I ask His Majesty, you can take one of the competent ones. It's all right. You don't need to worry. My father already thinks well of you. Wow. The students in the audience exclaimed quietly. Here and there, you could also see young ladies who fell for that adoring look. Just now, the prince expressed his affection so openly. The ladies sighed forlornly and whispered among themselves. What's happening? His Highness's fiancée is the Lady of the Silver Lily. But that was an agreement before they were born, right? It's been too long. It's been said that the Emperor cares for the Lady of the Golden Silk since a long time ago. So maybe... what would be best? The ladies' eyes sparkled as they talked about what would be the best outcome. There was no scandal as heated as the romance of the imperial family. If the diamonds of their own house burned, they would die from regret, but they would pay 1,000 gold to see the most brilliant diamond of another burn. Sylvia, what do you think? The prince approached and grabbed the heretic questioner's wrist. Would you please accept my earnest request? The heretic questioner looked at the prince. At this moment I was nervous as well. Will the love of the female protagonist, the Lady of the Golden Silk, be more intense? Or would the ego of the heretic questioner playing the bad girl be stronger? I did my best to strengthen the latter, but in the end, it was the heretic questioner who had to fight in his mind. We may lose the match. Your Highness. The heretic questioner slowly opened his mouth. What perfume did you use today? What? I'm sorry to tell you this, but it smells a little strange to me. A bright smile spread over the heretic questioner's face. Swish. The heretic questioner smoothly took his wrist out from the prince's grasp, then took out a fan and opened it. Over the fan, his eyes narrowed into a smile. Did you discover who was behind the assassins who attacked me yesterday?
No.
The investigation is still underway. If I hadn't had my butler by my side last night, I would have been hurt. If your Highness is thinking of me, then I ask you to respect my butler just as much. Didn't he protect the prestige of the Academy by protecting my life? Your Highness, I trust my butler the most. At that moment, ramen boiled in the prince's face, and the heretic questioner laughed with his fan wide open. Oh ho ho ho! It was the most romance-like laughter in the world. Chapter 94. Villain. 1. Is there anyone who thinks about you as much as I do? Is there anyone who cares about you as much as I do? Have you ever seen someone look at you with more desperate eyes than mine? Have you ever felt a softer touch than my hands? There's no one. There wouldn't have been anyone. I would not let them. 2. Oh ho ho ho! A peal of romance-like laughter rang through the garden. The prince, whose genuine plea had been met with laughter, looked like he was about to cry. Sigh Sylvia? Oh ho ho! What is it, your Highness? Isn't your laughter a little artificial? Of course, your voice is like that of a baby bird. No matter how you chirp, it is music to my ears. Still, if you think about keeping up the appearance of nobility. Oh ho ho ho! I am very satisfied with this laughter. Is that so? The prince muttered, stuttering. I see. That's how it is. No. Listening to it carefully, it seems to be all right. Yeah, it's all right. It's totally fine. You're so beautiful. I discovered another charming point about you today. Oi, check out this ramen head. How did his love for the Lady of the Golden Silk not lessen even with this? All of the students around him were looking at him with slightly cold eyes. Zombie. Bei Hurayong, who had been quiet for a bit after entering the apocalypse, opened his mouth. I've been silently watching your play this time. I was trying not to interfere. I can't watch this anymore, though. It's too frustrating. Hey, Aren't you misunderstanding something? A misunderstanding? What am I getting wrong? You think it's easier to break someone's love than to create it. Yes. I'm sorry, but that's case by case. That was what Bei Hurayong said. He had the expression of a mountain gorilla, the prince of the jungle, suddenly being trapped inside a zoo. Case by case. Yeah. You totally exude the aura of someone who's never dated, but people in love each have slightly different forms of love. Kiddo, there's a type of love that can't be cut no matter how much you try to slice it away. It seems to me that the prince guy is... The prince opened his mouth before Bei Hurayong could finish his sentence. Sylvia, you truly shine in diverse ways, like a kaleidoscope. If there was snow on the branches yesterday, the tree now blooms with plum blossoms. That's right. Is a human's laugh determined by their birth? What law prescribes the way nobility laughs? I too will change the way I laugh now. Mwahahaha. That crazy guy. A fantastic duet floated to the sky above the garden.
Oh ho ho.
Mwahaha. Oh ho ho ho. Mwahahaha. It was the birth of the couple of the century. I was speechless. What the hell is love? I was shocked. You've never dated before. Did you think a kid who's never known the feeling of love could solve this twisted relationship? Bei Hurayong clicked his tongue. There are people who have thrown away their country to look good in front of the one they love. It was a good idea to stop the immersion by acting out, but it won't be enough to destroy love. Yup, sometimes it's just lacking. Huh? All of a sudden, Bei Hurayong began to look like an adult. Am I going to have an inferiority complex because I've been single? To this mountain gorilla? Isn't that too shameful? Tap. I stepped between the crown prince and the heretic questioner, as if saying, look here. Naturally, the prince frowned when he saw me. You! Her ladyship has told me that she trusts me the most. Now, let's see if your love can hold against this. Your highness is a noble man. I am from humble birth. But your majesty is far away, while I am always by my ladyship's side. My mistress's family is my house, and my mistress's life is the life that I serve. Your highness. Screams of Kaya echoed in the garden. The voices belonged to the young ladies watching us.
No.
You. Crazy, hey? Hey! Bei Hurayong urgently shouted. You idiot! Ah, this virgin kid. You really don't know the rules of love. That guy's the prince of the empire, so he'll have a lot of pride. If you say that, the prince will become more Ah! The crown prince ground his teeth. You think yourself so great because you stay by the lady's side, using the excuse of being a butler. Very well. Then I will take care of Sylvia. 2. I'll watch over Sylvia myself when she is at the academy, so you may leave now. What? He's the crown prince of this nation. You can be crazy for love, but how could it be this much? Oh ho ho ho, Mr. Heretic Questioner. Please stop laughing. I can't concentrate. What in heavens is this fuss now? It was then. The murmuring of the students stopped. In one very brief moment, the commotion stopped for less than a second. The silence was only 1 second long, but that was enough. The young sons and daughters of nobility bowed their heads and cleared the path. Lady of the Silver Lily. Only the crown prince looked at her with his eyebrows furrowed. There, the lady with the moonlight in her hair walked. 3. I thought you asked for a sick leave this morning, the prince said. I thought that you'd be absent from school today, but is your body feeling better again? The lady's heart seems to be quite the troublemaker. The lady of the Silver Lily did not respond right away. Instead, she glanced over our audience one by one. Flinch. When she met their eyes, the students dropped their gazes. Until now, the students had been fired up by the imperial family's scandal. Only once they froze did the lady of the Silver Lily part her lips. Are you well? I was able to have a peaceful night thanks to your concern. Is that so? That's good. You call in sick and lay down half the year, so a day like today must be precious. The sun feels nice on this spring day, so you should take a leisurely stroll. Cold expression. Take a stroll was the same thing as saying, Leave this place. The crown prince was desperately cloying with the lady of the golden silk, but he was ungenerous toward the lady of the silver lily. His cold-heartedness was a bit odd. Even if he's from the imperial family, it shouldn't be good to treat someone from the ducal family this harshly. However, the lady of the silver lily was calm. A stroll sounds wonderful. The magnolia petals fall when the spring breeze becomes even a little rough. I worry that if I enjoy the walk alone, the flowers will be lonely. Unlike last night's struggle for words at the ball, the lady of the silver lily had a silver tongue. Your Highness, don't let yourself be dirted in this clamorous crowd. Would you like to accompany me on a walk in the comfort of springtime? Ha! Why would I? Lady of the golden silk. The lady of the silver lily addressed the heretic questioner. You should also walk together. The prince shut his mouth. All the eyes nearby were drawn to the heretic questioner. The heretic questioner gripped his fan and glanced at me. What should I do, Death King? Is what his eyes told me. Should I follow them? His eyes showed that he would totally accept my decision. Would it be okay? The lady of the silver lily and the crown prince. Both of them were dangerous. Merely being close to them deepened our immersions. The heretic questioner became closer to the lady of the golden silk, and I became closer to the butler. It was dangerous, but nothing would be solved if we stayed still. What is your immersion rate now? I whispered in a voice that would only be heard by the heretic questioner. Did it rise? Yes, it went up a little. The heretic questioner whispered back. My immersion rate is now 17%. Aha, it rose 1% when the prince spoke to me. It rose another 1% when I saw the lady of the silver lily. In total, it's 2% higher than yesterday. 2%. Compared to last night's insane increase, the immersion speed had definitely slowed down. Should we take the risk now and enter the tiger's den? If not now, when would be better? I met the heretic questioner's eyes. When spring comes. The heretic questioner smiled brightly. The magnolia falls, Death King. Okay. I made a decision. All right, let's follow along, milady. I trust your judgment, butler. The heretic questioner closed the fan with a smack. Oh ho ho ho. I cannot refuse when the lady of the silver lily personally suggested a walk. I gladly accept your invitation. The lady of the silver lily frowned. Then, she lightly turned around. Follow me quietly. For the place she led us to was her own lodgings. The lady of the silver lily, whose family had great power, did not stay in the dormitories. She stayed and ate at a separate villa. This is where you come to walk? The prince complained, who had been half-forced into following. The lady of the silver lily's accommodations were fancier than the other students. But that was all. The prince was someone raised in the imperial palace. He didn't seem impressed by the luxury. Do you think I would do that? The lady of the silver lily kept walking, unaffected by his words. Click, click. The lady's shoes made a noise whenever they hit the hallway. The walk was an excuse. What? There were many eyes in the garden. I couldn't tell you the truth like that. It must remain a secret. A secret? Yes. Click. It's about the assassins who dared to invade the cradle of nobility. Your Highness, rashly speaking can agitate the public. The prince kept his mouth shut. From my deductions, the prince was the one who hired the assassins. Maybe it was just her air, but the lady of the silver lily's tone seemed to say, I already know what you did. You mean you caught the culprit? Even I have not done so yet with my investigation. How could you? The lady of the golden silk's butler gave me a clue. Click. Last night, I threw out the lady and her servant from the ball. I had been overreacting. However, I only ordered them to be taken away, not for them to be locked up anywhere. It seems that some of my subordinates had evil intentions. The villa of the Duke's daughter had a staircase that led to the basement. Standing in front of it, the lady of the silver lily looked back at us. Her face was expressionless. Shall we go down, Your Highness? I don't see the servants. How bizarre. Where did the duchy's servants go? Are you worried? I suppose you must be. I will take the lead. The lady of the silver lily went down the stairs without answering the prince's question. Her clicking footsteps seeped through the basement. Click, click. Soon, the darkness of the stairs buried the lady of the silver lily. The prince gulped and started going down the stairs. The heretic questioner and I also followed them. Something thickened in the air as we went down the stairs. It was something that my nose and my life were becoming too used to, the scent of blood. The heretic questioner and I weren't flustered, but the prince's shoulders ahead of us flinched. I apologize for bringing you to such a squalid place, Your Highness. In the basement, 3 human beings were tied down in chairs. All 3 were the duchy's servants whom I saw last night, and these are the people behind the assassins who attacked the lady of the golden silk. All 3 were soaked in blood. The prince's hands trembled. Even I frowned a little. The only ones whose expressions did not change after descending the stairs were the heretic questioner and the lady of the silver lily. It was understandable why the heretic questioner was unaffected. He was the guild master of the 10,000 Temple, which carried out uncountable numbers of torture and interrogations in the tower. However, the other person was just a duke's daughter. She resembled the moonlight, staggering and swaying like she would fall any moment. She appeared fragile. That girl stood here as if she was very familiar with these types of places. This is the result of the investigation I did overnight. Then, I remembered. It turned out that they had done it for personal revenge. The lady in front of me was the person who would destroy the world. Personal revenge? Yes. Would you like to hear about it? The lady of the silver lily grabbed a servant by his hair. Ag! The servant opened his eye in agony. Could he not open his right eye? He looked at us with only his left. His Highness the Prince has honored us with a visit. Pay respect. Milady, Yuk, Milady. You and your colleagues ordered an assassination. The target was the lady of the golden silk. Explain to the prince why you attempted to kill the lady. Milady, miss. If you tell the truth, your family will remain unharmed. This person, the lady of the golden silk, the daughter of a lowly baron on the outskirts, doesn't know her place and dares to chase the crown prince. Milady is his highness's rightful fiancée. That's right, she's his fiancée. The agreement was made a long time ago. She was dangerous. I was frustrated angry because of the baron's daughter, so stop. I did something foolish. I apologize. I apologize, milady. I apologize, Your Highness. Did anyone order you to hire an assassin? And no one. There's nobody who pulled the strings. But there was. Are you saying it was just the 3 of you? This was a false testimony. Yes, that's right, milady. That's right. It was to protect the prince. Are you certain? There's no mistake. All right, I see. To protect the prince of this country, the lady of the silver lily deliberately brought about a false testimony. She must have ensured the 3 of them would say the same thing, concocted an alibi, and perfectly manipulated all evidence. These people would never be able to reveal the fact that they were the prince's agents. The prince's act of confining the heretic questioner and me in the warehouse was moved behind the scenes. So was his attempt to intervene and pretend to be a hero during the crisis. The lady of the silver lily was trying to bury all truth in the ground. For none other than the crown prince. For the man who would be affected the most if the truth were revealed. Your Highness. The lady of the silver lily lifted her head and looked at the prince. Please punish them. The prince flinched. What do you mean, punish? These are the men who tried to kill the lady of the golden silk, whom your highness cares about. They are criminals who invaded the cradle of nobility. They deserve to be punished, and you can punish them. Your highness is currently the foundation of this country. Why do you hesitate? The lady of the silver lady asked. Is there perhaps a different truth to this case than what I have discovered? I tell you this not as a student of the academy, but as someone who will be your highness's vassal. Your highness, the foundation of the country. If you find my investigation to be insufficient, please push the punishment onto another. As this matter is serious, I will send notice to the Emperor's special operatives. The Emperor's special operatives. As soon as I heard that, a memory of the butler was revived. They were hunting dogs under the control of one person and did not answer to anyone else. Made up of the Empire's top swordsmen and magicians, they were given absolute rights over independent investigation. The reason why this prince was able to take over as the crown prince was because they swallowed up the former crown prince, who had been corrupt. However, if you are satisfied with this investigation, there is no need for such troublesome work. The Lady of the Silver Lily bowed her back. On the basement floor, there was a sword that seemed to have been prepared in advance. In this place, please punish. The Lady of the Silver Lily rolled up her sleeves like she was familiar with the movement. Both her arms had numerous scars marking her skin. The one who didn't properly manage the servants of her family. Wounds from stabs, cuts, scratches, pulls, flogs, and torture took space on every part of her arms, which were originally as white as lilies. No, it wasn't just both arms. Seeing the long dent in her shoulder that looked as if a worm had burrowed through, I knew that her whole body must be covered with scars. The Lady of the Silver Lily, with her head down, whispered, "Please punish me, the Silver Lily, the villainous young lady of this world. As always, I will bear the sin." The crown prince trembled. Chapter 95. Villain. 2. 5. My beloved daughter, don't expect anything. Do not expect anything at all. Do not expect things and do not count on things. That is the secret to life. Every time you tell yourself, maybe this time, the world will whisper back, this time, for certain. Being fooled once is an experience, and being fooled twice is a tragedy. But being fooled 3 times is a farce. My dear daughter, you are a noble. Be cautious, and do not let your life become someone else's joke. Do not let them have 3 chances. 2. Just 2 wounds are enough to be remembered forever. Those kings of old set up memorials for their death while they were still alive. Do not repeat the foolishness of building monuments in the desert. But if you still want to leave something to the world, my daughter, remember, you are not lending your life to someone. Do not try to be someone's debtor. Give without the intention of getting it back in the first place. Give everything. Forgive people for throwing carnivals with your dead body. Give them your hair. Give them your fingers. Give everything. Sacrifice everything from your pureness to your naive hopes. They will ravenously desire all of you and enjoy their banquet. So leave, and do not leave anything behind in this world. Anything. That was your mother's will when she died. Her funeral was a cremation. 6. The basement was quiet. Is something wrong? There was only the quiet voice of Lady of the Silver Lily. The air was cold. The servants who were interrogated had shed blood, but the pools of blood did not heat the basement at all. Please, punish me quickly as foundation of this country. Ah. The prince laughed weakly. No. Could we even say that was a laugh? The tip of his mouth just lifted slightly and trembled. It was a gruesome failure of a smile. He turned his head like he was escaping and looked at the heretic questioner and me. His eyes asked, "What do you two think of this absurd situation?" "Your Highness." But he couldn't escape. The cutting voice of the Lady of the Silver Lily severed the prince's gaze. Should I report their crimes to His Majesty's special operatives? The crown prince hesitated. Are you trying to follow in the footsteps of the discarded crown prince? Are you testing the extent of His Majesty's forgiveness for you? A threat. Her quiet tone was not rude, but the duchy's young lady, the Lady of the Silver Lily, was clearly giving the prince a hard time. It was an effective threat. The imperial heir's hand trembled. Shaking, he grabbed the sword that the lady had offered him. However, his determination only lasted to holding the grip of the sword. He wasn't mad enough to swing the sword. Sylvia! The prince helplessly let the tip of the sword point down. He looked at us blankly. Did he want one of us to come forward and stop the Lady of the Silver Lily? What a neat resolution! However, the heretic questioner laughed brightly. It's neat how you brought in the two of us in addition to the crown prince. Aha! So everyone here will become accomplices and keep their mouths shut by your calculations. It'll be good for His Highness since his blunders will be covered up. And it'll be good for me since the Lady of the Silver Lily is being punished. Sigh Sylvia. The problem here is that only your ladyship gains nothing from this. The heretic questioner's eyes curved like a crescent moon. Do you receive any benefit by doing things this way? Your ladyship, 3 loyal servants of the Duke are dying. You'll even receive corporal punishment on the prince's behalf. I'm really curious about what you're thinking. I don't know what you're talking about. As I said, these are my family's servants, and I, as the daughter of this family, should be held responsible for their mistake. Aha! How pretty. But that isn't efficient when it comes to a debate. Let's be honest with each other to have a more fruitful discussion. Why would you be punished on the prince's behalf? Is this your ladyship's love? The sound of breathing in the basement. The silver and gold ladies stared at each other for a moment. It is only what I must do to be his subject, Lady of the Golden Silk. The Lady of the Silver Lily replied in a composed voice, not even moving her eyebrows. Thinking of my own benefit or cost is disloyal. Perhaps you find this difficult to understand since your family is from the countryside. In other words, you don't want something in return? Do you want me to answer? Give up. Whether you understand me or not has no influence on my behavior. How curious. The heretic questioner exhaled like a sigh. It was difficult for me to guess right away what he meant by that. But one thing was certain. The heretic questioner's response was definitely not what the crown prince had hoped for. The heretic questioner did not intend to stop the Lady of the Silver Lily. The face of the prince, who had clung onto his love, was stained with despair. Please wait a moment, milady. So I had no choice but to open my mouth. The heretic questioner tilted his head and looked at me. Yes, butler? What is it? If those servants are really the culprits, then you also have the right to take revenge. It would be wrong to leave the punishment solely to the prince. My mouth felt stale. My head was spinning. To overcome this ridiculously complicated political incident, I devoted myself to thinking about the best course. I did not hesitate to use the butler's knowledge. The immersion toward the character has deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 7%. My tongue dried to a crisp, but it was still okay for now. The same is true for the Lady of the Silver Lily. She was betrayed by her faithful servants. I believe this is more than enough reason that she deserves to punish these men. Ooh. So? There are 3 servants who have sinned. There are also 3 people who are entitled to punish them. I looked at the servants, tied up in the chairs. What if each person punishes 1 culprit each? Silence. In any case, the Lady of the Silver Lily wishes to make us accomplices. That's why she brought us here, and His Highness seems to be unable to carry out the punishment alone. I believe that it will be appropriate to divide the punishment equally. There was a hush for a while. The heretic questioner closed an eye. The Lady of the Silver Lily pinched her brows without a word. The crown prince's complexion quickly brightened. Right. Sylvia's servant is correct. The Lady of the Silver Lily was betrayed by her subordinates. Sylvia was attacked. And I need to uphold the law. Since everyone has their own reasons, it would be best to each take care of one. Your Highness, a king should not share his duties with others. Shut it. The prince nervously threw the sword at the Lady of the Silver Lily. Thwop! The sheath bounced off the lady's leg and to the ground. The Lady of the Silver Lily looked impassive, though it must have hit hard enough to bruise. If something happens, kill it, punish it, beat it. That's the only thing you know how to say. How many people do you think I've taken care of until now? It is the duty of the one who will lead this empire in the future. I am not a killer. I'm no murderer. You spiteful woman. How wicked. If you want to see blood so much, you kill someone first. The prince huffed, and the Lady of the Duchy quietly looked at him. Time seemed to freeze. The thin ice in the air broke as the lady slowly bent down. She lifted the sword. Her hands continued to move. Her left hand was over the sheath and her right hand on the hilt. Skillfully, the lady of the silver lily drew the blade. Your Highness. The color of the blade resembled her hair. If so, at least give me an order. Oh, order. Yes, Your Highness. Order me to execute them. Why are you hesitating? Did you forget how to give an order? Is it because you want to give up your claim to sovereignty? The prince inhaled deeply. He fumbled over the word. Kill him. However, the lady of the silver lily never missed. Blood splattered. The air in the basement split apart, as did the weightier flesh. Ha! The lady of the silver lily's shoulders shook a little as if she was sighing. That was all. After taking a life with a sigh, the lady of the silver lily looked at us. I felt something ominous. My heart throbbed disturbingly. I realized how I felt for the lady of the silver lily. The immersion toward the character has deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 8%. It was something instinctive that told me that this person will someday stand in the way of the lady of the golden silk. It was an obsessive compulsion to deal with the person in front of my eyes. Ah, you're becoming more and more interesting to me. Very good. That was why my immersion rate was rising like crazy. It'll be troublesome to leave the person who tried to assassinate me alone. Please hand me the sword. I'll take care of the second one. Now, shall I become an accomplice? How many people has the heretic questioner killed so far? I didn't know, but it was very clear that the heretic questioner was not an amateur in this. As soon as the heretic questioner received the sword, he hummed and completed the execution in one blow. Now there was one servant left. Ah! There was only one person left who needed to administer punishment. The prince opened his mouth and looked at the heretic questioner. He didn't seem to expect that the heretic questioner would execute someone so easily. Ugh! You! Then something shocking, no something unbelievable, happened. The prince took a back step and tried to run away. Before the lady of the silver lily could say anything, the heretic questioner said, Ah! As he did, the prince ran off. Nobody had expected it, so the crown prince nearly succeeded in getting away. Yup, if I didn't block the basement stairs behind them. How impertinent. Whose path do you think you're blocking, servant? You! I snatched the prince's wrist and gripped it tightly. I intentionally increased my strength. The prince tried to shake off my hand but failed. He let out a low scream. He couldn't compare with me in terms of grip strength in the first place. What do you mean, you? Let go of me this instant. It happened because of you? Did it not? The voice that spilled out of my mouth was cold even to my ears. It wasn't my usual voice. This wouldn't have happened if you did not order the assassination attempt on a whim. You were so crazy for love that you set up a kidnapping act. Well, things like that may happen sometimes. But do you plan to ignore your responsibility just because you're crazy? I glowered at the prince. Hold it. Hold it. What am I supposed to? The sword. Hold it. The prince flinched. The immersion toward the character has deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 9%. The immersion increased, but that didn't matter. Right now, my feelings were the same as the butler's. Anger at this cowardly escape. I grabbed the prince's wrist and dragged him along. He resisted, trying hard not to be pulled by me. However, I ignored his attempts. Hold the sword's hilt. Ugh! You rude thing. You dare. Since he didn't want to hold it, I forced him to. Raise the sword properly. Let go. I order you to let me go. Is anybody there? Since he did not want to raise the sword, I had to force him to do so. It shows how much you've let others take the blame until now. The dirty work, the vulgar work, the things that you didn't want to touch. You must have handed all of these over to the lady of the silver lily. You who is the prince of this country. Sigh. Sylvia. Control your butler. Please. Sylvia. Strike with the sword. The prince's arm strength was negligible. it was easy to overcome. So I overcame it. Ah! The smell of blood in the basement became a bit thicker. The servant's body, tied to the chair, slid down. The prince looked in front of him with a devastated expression. At his feet, the lady of the silver lily slowly bent her knees. The hem of her skirt dipped into the pool of blood, turning red. It will please everyone that the foundation of the empire has upheld our nation's order, Your Highness. The prince did not answer. He turned his back without a word. This time I let his hands go. Please keep your heart firm and continue to execute fair judgment in the future. The prince tiredly climbed the basement stairs. Thud, thud. Meanwhile, the lady of the silver lily continued to advise him. Her persistent voice bounced off the prince's back and returned to the basement. The fate of this country and its people rely on Your Highness's mindset. Your Highness may be one person, but your actions are not yours alone. Each of Your Highness's actions and decisions has a great influence on the empire. Please. The sound of footsteps became faint with distance and cut off. We continued looking at the lady of the silver lily, who still had her head bowed. Become strong. I wanted to understand this person. Chapter 96. Villain. 3. It was the third day since we fell into the apocalypse. The lady of the silver lily was absent from the academy. They say she's in bed because her body's unwell. Is that so? Yes. She gets sick often, so of course she would fall ill after interrogating her servants all night long. The heretic questioner took small sips of the black tea, which contained a large amount of sodium, good for his health. Physical fitness is the nation's strength. It's difficult to achieve your goals even if you have a great cause when your body is weak. What a shame. The lady of the silver lily is a talented person who can overturn the empire. I heard that the prince is absent as well. Ah, yes. It's all thanks to you, butler. Maybe he received too much of a shock. He might even apply for a leave of absence. We were in one part of the garden, having tea time by the magnolias. The other students passing through the garden were startled when they saw us. It's the crazy master-servant pair. The naughty lady. You can't go near them. Young ladies lifted up the hems of their dresses, and the young men rolled up the ankles of their pants to run away. Thanks to this, we had the spacious garden to ourselves. Sweet. Heretic questioner, you just called me butler, not Death King. Be careful. Ah, I apologize. My mistake. It's hard to control myself since my immersion is over 20%. Oh, also, this salted tea is surprisingly charming. Another cup, please, butler. You called me a butler again. I sighed and poured more tea into the lady's teacup. Splish. MHM. I began to hum. After taking on the butler's role, I realized that tea ceremonies were quite deep. The way the tea poured from the pot drop by drop and gathered in the cup, the way the liquid rippled as it poured, it was beautiful. This culture truly suited the young lady. The immersion toward the character has deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 10%. Kaya! The heretic questioner jumped. Butler, why did you suddenly dump the tea on me? It's hot. It'll definitely damage my delicate hair. What do you mean? Kaya, that's not the way you normally scream. Has your body and heart become one with the lady of the golden silk plum? Tell me this. When spring comes, the magnolias drop, and the butler's hair will fall off too. Ayok! There was a moment when I experienced the horror that I might lose my hair. We calmed down and stopped fighting. I acted like a proper servant and brushed the heretic questioner's hair. The heretic questioner's hair had grown a bit over the past few days. Was it the effect of his sacred transformation technique? Or was it because he was becoming more and more like the lady of the golden plum silk? Your expressions show much more emotions than before, heretic questioner. I ran my fingers through his golden hair. I had never combed someone's hair or had mine be combed by someone, but my hands moved on their own. You used to smile all the time. In another way, it was like you weren't smiling at all. Rather than smiling because you were happy, it felt like smiling was a default expression. Aha! Am I different now? Yes, you've become more emotional. Or should I say vivid? Now, I feel like I understand why you smile when you smile. Whether you're smiling because you're pleased or if you're faking it. I see. I'm also aware of that. Death King, do you think that this is a good thing? I quietly looked down at the back of the heretic questioner's head. It was a small head, small body, small shoulders, small arms. I thought about how many people he must have killed despite his small body. The heretic questioner. From Europe, Bulgaria to be specific, and a first-generation hunter. Age unknown. Number of murders unknown. Yes, I think it's a good trend. I opened my mouth. Honestly, I was wondering what to do with you. What do you mean? You're a crazy psychopathic killer. I slowly tied the back of the heretic questioner's hair. It reminded me of taking care of my younger siblings at the orphanage. But I couldn't kill you without a reason. The Black Dragon Guild and even the Sword Saint, who hates people like you the most, kept you alive. Which means there's a reason not to kill you. The heretic questioner laughed. He didn't seem surprised to hear I was wondering if I should kill him. Rather, he seemed to find it fun. An accurate discernment. Why do you kill people? I finally asked the question I had wanted to ask very much. You may be a psychopath, but you're a psychopath who can listen. You know how to understand others in your own way. Then why murder them? The heretic questioner stroked his chin. He radiated an atmosphere of deep thought. In the distance, beyond the flower bushes in the garden, there was the quiet sound of students laughing. The heretic questioner turned his head. Then he began to whisper so only I would hear. First of all, I should tell you that I'm very talented. The heretic questioner made some hand signs. Sacred technique, hidden spirit. One of the heretic questioner's gloves disappeared. It is one of the sacred techniques that I can use. I can make anything, no matter what it is, disappear from the world. Of course, I can also use this technique to get rid of evidence and bodies after a murder. His bare fingers waved in the air. If a powerful person doesn't kill people, it isn't because they're a good person. Death King. They simply find it annoying to cover up the corpse and are afraid of being discovered later. But I don't have to worry about annoyance or fear. The tower really was confusing in the first generation. The heretic questioner's face turned bright. The revival of slavery, racial discrimination and nationalism, terrorism, manipulation, genocide, incitement and fabrication, ideological conflicts. It was a bit like compressing all of human history and melting it in your mouth. The feeling that, at this rate, we will all perish spread to small and medium warlords, the current 5 guilds. The Black Dragon, Sangrian, 10,000 Temple, Chun Mumun, the civil militia. The 5 gathered. The heretic questioner spoke as if he were reciting some epic. The Black Dragon's guild master spoke first. I'll leave out the useless words. Let's make an everlasting non-aggression pact. The Count added a condition. Guarantee that Sangrian will have exclusive rights to supplies from the outside world. And I added this. I want every guild to have its own exclusive territory. That's my condition for cooperating with this cover-up. The venomous snake complained. Well, the craziest guys are the most reliable ones. TSK. It's the end of the world. Really? But why is this coffee so bitter? Who gave me coffee that I didn't even order? Oi, look at this. Hey! The Sword Saint organized things. I won't say, do what you have to do. I'll say, do what you want to do. Tonight, we will be killing people with our own conviction, our judgments, and our methods. That night, 4,653 people died. The heretic questioner's smile was still bright. The next night, 10,171 people died. Then the next night, 8,275 people. And the next night, 7,412 people. And the night after that, 23,781. They died. They died. They died. The heretic questioner continued to repeat that refrain. After a while, he happily said, and then, the heretic questioner said that the day came suddenly. That night, nobody died. It was the end of a long cleanup operation. He said that the black dragon which cried that night. And as for the Sword Saint, I will take responsibility and resign. The Sword Saint was the commander of the civil militia at the time. And I will never speak of this again. I allowed the massacre. I participated in it. I did it even though I knew I shouldn't have. I will despise all of you forever. And I will hate myself a little more than that. He left. After that day, the position of the civil militia's commander remained perpetually empty. Since then, the Crusader has been in charge of the civil militia. The Crusader, the vice leader of the civil militia. The Crusader always introduced herself like that and had always been called that. The Crusader regretted it. I suddenly remembered the night when the Crusader blocked the Sword Saint along with the alchemist. Was this the reason for the subtle tension between the Crusader and the Sword Saint? But I didn't regret it. It was a necessary sacrifice. The heretic questioner grinned. But maybe because I'm being immersed into the Lady of the Golden Silk Plum? I had a weird thought just now. What is it? Death King. I think things might have gone differently if you were there. How interesting. I've never felt this mood before. The heretic questioner raised his head. He stopped whispering. In the sky, magnolias were blooming. Do you people always live in this sort of mood? If I had only done something back then. If this happened at that time. Do you drift, wander, and live among these thoughts? It's amazing. The heretic questioner lamented. Well, the fifth-ranked hunter said with a sigh. This is why people are so beautiful and lovely. Heretic questioner. If I were also like everyone else. The heretic questioner stopped talking for a moment. He continued. And then, it's troublesome, Butler. I keep desiring more and more to stay in this world. The moment the heretic questioner smiled, I heard a voice. The immersion toward the character is deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 11%. I realized then, I probably wouldn't be able to kill this person. I couldn't kill someone who knew how to feel regret. Milady. Yes. When spring comes. The heretic questioner waved his hand. The missing glove suddenly returned and wrapped his bare hand. It was a white glove patterned with flower petals. The heretic questioner beamed. Spring is nice. Would you like to go for a walk? Butler? Time seemed to stop. I didn't know what kind of expression I made. Then, the heretic questioner looked at my face and said, "Uffed," while laughing. He was laughing so hard he had to hold on to his stomach. Ah ha ha ha. Ha. Your complexion is fantastic. Death King. It turned blue in an instant. You looked like a corpse. Really, you? Even if it's a joke. Something like this. I'm sorry. I guess having emotions made me a bit of a prankster. I understand. Now I know what I usually feel when I'm with you. Death King. I feel like I'm looking at a reliable big brother. A big brother. You're from the first generation. Aren't you actually older than me? No comment. But then, the heretic questioner continued. It is clear that I am becoming quickly immersed into the role of the Lady of the Golden Plum Silk. Even during this conversation, my immersion rose by 1%. My immersion rate is now 32%. Tomorrow, it may increase to over 50%. That's how much I'm addicted to feeling emotions. The heretic questioner touched the back of his head, where I had tied his hair. I am the protagonist of this apocalypse's tale, but you will be the main character in the end. Death King, before I drown in emotions and become absorbed by the Lady of the Golden Plum Silk, please save the ending. I will. I nodded. I promise. The heretic questioner smiled. I believe in you, my butler. That night, the heretic questioner's immersion rate went over 50%. For, in the end, it is the Lady of the Silver Lily who will destroy this world. I headed to the Lady of the Silver Lily's lodgings under the pretext of checking on her health. She's the key. I need to understand her. Her love, jealousy, tolerance, arrogance, and monopoly. I have to understand it all if I want to complete this apocalypse. And I will. Unlike yesterday, the lady's residence was filled with servants. "Excuse me," I said politely. "Would it be possible for me to see the young lady of the duchy? Who are you?" "I was sent over by the lady of the golden plum silk." The servants' faces turned hard. It was well known that their master and the lady of the golden plum silk had a bad relationship. "Please wait a minute," yelled one of the servants, running to the lady of the silver lily's quarters. After a while, the servant returned with a bitter expression. "Follow me. The lady has permitted you to greet her." "Thank you." The servant guided me not to the lady of the silver lily's parlor or bedroom, but her office. Numerous servants came and went with reports. "Here is a letter from the Lepanor region, milady. Put it on the left side of my desk. Milady, the lady of the green pine sent this in place of the Viscount family head. Since the season is what it is, it seems like a request for exchanging crops. Send it to finances for review and bring it back. Milady." The lady of the silver lily, who was looking at some documents at the desk in the center of the office, raised her head. Her red eyes glanced over my body. She said casually, "A guest has arrived. Everyone, leave." The lady of the silver lily flipped over a sand timer on her desk. "I will give you a 15-minute break." The servants rushed out. In the spacious office, only the lady of the silver lily and I were left. "So," the lady of the silver lily put down her quill. "You say the lady of the golden plum silk sent you here? That's commendable. She used to grind her teeth whenever she saw me just a few days ago. She's become a different person from then. She heard that you collapsed because you were ill. You seem healthy. How surprising. I'm still a student. I need a proper excuse to take care of things outside of class. Even so, it's too much to say that I'm healthy. I've been keeping an eye on your performance. In a short period, you've managed to notice spies in my employ. It isn't only your lady that has changed, but also you. It seems that someone with a good head was chosen for this time's actor. How fortunate for the Empire. If you weren't at least that smart, I wouldn't have allowed you to visit." For a moment, I couldn't understand.
Pardon.
The lady of the silver lily narrowed her eyes. "I thought you were smart, but you have a dumb side to you, too." "What do you mean?" "I'm in the 14th session." Her composed voice continued. "But even so, I'm just a regressor who repeats the last 10 days of this life. This is the 13th time I've seen an actor like you." Then I heard a voice. That voice made me speechless. "A silver-plated heart is looking at you. The lady of the silver lily. What session are you on?" She was a regressor in this world. Chapter 97. Your heart. 1. "It's the first time I've seen your face," said the lady of the silver lily. "Did the constellation send you here without an explanation? That's rare. Constellations usually try to give an apostle as much information as possible to start with. Do you have a bad relationship with the constellation? An apostle? You really are clueless. Interesting." The lady of the silver lily opened a drawer. She took out a sandglass. It looked just like the sandglass that she had turned over. Ring. The lady lightly pressed a bell on her desk. The door of the office opened. "Did you call, milady? Take an extra 15 minutes. The break may last longer, so tell everyone to rest comfortably. You seem to be enjoying the conversation. Shall I bring some tea?" "Yes."
Jereni Santea.
"Understood." The gray-haired servant nodded. He lowered his head and left the room. I didn't know what to say or how to say it, so I stood there awkwardly. The lady of the silver lily raised her brows at me. "It's fine. Stand comfortably." She did not tell me I could sit down comfortably. "Which constellation sent you? Musha? The Triangle Star? Hezimit Creech? Lazarus? Syme? Looking at your face, it looks like you've never heard of them. Who do you represent?" "The librarian of all things." My head was befuddled. I did feel that the lady in front of me was not an ordinary person, but I didn't think it'd be like this. I racked my brain and tried to recall the librarian's title. No, It was the corner librarian who sent me. 1. A library. The lady of the silver lily twirled her quill with her left hand. Corner. Ah, is it Hamustra? Hamustra. A true name. This person knew the true name of a constellation. Did Hamustra explain nothing to you? The librarian tries to avoid involvement in the apocalypse as much as he can. Rather than giving us information upfront, he wants us to figure things out ourselves. Apocalypse. A world with collapsing barriers because there is no constellation. That's what the librarian calls a world that is about to end. The lady of the silver lily's eyes became narrow, like she was amused. Her pupils were red, so her gaze still drew attention even when she narrowed her eyes. Her eyes were a color that could overwhelm anyone she looked at. As expected of a constellation, it's arrogant, calling others' world whatever he wants. An apocalypse? Perhaps. It isn't wrong that the world will one day perish. But I can't simply hand over my soul. I blinked. It seems that you still don't know anything. Did you not possess the butler of the lady of the golden silk to steal my soul? I shook my head. I had never heard of this before. The lady of the silver lily closed her lips. Her eyes began to moisten as if she was seeing a national treasure. Scrape. The lady continued looking at me as she opened the drawer and took something out. It was a third sandglass. Ring. Did you call for me, milady? I have the tea now. Rest for another 15 minutes. Your employees will be very happy today. The servant went out. The lady of the silver lily looked at me over her teacup while sipping tea. Look here, butler. Please call me Kim Gongja. That's my real name. I don't want to. It's impolite. Why are you asking me to call you by your name? Blame yourself for possessing a butler instead of a noble. This person had been a little uppity since a while ago, hadn't she? In any case, I understand that your state is like pure white paper. You probably haven't even received a strategy guide. What was that supposed to be? It's like this. The lady of the silver lily took out a piece of paper from her drawer. Curvy script was written on a paper approximately size A4. Plus. 1. The lady of the silver lily is weak in the sunlight. It is better to schedule dates for the evening and night rather than during the day. 2. The lady of the silver lily has dull taste buds, so she likes exciting food. 3. The lady of the silver lily likes white flowers. However, she receives too many lilies. Keep note of this when choosing a gift. 4. The lady of the silver lily is pragmatic. She prefers conversations about politics, diplomacy, and money. Remember that writing love poems will be useless. 10. The lady of the silver lily is a loyal subject of the empire. She may speak poorly of the empire or the prince, but she will never tolerate it if anyone else were to do so. Be careful. Plus, I was speechless. This was crazy. What was that? This is the strategy guide that the apostle who came to conquer me in the 6th session had. He was an apostle sent by a constellation called Mahos. He called it the target route. My mouth opened. Target route. I was so shocked that I poisoned him and took it. The lady of the silver lily said calmly. As he died at my hand, he yelled, I thoroughly followed the strategy, so why can't I win you over? He sounded as if he had been wronged. But I am the one who feels wronged. How could there be a strategy guide for a person's heart? The silver-plated heart is expressing her grievances. It's looking at people like they're easy. If someone really wants to win my heart, they need to approach me fair and square. However, a strategy guide or target route, it's rotten to the core. That's right. I'm glad you can be sensible. The lady of the silver lily put down her teacup. There is a reason I appraised you highly. It's not just that you're smart. It's that you still see the people of my world as human. Is that so? I feel like you're saying something that should be obvious. There were numerous brutes who could not even satisfy that obvious condition. Mere beasts that do not regard other people as people. And yet, they believe themselves to be human. Filth. I held my breath for a moment. The lady of the silver lily touched her chin when she saw me do so. After humming, she nodded. Is that how it is? Thump. Do these words mean something to you? Thump. Have you seen many such beasts as well? Or were you once seen as subhuman by such a beast? Thump. If not, is this the case? Someone dear to you said something similar. Milady. I had to interrupt her speech. I could no longer stand this feeling of someone splitting open my chest, taking apart my ribs, and staring at my raw heart through a magnifying glass. The silver-plated heart looks at you. I had to do something. I opened my mouth. Though you say such things, did you not consider me dull because I am in the body of a commoner, not a noble? The lady of the silver lily did not even blink. What? Are you that sad I haven't called you by your name? It just seems to me that your ladyship is not in a position to speak down to me. I am not acting like I am better. You're merely a poor butler who caused chaos at the academy. The voice of Lady of the Silver Lily sounded a little merry. Somehow. However, I admit your point is valid. Then, the lady coughed as if to bring the conversation back on track. Now, what is it? Excuse me? I know that you do not want my soul. In that case, why did you cross the boundaries between worlds to come here? This is a world that repeats every 10 days. Forever. The silver-plated heart questions your true intentions. It isn't that the constellation hated you so much he exiled you. I heard that Hamustra is rather moderate. But you wouldn't have come here for a vacation. Answer me. Actor who plays the role of the Lady of the Golden Silk's butler. I am. I will hear no lies. The moment you say anything slightly untrue, I will never give you what you want, whatever your purpose. I will not reveal my heart to anyone who does not show their own first. I agonized over what to say. I want to make your world become the 25th floor. But was this stage really necessary? It wasn't. The situation in the tower wouldn't be troubled if we chose a different stage. A fragment of my holy sword is in this world. Did I have to collect all of the fragments and complete the holy sword? That wasn't the case either. Finding shiny sisters will make me stronger as her owner, but in other words, it'll just make me a little stronger. The reason I had to stay on this stage right now. I don't know what love is yet. What? Dating or romantic feelings, I'm ignorant to all that. Your ladyship may not know this, but the genre of this world is romance. I think this is the right place to learn about love. When Master performed her last dance, Bei Hurayong blocked Master's sword and shouted something. This Gongja kid still hasn't tasted the wonders of the world. Cult Master, did you know? This kid still has never fallen in love. He's never been in a relationship. Those words had made a deep impression on me. If there is something I lack, I want to learn it. No, I want to know it. Leaving myself ignorant like that feels wrong. It's like I'm buying something that isn't 100% full. The Lady of the Silver Lily examined my expression. Maybe I was just seeing things, but her red eyes looked a little disconcerted. That's why you want to learn love? Yes. With me. That's something I don't know. Explain. I organized my thoughts. To be precise, it's more like I want to learn love from this world. The world. Yes, I want to know what I lack. I want to feel it. Then why did you come to me? You have your lady. Wouldn't it be faster with the Lady of the Golden Silk? The heretic questioner. The Lady of the Golden Silk. I cannot. Why not? Do you hate others who are possessed? It's not a matter of liking or hating. That person is. If I were like you, that person had said. He had said that. That person is worse than I am. To learn something, you have to learn from someone who is better than you. The Lady of the Silver Lily sipped her tea. For a while it was silent. I suppose that this time's Lady of the Golden Silk is unqualified to teach someone love. Rather, she seems like someone who needs to be taught. Yes. But that's still no reason to come to me. I do have a reason, I said fervently. The thoughts that I had in the dungeon filled my head. I want to understand you. The Lady of the Silver Lily did not seem to expect those words. A drop of tea splashed onto the front of her dress. She blinked and repeated, "Understand me?" "Yes. I don't know yet whether it's for the prince or for the empire, but your ladyship is loyal and has dedicated your life. I'm curious how you can do that. I want to know what kind of feeling lies in your heart and what you think. If it's because of love, then I want to feel that feeling just like you." It's a little embarrassing, even shameful, but this is my honest answer. The lady of the silver lily remained silent for a while. This time I could clearly see it, is truly the first time I've come across such a case. The lady of the silver lily was flustered. "You want to know love. That comment alone shows you don't know people. But you want to understand me?" Understanding is not a word to be said lightly. It's a word that leads people to poison. Understanding is no different than taking responsibility. Yet, librarian Nim. I raised my head and looked into the blank air. Obviously, the librarian wasn't there. However, the librarian and the top hunters were no doubt listening to our conversation right at that moment. "Please stop broadcasting for a moment." The air in the office was quiet. "I want to say something to the lady of the silver lily privately." After a while, a voice responded to my request. "The librarian gladly accepts your request. You are allowed. Skip the scene for 10 minutes. Okay." I looked again at the lady of the silver lily. "I'm a regressor too," I continued, "but the way my regression works is a little different than yours." "What is the difference?" "Your ladyship said that you repeat the last 10 days of this life. I go back a day whenever I die." It isn't an ordinary regression either. If someone kills me, I get a glimpse of that person's trauma. Trauma? Yes. My whispered voice spread through the office. I can see the scars, memories, and scenes that have affected a person in the deepest parts of their heart. If their wound is about something precious to them being destroyed, I see the memory of it being destroyed. I didn't need to choose my words carefully. Just by opening my mouth, by letting my tongue loose, I naturally said what I wanted to say. When I told my secret to the lady of the silver lily, I suddenly realized it. Because of that, I can understand others a little more easily. I had wanted to tell someone my story, to someone in the same situation, to someone who lived a life similar to mine. The lady of the silver lily was silent. Her eyes became calmer as I continued to speak. I could feel her listening to me seriously. It's a kind of skill.
A technique.
I'm afraid that I'll become used to understanding others easily. One of the people I trust most told me, "Never get too used to a skill." But, if I alone understand one-sidedly, that isn't true understanding. Still, I can't just let people be. If I do, if you give up, they'll wither, become twisted, and die. Perhaps it's hypocritical, but I want to let you know that I'm here, thinking of you and protecting you. If I can just manage that, how blessed would it be? Isn't that it? My throat felt clogged up for a moment. Yes, it's foolish. The lady of the silver lily closed her eyes. Understanding is for a single moment, but the responsibility lasts forever. It was entering a hell of your own accord. The lady of the silver lily muttered that and fell silent. The corner librarian is announcing that this is the end of the skipped scene. The young lady of the duchy opened her eyes. "Very well. Servant of the lady of the golden silk." She grabbed one of the sand glasses that she had turned over on her desk. Looking down at the slipping grains of sand, the lady of the silver lily spoke in a quiet voice. "I shall let you know what love is." Chapter 98. Your heart. 2. 1. "But," said the lady of the silver lily, "a week from today, until the end of this world, you have to be my exclusive servant, not the lady of the gold silk's butler. Your ladyship's exclusive servant. Yes, I only know my own love. I've never taught anyone else to love. There is no other method to teach you other than to directly show you the way I love. So shouldn't you stay by my side to observe? Watch and learn." Now that I say it, it feels like I'm incurring a loss. No, I'm definitely losing something. Aren't I revealing my embarrassing private life? Know that this is the fortune of your life, including your past and future lives. Peasant. She truly was a haughty aristocrat. 2. The next day, my two-contract life began. My master was not just the lady of the gold silk, but also the lady of the silver lily. You've arrived. Yes. The lady of the silver lily greeted me in her dressing room. At 5 a.m. The lady was already awake, for servants surrounded her to dress her up and prepare her for the day. Normally, it was highly discourteous to step into a lady's dressing room as she was arranging her toilette. But the lady of the silver lily dismissed any concerns by saying, "It's annoying. Cut it out." As soon as I entered, the lady said, "Show it to him." "Yes, milady." The gray-haired servant pulled out a tablet decorated in a floral lily pattern. The sentences on the tablet were written in an impressive cursive script. Plus, Lesson 1. Fundamentals. Love starts like a bitch. Plus, I was thinking last night, what method should I choose to teach you love? I cannot leisurely focus my attention on you, nor can I find someone to be your first love. Don't you agree? While I was dumbfounded and unable to reply, the lady of the silver lily continued to speak indifferently. Beside her, the servant trimming the nails of the lady's right hand looked just as apathetic as her master. Thus, I've decided to teach you what truths you need to know in advance. Read this. Repeat after me. Love starts like a bitch. Love starts like a bitch? Correct. It's a bitch. Well, sometimes it just turns out like that. The lady of the silver lily opened her fan with her left hand. Whoosh! The fan spread out, making a clean and crisp sound. The lady covered her mouth with the fan. Some lovers who find their perfect matches right away exist in this world. Probably, there may be some who love each other and care for each other from the moment they meet to the day they are buried in coffins. But you aren't one of them. There's a 99% probability that the lover you meet will be a bitch. Even if she isn't a bitch now, she will become a bitch someday. Why? It's simple. It's nearly impossible for a human being to be perfect forever. Similarly, swish. The lady of the silver lily folded her fan and pointed to the gray-haired servant. Then, the servant turned the tablet around like he had been waiting all along. Another sentence was written on the back of the tablet. Plus, Lesson 1. Advanced. You are also a bitch. Plus, you are also highly likely to be a bitch. But don't be discouraged. Humans are animals that learn from experience. If one is played by a bitch, one can make sure not to be played by another again. If you act like a bitch to someone, you can learn not to be a bitch the next time. It's about learning how to recognize a bitch, when to act like a bitch, and how not to act like a bitch. My mind was blank. See, can't things go well from the beginning? Butler. The lady of the silver lily looked unimpressed. Don't expect too much from people. Humans forget the things they've said. They make a decision but end up giving up on it later. They forget and they quit. The following 2 words are the basic laws of love. If you truly want to be good at love, you have to learn to do the opposite. Remember and persist. Are you also teaching me memorization and persistence? How childish. The lady of the silver lily sighed. What was it? What did I do wrong? I really had no idea. You must see it to learn it. I shall demonstrate. Demonstrate? How? You've seen it with your own eyes, yet you still don't know. The lady of the silver lily stood up from her seat. The servants who had been sticking to her like kittens drew back at once. Accepting the servant's escort, the lady of the silver lily proudly stated, "The person I love is the biggest bitch in the whole world." Why was she acting like that was a good thing? After me. The lady of the silver lily began to walk, and I followed, as did her servants. The servants, for some unknown reason, were holding containers of water. We arrived at the most luxurious dorm in the academy. It was the place where the crown prince stayed. Lady of the silver lily. The prince's attendants greeted us, perturbed, or perhaps I should say they were depressed. Even though the ducal family was lower than the imperial family, the atmosphere strangely felt like nobody could stand against the Lady of the Silver Lily.
YV come.
I have. It isn't even bright outside yet. Is His Highness awake? A king's morning should begin earlier than his people's. He isn't awake then. Bring me to him. The prince's attendant trembled. His Highness gave us strict orders. What was the order? Never mind. I know what it is. He would have said not to let me inside when I visit. Is that right? I'm sorry. The emperor had called me specifically when he sent the nation's foundation to this school. His Majesty told me that I, as the prince's fiancé, need to work hard because His Highness can be lazy and self-indulgent. I am following the emperor's orders in caring for the crown prince. You are a servant of the imperial family. Tell me this. Are you the prince's servant? Or are you the servant of His Majesty, the emperor? Milady, do you dare to reject His Majesty's imperial command because of your position as the prince's servant? The emperor will be pleased to hear of this. She had resolved the situation in just 1 minute. Not a single one of the imperial family's servants stopped the Lady of the Silver Lily. The lady crossed the garden, went through the lobby, and finally reached the crown prince's bedroom. Your Highness. She knocked 3 times. Are you awake? Don't come in. So you are up. I shall enter then. The Lady of the Silver Lily took out a key and opened the door like it was her own bedroom. Click. The prince's bedroom opened up and welcomed us, though its owner was shaking in his bed. Heek. Your Highness, dawn has broken, and yet you remain lying in bed. This is not good. The emperor wakes at 4 o'clock every morning to take care of the state's affairs. Can the nation's foundation, who will succeed that great work, afford to be slothful? Come here. Is anybody here? Somebody help. Close the door. The bedroom door slammed shut. There were no imperial servants left in the bedroom. Only the servants of the Lady of the Silver Lily lined up expressionlessly, and the prince's shoulder trembled even more. Butler. Why yes. I shall teach you the second lesson. The lady nodded at the gray-haired servant. At her signal, the servant picked up a paper pad that had been prepared in advance. Plus, Lesson 2. Fundamentals. If you can't avoid the bitch, enjoy what you can. Plus, enjoy? You will also fall in love someday, and your first love will be a bitch. My advice to you is that since that will be the case, you should make the most of it. The Lady of the Silver Lily flicked her finger. And there is only one way to make the most of an encounter with a bitch. The gray-haired servant skillfully turned the paper over. Plus, Lesson 2. Advanced. Become a bigger bitch than the other. Plus, splash. The Lady of the Silver Lily's servants raised the buckets of water and tossed them over the bed. They had brought the buckets all the way here for this moment. Hyuk! The prince, struck by the water, floundered. His ramen noodle hair was swelling up. Being in love with a bitch is like being at war. The Lady of the Silver Lily looked at the prince calmly. It is better to avoid war whenever possible. Peace is worth more than anything. If the person you love is polite, you are polite in return. What if the person is kind? Then, obviously, you must also be kind. But if the person is inevitably going to be a bitch, keep this in mind. The Lady of the Silver Lily took out a fan. It was a different fan than the one before, and surprisingly, words were written on it. Plus, today's motto, don't be kind to a bitch. Plus, she was crazy. Repeat after me. Don't be kind. Don't be kind. Humans are animals that want to look well in front of others. Some humans want to look impressive in front of others, and others want to look knowledgeable. Then, there are the humans who want to appear kind. From what I see, you belong to the last category. Control yourself. However, the lady did not restrain herself at all. Open the door. The servants opened the door. In the corridor, the imperial servants stood around restlessly. What are you all doing? The Lady of the Silver Lily said indifferently. His Highness is soaked. Though the spring season is refreshingly cool, I fear that the nation's foundation will become ill. Hurry and change his clothes. Why, Your Highness! The imperial servants ran inside in a rush. They were all holding towels, as if they knew this would happen. What that told me was that this was not the first time the Lady of the Silver Lily commenced Operation Water Waking. Listen carefully. This is an equation of love. The Lady of the Silver Lily slowly went out into the corridor. Handsome people lose to smart people. Smart people lose to bitches. Therefore, the people at the pinnacle of love are smart, beautiful people with the personality of a dog. Butler, you need to internalize this truth and cultivate yourself with hard work. When I looked back, there was still a lot of commotion in the prince's bedroom. This is a bit different from the love that I imagined. I thought maybe you expected something more romantic? Yes, and you thought love was felt in the heart, not one's head. Yes, that's also correct. The Lady of the Silver Lily tossed her fan. Swish. The gray-haired servant skillfully caught the fan and put it in his pocket. We continued talking as we walked to the parlor. However, that is all up to your luck. Having a relationship that makes your heart flutter the first time you see someone is not an easy thing. The life you've led determines whom your heart is excited by. Falling in love at first sight is actually because a glance can show what kind of life the other person has lived. That sounds difficult. Of course it's difficult. The lady's red eyes narrowed. Shall we test how difficult it is? A test. What sort of test is it? See if you can cause my heart to pound. How should I do that? You only need to do something admirable. An admirable act. What would count as something admirable? Do I need to tell you that too? Why don't you look within yourself? Think for yourself, ponder over it, and answer. Butler, you're intelligent, so perhaps you will succeed. I will at least inform you whether your answer is correct. We arrived at the parlor. This was definitely the residence of the Crown Prince. But the Lady of the Duchy walked around comfortably like it was her own home. She dismissed all of the servants except me and sat on a chair. The room had a red carpet. Scarlet pupils of the same color quietly stared at me. Who? I took a deep breath. The breath passed through my throat and curled up like a solid seed in my lungs. Though I was just breathing, it was evidence of my determination. I took out the cards from my bosom. Plus, facial recognition barrier card. What a coincidence. Overhearing crucial secrets. Card. Oops. I shouldn't have said this. I said something wrong. Card. Plus, before I entered the apocalypse, the librarian gave me these cards, saying that these cards would be my army and support. I originally planned to use these cards on this stage. The Lady of the Silver Lily tilted her head. What are those? These are the cards the corner librarian gave to me. And then, Ryup, I tore the cards without hesitation. The ripped cards scattered like fine sand until not a trace was left. The corner librarian is surprised by your decision. Maybe these cards really would have helped me and the heretic questioner get past this stage. But it was even more important to show sincerity to the person before me. At least that was what I believed. The corner librarian realizes your intention and applauds you. Rewards were just rewards. A shortcut only has meaning when it can be used. There was no reason for me to be obsessed with a reward or set my path on a shortcut without meaning. Oh! The Lady of the Silver Lily cupped her chin on her hand and looked at me. Indeed. The red eyes gleamed like they were filled with blood. That is admirable. The Lady of the Silver Lily lightly beckoned me over. Come here. I approached her. Your chin is too high. Lower your head. I lowered it. The Lady of the Silver Lily whispered in my ear. Well done. She took out a glass bottle. I didn't know what it was at first, but I realized the moment the cap popped open. A blue scent. It was a perfume bottle. 1. The Lady of the Silver Lily took off her gloves. She used her pinky finger to skim over the bottle's opening. I'll tell you this now. She smoothly reached out her hand toward the back of my neck. She put a dot behind my ear. I will not be responsible for you. The fragrance. It was a strong, flowery scent that made one's head spin. The smell of white lilies. My head instantly became clouded. Do you smell it? The lady of the silver lily held my right hand. Took me a moment to realize our fingers were intertwining. Time stuttered because of the scent running rampant in my head. Yes. Do you like it? Yes. The lady of the silver lily's red eyes turned slant. I like it as well. It is my favorite scent. It has a sweet aroma. Whisper. Her voice was climbing along my neck. It was not unpleasant when you confessed your secret to me and destroyed it on your own. Continue attending to me. I, too, shall share a secret with you tonight. My heart was pounding. The immersion toward the character is deepened. This could be a big problem. Currently, your immersion rate is 15%. I might end up falling for this person. Chapter 99. Your heart. 3. Mong. Zombie. Oi Kim zombie. There's this onomatopoeia, mung, in Korean. It's the sound that a dog makes as well as the word for when your mind goes blank. Mong. Mr. Zombie Kim? Mr. Crotit Kim? Young master of the demonic cult? Look here, Death King. Can you hear me? I was Mung. You couldn't distinguish between Mung and me. I was Mung and Mung was I. There was only one scene that occupied my mind. A red carpet, red eyes, a blue scent, a voice, a touch. Ah, this creep. You've been struck. Struck good and proper. The look in your eyes. It's the same look as when the Chigal family's rogue fell in love with the Ice Palace's head. What was love? Confucius says, love is a lily flower. 1. The lady of the silver lily.
I'm sorry, zombie.
This is all my fault. She's on a different level than you. Way too different. Because of me, you came to love someone who's out of your league. When I blankly turned to look at him, Bei Hurayong was picking his nose with his finger. Somehow, it was the worst pose a person could make while apologizing. Oh wait, this isn't a person. It's a ghost. But honestly, it's really funny. Do more. I blankly muttered in my mind. Suicide. Huh? If I commit suicide, I can experience the same thing again. Right? You crazy bastard. Still, at least you're aware enough not to talk about suicide regression out in the open. That's a relief. All this is being broadcasted in the tower. Suicide. Your awareness is flying away. This crazy bastard. Hey, Shiny. Shiny jumps up and strikes the warrior's head. Ayok. I held my head in my hands and rolled around on the grass in the garden. I know I'm not in my right mind, but what can I do when I can't stop thinking of her ladyship's face? You call her her ladyship even when she's not around? You're getting one step ahead of yourself. Oh, I shouldn't wash my face today. Even if I wash my face, I won't wash behind my ears. Does it still smell like lilies? Can you smell the back of my ear for me? 2 steps. How many times did that ramen-headed prince save the world in his previous life to receive her ladyship's love? Oh damn it. Internet. I need the internet. The internet and computers. I need to leave comments like, I want to be like the crown prince too. On every single article. 3 steps, damn. 2. Oh, love. Sweet poison. An addiction I cannot deny. Ah, my heart. I knew it. I knew that this kid would flip out of the universe when he found love. I knew it, but I advised him anyway. I'm a horrible person. I'm not the only one feeling this. The immersion toward the character is deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 21%. Look, this body keeps getting more immersed with the butler. This means he has the same feelings, and what feelings would those be? The butler has also fallen in love with the lady of the silver lily. Didn't that butler love the gold silk or iron axe lady? Ha! You don't know anything. Does love have to bloom for only one person? Love doesn't work like that. Love is love. Love is like love. Wow. It's been less than half a day since you had your first love. And wow, I stretched out on the lawn. It was midday. Classes were happening at the academy. The heretic questioner, the crown prince, and the Lady of the Silver Lily were at their lessons. How can I get the Lady of the Silver Lily? No, what am I saying? I've no right to say something like that. Just, how can I make the lady happy? Since I released your madness onto the world, I'll take some responsibility and give you advice. Bei Hurayong harumphed. This isn't the time to think about that sort of thing, you baby. Then what am I supposed to think about, old man? You need to know about the other person more. I know her. Well, when you're in a relationship, you have to be very aware of your partner. That's how to be a man. But right now, you're her exclusive servant. Even if you don't do anything, you will have more time to be with her. You have the advantage of location. The advantage of location. Yes. So, feel free to observe the other person a little more. But, it's not going to last much longer. This world, that is. Bei Hurayong crossed his arms. That is a big problem. Bei Hurayong spoke vaguely. It was as if the problem I was talking about was different than the one he perceived. However, a bell rang, announcing that class was over, and I couldn't ask Bei Hurayong why his tone was like that. The truth of the problem was revealed that very night. For it was a dark night with the clouds swallowing the moon. The candles in the dormitory were struggling to lift up the darkness, but it was clear that they were insufficient. Sormwin Academy was sinking into blackness. You can think of it as your reward for showing me something special. In this darkness, the Lady of the Silver Lily led the way with her lantern. I followed after her, being careful not to step on her shadow. For that, I will tell you my secret. The Lady of the Silver Lily was wearing her nightdress. The white dress was loose over her form. My heart jumped every time the hem of her dress fluttered. Was this because I'd gone nuts, like Bei Hurayong said? But wasn't this feeling too tender to say it was nuts? Follow me. The Lady of the Silver Lily walked forward. At night, nobody was in the hallway. As I followed her, I stared openly at her fingers, lit up by the lantern's light. What are you thinking right now? The Lady of the Silver Lily asked suddenly. What? I asked what you're thinking about. I can feel your gaze. I'm curious. Although it is only temporary, you are my servant. Is it not disloyal to refuse to answer your master's question? I said I'm curious, so you have to answer. I hesitated. That's... Speak. I was thinking that I wanted to hold your hand. When I spoke, rather than my tongue moving, my heart seemed to leap out of my mouth. I was embarrassed. I hadn't been so embarrassed even when Shiny was singing my praises. Really, my face was so hot I thought I was going to die. Just then, something closed around my left hand. It was the Lady of the Silver Lily's hand. Her skin, her touch, the cool temperature. The moment her dry fingers wrapped around mine, I almost mistook them to be gripping around my heart. A flower scent thickened inside my head, even though we were just holding hands. Why, your ladyship? Have you been thinking of me all day long? My tongue crisped up inside my mouth. Did you miss my touch and fragrance? Did you fantasize about me? Answer. If you're not honest, I'll let go. I thought about you. Properly. My head was spinning. Today, all day, I only thought about you, milady. The fragrance of flowers turned into a voice and whispered in my ears. Well said. You are my faithful servant. The immersion toward the character is deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 29%. Now, I no longer knew up from down. I just didn't know. Why you shouldn't do this. What shouldn't I do? Think. Let's think. I am from beyond this world, borrowing the body of a butler. So, the silver-plated heart is looking at you. Didn't you say that you saw me as human? Did you lie? The silver-plated heart is looking at you. In the end, do you, just like the other apostles, consider me just a native or an inhabitant? Or, using the terms of Hamustra, the one who brought you here, do you consider me a character? The silver-plated heart. To you. I could barely speak. I am. That is, my original master is the Lady of the Golden Silk. 3. The immersion toward the character is deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 30%. I am only attending to your ladyship just briefly, so you're saying something strange again. The lady of the silver lily looked at me. You said you only thought about me today. In other words, didn't you have no thoughts of the lady of the golden silk? Was it a lie? The silver-plated heart. No, it wasn't a lie. I am. My head. My breath. If so, then isn't your master already me, not her? Call me master. Her hand held mine a little tighter. Just once is enough. Call me with all your sincerity. And if you call me master, I'll give you a prize. A prize. I promise you a delectable reward. Why was it that the moment I heard her words, my heart was filled with honey? Without realizing it, I had opened my mouth, but someone called out to me before I could say anything. Gongja. A low voice. Shiny is shaking to bring back the warrior's senses. A constellation's warning. The reaction of these two, this languid addiction I felt, all made me feel some déjà vu. It was the same sensation I felt in the basement, when the lady of the silver lily interrogated her servants. This intuition that it was dangerous. The lady of the silver lily looked at me. Her red eyes, her expressionless face, placidly looked at me. What's wrong? Whisper. Don't you need the prize? The prize. You just need to say it once. Just one time. If it was just once, wouldn't it be all right? To test it out? I did feel the danger, but if something went wrong, I had the power to turn back time. That's right. I have that sort of power. So it wasn't wrong to say that I also had the power to take risks. If you thought about it, this might have been the right thing to do. Wasn't it important to know what would happen if that word came from my mouth? Wasn't this somewhat similar to when there was the traitor among the rankers when we first dealt with the Devil King of Fall Rain? So wouldn't it be okay? Saying just one word. If things went wrong, I just had to turn back time. It would end just like that since I had that ability. Then just once, at least once, I could. But you know that I'm the Flame Emperor. That's why you have to die for me. The back of my neck turned cold. Death King Nim, I still believe in you. My fingertips froze. My lord. My head, you are my disciple. Returned to its senses. The sight before me cleared up. My resolve steeled. My thoughts returned to me quickly, as if trying to reinforce against what had nearly happened. Was I a person to obey someone easily? Was the weight on my shoulder that light? No. I am Preda's lord, and the young master of the demonic sect. I have lived so I would not become like Yusuha. Thus, I ran away with the alchemist in the snowfield so I would not take a single death for granted. I apologize, milady. I put my palm on the back of the lady of the silver lily's hand, though it was only a word. Because it was only a word. Why are you apologizing? I cannot recognize you as my true master. I wanted to learn the joy of love. I was learning it, but even then, I didn't want to learn to the extent that I lost myself. At least, not for a one-sided relationship. If you really want to win my heart, milady will have to use a different method. Say it. I'll listen. I will serve you as my master. So please make me your master. I will value your judgment over mine. I will weigh your advice heavier than my principles. I will not value myself the most. I will follow you, but in return. I looked at the lady's face. With our hands clasped together, the distance between us was very short. Her red eyes, I knew them to be the same color as her heart. Please treat me the same way. If you do something wrong, I'll tell you that it was wrong. What I really think, what I see, what I feel. I'll confess everything to you without a single lie. However, it cannot be one-sided. If I give you my heart, how shall I breathe? I'll end up choking and dying. Only if you give me your heart will I be able to live. I gripped the lady of the silver lilies' hand a little more strongly. If you want to see me go mad, please go mad with me. Then, the lady of the silver lily shook off my hand. She took 2 steps back like someone who was dealt an unexpected blow. Indeed, However, her poker face had not yet collapsed. You're different from the other half-baked apostles. I thought you were a docile child, but being unfamiliar with love does not mean you are unfamiliar to life. I was in too much of a hurry. You tried to tempt me to become your subordinate, right? It was my mistake. I thought you were easy. The Lady of the Silver Lily bit her lips for a moment. Even her face was beautiful and terrifying. In the hallway at night, the white moonlight that shined on her became a shadow. Yes, I'm not an easy man to win. It's a shame. It would have been comfortable if you dedicated everything to me. You said that understanding is no different than taking responsibility. One-sided responsibility is only one-sided understanding. I didn't come to your ladyship because I wanted something like that. My heart was pounding, but I endured it. So, what is the secret you plan to tell me? The Lady of the Silver Lily turned around and began to walk. There is an heirloom in my family that has been passed down from long ago. It is a sword with a laughable legend attached to it. If you make a wish, the sword will surely make it come true. At the end of the hallway, curtains were placed where even the moonlight could not reach. The curtains were thick and red, and they seemed to be covering something. However, there are conditions. The Lady of the Silver Lily grabbed the tail of the curtain. With a whoosh, the curtains were pulled aside. Beyond the veil, there was a full-length mirror that looked like it belonged in a dressing room. And when you make your wish, you must stab your heart with the sword. A sword was embedded in the center of the mirror. The Lady of the Silver Lily stood before the mirror. Coincidentally, the heart of the lady was reflected over where the blade was stuck. Shiny detects the presence of her sister. The holy sword by my waist trembled. Shiny says that this is the guardian sword's third sister. Drip, drip. Blood came out of the mirror from the sword, drop by drop. The curtains that had been hiding the mirror weren't originally red. It was the blood from the heart of the mirror that had stained them so. It is the sword of prayer. Back when I was not yet a regressor, His Majesty the Prince became infatuated with the Lady of the Golden Silk. I was resentful, and I made a wish to my family's sword. What was your wish? The Lady of the Silver Lily's lips moved. Please let my love last forever. Then, my life became eternal. Even if I die, I do not die. My feelings for His Majesty also remain unchanged. My heart has become immovable since that day. The Lady of the Silver Lily took my hand. She grabbed my hand and led it to her chest, where her heart was, where it should have been. Did you say you wanted my heart? But I couldn't feel a heartbeat there. I'm sorry, said the Lady of the Silver Lily. I have no heart to give you. The silver-plated heart is looking at you. And the blood flowing from the mirror gathered and began to form a small shape. The size was different, but it was definitely the thing that killed the Crusader and the Count last time. It was the shape of a demon. I didn't know why the blood from the mirror made that shape, whether it had been summoned or created. Now, however, the Lady of the Silver Lily raised the sword like she was used to it. Help me. The sword was pointed at the little demon. It's time to take care of today's tasks. Chapter 100. Drama. 1. Blood from the mirror covered its surroundings. At first, it was only a drop or two. Then, the drops of blood continued to fall, turning into an endless faucet. However, clang, clang, the moment a faraway grandfather clock rang, the drops of blood changed. Blood gushed uncontrollably from the gap in the mirror. Clang, 12 o'clock. A dozen strikes of the bell. A single drop swelled into a single column. One column split into 6. The corridor was covered in blood. It was a sea of red blood. The grandfather clock rang its last. We were standing on a carpet of blood. Milady! I instinctively wrapped myself around the shoulders of the Lady of the Silver Lily. The pool of blood swarmed all the way up to our ankles. The slimy, moist texture felt foreboding. It's my nightmare. The Lady of the Silver Lily whispered in my embrace. Keep your guard up, butler. This place is no different from another world. Other people cannot know or see what happens here. Suddenly, the sea of blood began to bubble. Thousands of bubbles rose up, and thousands of bubbles popped. But among them, there were a few that stayed intact instead of disappearing as the other bubbles did. The silver-plated heart is manifesting. They were demons shaped like lips. No, they were just lips. There was no face or body, only the red lips and red tongue. The thing grinned. His Highness. Loathe him. The blood bubble lips continuously rose up and burst. The words they muttered were rarely connected. The words were incoherent, like a chorus in terrible disharmony. The kind crown prince. Before he was the crown prince, the prince picked a flower for me. You wiped my tears with your sleeves. You were still a nice person. The heart was soft. That's why. But, stab. The lady of the silver lily pierced the blood bubble lips with her rapier. The demon popped. However, twice or thrice as many tongues arose from the sea of blood in its place. The demon's cackles were red. Love him. I also swung my sword. What's the point of loving someone who was born distinguished? The demon's fighting power was trifling. They didn't even fight back. They only accepted the strikes. But, though he's an unattractive person, true love is embracing and guiding a foolish man. They were unnerving. It wasn't a physical attack but a mental one. I love you, Your Highness. I also know how to love. I am a loving noblewoman. I bit my lips. It was unpleasant. I attacked faster to slice through the bubbles. Are you going to kill me? It's no use. The tragedy becomes sweeter the more you trample over it. Lady of the golden silk. She's flirting with His Highness? Disgusting. The sea of blood surged with laughter. She's so naive, dreaming of romance. His Highness doesn't love the Lady of the golden silk. She's just a way to escape from his imperial duties. Poor prince. Pitiful prince. Damn. I had seen a phenomenon like this before. The Devil King of Fall Rain. Before I reaped her and gave her the name Preta, the constellation was like this. The Devil King shed blood from the sky and freely used an army of monsters. This was the strength of a constellation. Those demons were the familiars of the Lady of the Silver Lily. The presence of the silver-plated heart becomes more prominent. Something other than lips came from the sea of blood. They were hands. Like a bride and groom at a wedding, two hands were intertwined. Raviel, your family and the imperial family have set up an engagement between us. An engagement, is it? Yes. But I don't want a political marriage. The demon's hands clasped together. Blood dripped endlessly from the hands of blood. It came to my attention that the demons were reenacting what happened in the past like a play. We can ignore the engagement uncaringly decided by the adults. Regardless of them, I will love you. I came here today to formally propose to you. Prince. Raviel. When we grow older, will you marry me? Dozens of lips surrounded the hands. In unison, they answered. Yes. I'll love you surely. I'll love you too, my prince. That son of a bitch. He said something like that and still wasn't taking responsibility? His Highness most likely forgot. It was a promise made as children. It can't be helped. People have poor memories. The blood bubble lips cackled. It can't be helped. I couldn't stand it anymore. I was engulfed in rage. Splash. I took a step forward, focusing aura on my front foot. Infernal heaven's demonic art. Eighth form. Sort of incineration. As the waves of blood spread, so did my aura. The sea of blood that covered the corridor burned. Ooh. Behind me, Bei Hurayong spoke. Now you can take on these mobs with a single blow. You've grown a lot, Crow-Tit. Normally, I'd have played along to Bei Hurayong's taunts. But right now, I wasn't in the mood. I cleared the corridor. The demons were swallowed in the inferno. The demons did not even scream as they disappeared. Rather, the way they laughed till the end pissed me off. *T. I burned the demons with a blow, but I was still seething inside. Anger toward the crown prince. Contempt. The fact that an honorable person like the Lady of the Silver Lily was hurt because of such a man. That she had made an irreversible wish. These things made me mad. Since when? I took a breath to temper my voice. No matter how angry I was, I didn't want to raise my voice to the Lady of the Silver Lily. When did you become a constellation? These things are the familiars of a constellation. You made them. That was why they did not resist. They recognized us as allies. The Lady of the Silver Lily nodded. She knew. It happened the moment I stabbed my heart. Unnoticed, the blood began to return to the mirror. Writhing, slinking, the columns of blood crawled back through the crack in the mirror. Regressing, the Lady of the Silver Lily watched calmly as the drops of blood inched away like leeches. It seems there is no original constellation in this world. I don't know if there was one and they were killed or if they never existed from the start. Lafanta Ejim probably killed the constellation. But this wasn't the time to talk about that. I carefully listened to the lady's words. As time passes, the demons become more powerful. Their numbers grow and their sizes increase. It becomes hard to control them as I do now. And on the 10th day, there the Lady of the Silver Lily paused. She shook her head once and rephrased. At any rate, as the 10 days began to loop, I became this world's representative. Though it's not what I wished, the world's time revolves around me. Bei Hurayong clasped his chin. It's not a typical ascension. In Murim terms, it isn't a righteous path but an evil path. Though the sword in the mirror is only a fragment, it was once a part of the guardian goddess. Bei Hurayong shrugged and muttered, if you embed it in your heart, you'll ascend to a constellation even if you don't want to. Combined with the repeated regression, it isn't something a human body can handle. Though, she isn't a complete constellation but a knockoff. Anyway, it was the result of many coincidences. Can someone become a constellation even if they don't want to? Yup. Zombie, were you born human because you wanted to be? Seriously, even if you try to talk to him, he's like this. The important part is the conditions, not will. There are many people who suffer because they are human, but those who suffer because they became constellations are also surprisingly common. It's easy for one's life to become miserable. Understand, young master of the demonic sect? I exhaled. My anger toward the prince fermented in my heart. That anger left a bitter taste in my mouth. The Lady of the Silver Lily looked at me. How unusual. Aren't you disappointed? Excuse me? Your words are correct. Whatever the circumstances, those demons are my familiars. They aren't making up the verses. The things they said were all things I whispered in my dreams, even if it was unconsciously. The Lady of the Silver Lily tilted her head. I pledged a love that would never change. In order to keep that love pure, I have to remove the dust and flaws that settle in my love every day. Disappointment, frustration, the feeling of wanting to receive as much as one gives. This is the result. An oil stain on a heart. The very epitome of a curse. Isn't it ugly? Muttered the Lady of the Silver Lily. I have shown you what love is, but I didn't only show you. I tried to harvest your love, too. I brought you here to awaken you from this fantasy. Disappointed. Without my knowledge, a breath spilled from my lips. It wasn't a sigh. It was a breath barely containing anger. It's ugly? I don't know much, but milady, I will never be disappointed in you about something like this. Like this. You told me a secret. You took your heart and revealed it to me as it is. A person who is really detestable, milady, is someone who never shows their heart to others. Pretending to be laid back. Pretending to be composed. Knowing only how to hurt people. That bastard Flame Emperor. Rather, I'm worse. If your ladyship knew what kind of thoughts I have, you would abhor me. That makes me curious. If you brought me here to make me give up, you were wrong, milady. I didn't fall in love with you because your heart isn't ugly. The Lady of the Silver Lily paused very briefly. Love. It was because of this word. My face became hot when I said it out loud, but I didn't think to hesitate. It's only been 1 day since you came to love me. My teaching is brilliant. Does it matter that it's only been a day? Would it have been better if I loved you for a year? 1,000 days? Do you want me to return after that? I can see what kind of people you despise, and what you despise is the same as what I hate. I can see what scars you wear and how you are hurt. I love the way you live, because you and we live the same life. Will she hear me? Would she understand what I mean? That wasn't something I could know. I had never said something like this to anyone else. I wasn't used to it, but I wanted to keep the person in front of me. And I wanted the Lady of the Silver Lily to keep me. I wanted us to share one life and have each other. I love you as much as I love myself. I wish you could love me as much as I love you. These were my true feelings. And the only method I knew was to exclaim it with all my heart. I will definitely make you love me. I won't tell you to abandon the Crown Prince. Even if I don't ask you to, you will abandon him one day. My heart is. Yes, but it doesn't matter if your heart is held hostage by the world. If that's the problem, I'll free you. But if you still love the Crown Prince, then I'll become an even better person than he is and stay by your side. Did the Crown Prince give you unforgettable memories when you were children? That doesn't matter either. I whispered in the Lady of the Silver Lily's ear. The two of us are regressors, the only two in the world. I knew that my face was red, but I said what I had to say. There will be a lot of times that only you and I can enjoy. During those times, I'll give you such breathtaking memories that they will make your memory of the prince fade away. I'll try my best. The tips of the Lady of the Silver Lily's eyes rose up. Can you repeat these last 10 days indefinitely? You'll become tired of it. That's no issue. This isn't the first time I've repeated the same days over and over again. What if I tell you to get out of my sight because I become tired of you? I'll disappear, but I moved my hand. I moved it, and I grabbed the Lady of the Silver Lily's fingertips. She had let go of her lantern while fighting the demons. It was something that took courage. A lot of it. Fortunately, I had enough. To start with, that's not going to happen. Why is that? Because you haven't grown tired of the Crown Prince. And I am a better person than he is. If I make you uncomfortable, please tell me now. I'll disappear. Silence. The Lady of the Silver Lily looked at my face. You're insufferable. The lady's lips parted. I should be bothered, but right now I don't feel that way. I don't think I'll be easily bothered either. It was then. Lur! From far down the corridor, there was a voice. It sounded urgent. The Lady of the Silver Lily's servants must have been asleep. Yet the residence suddenly was disturbed. Where? But soon we heard footsteps. The servants had woken up. Lights turned on everywhere, and shortly after, the gray-haired servant ran to where the two of us stood. I apologize, milady. The Lady of the Silver Lily let go of my hand. Why are you making a commotion at this late hour? I'm sorry, but I must inform you. At that moment, the faraway voice that had been making a fuss could be heard more clearly than before. Butler. Where are you, Butler? My expression hardened. It was a very familiar voice. The gray-haired servant bowed in our direction. The Lady of the Golden Silk is on a rampage.